Welcome to Lord's. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be listening. We are about to go live with second day's coverage on time, I'm delighted to say. 11 o'clock local time. It's the second day of the second test match between England and Pakistan from the home of cricket, from Lord's Cricket Ground in St John's Wood. And England are 9 wickets down, of course. 248 for 9. Josh Tongue is on strike, the number 11. Gus Atkinson has 34. He's got a fabulous record with bat and ball at Lord's as Gus Atkinson. I wonder whether Josh Tongue can hang around long enough for Atkinson to threaten 50. He scored his one and solitary test 100 on this ground. Good morning, Steve Harmison. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Manners. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, lovely. Great to see the sun shining. Gus Atkinson, England can eke out another 20, 25 more runs. 275 would be very, very nice.
Yeah, it just makes a difference, doesn't it? Here's Muhammad Ali bowling the first over the day. First deliveries and a way swinger down the slope past the bat of Josh Tongue. I think Pakistan have been very relieved that they didn't have to bat for that last hour yesterday.
Yeah, I was a bit irate last night on following on. It was the overrate in the first hour, the yesterday morning, the ability to just walk off when the lights are on and 30,000 people are in. I don't like that. I also, Manners, I was thinking about it last night. When you win the toss.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, bowling to Josh Tongue. Forward he comes, opens the face of the bat, guides it away between second slip and gully, down towards the boundary. It might not, yes it will go all the way. And I know that there'll be probably a majority of people will say he's just nicked that, he's just edged it, but he was playing it with soft hands, and yes, it was the outside half of the bat, but do you know what? That looked to me more controlled than not.
Yeah, he's controlled. Yeah, as an experienced world-class number 11, that was controlled. Your forward defence just opened the face naturally, and it just run off the face of the bat. It's probably middled it more than anything else.
Yeah, it's the off glance, isn't it?
It's come off the off glance. Perfect description. He's middled it, but just the angle of the bat takes it down to third.
4 runs. England get 250 on the board. 252 for 9. Next delivery is played defensively by Josh Tongue. No run. I'm a big fan of Josh Tongue. I think he's possibly the most accomplished number 11 in the test playing world at the moment.
Yeah, he was better than the number 11 that I played with. Played in the team I played in.
Who were the 11? Monty?
Monty. Hoggard batted above me, so...
Hang on, Hoggard once batted 8.
Yeah, Hoggy batted 8. More the fact that, if we had somebody that didn't play a shot with somebody that was playing lots of shots, we had a chance of tail wagging.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, and Josh Tongue plays it defensively square of the wicket on the offside, no run.
I'm trying to think of other 11s that I played with.
Didn't Hoggard bat 8 at Trent Britt? No, he batted 9.
9.
No, 2005 Ashes I was thinking.
Yeah, he batted 9. Jalo was 8. I'm trying to think of other number 11s that I played with for England. But I'll come back to that. On the sort of last night and the darkness and stuff. It's like if you win the toss and you bowl first and you bowl a team out, you've got to be prepared that if it's a muggy day and a rainy day and it's a bad light day, surely you've got to be prepared that at the end of the day you're probably going to have to bat in darkness.
Yeah, it's one of the prices you pay, isn't it? If you have a good day with the ball, that's pushed square of the wicket on the offside to cover, and no run fielded by Azan Awais.
So that would even things out a little bit, really, shouldn't you? That's the thing that annoyed me. 56 overs yesterday. It was quite a lot annoyed me about having to come off at that point. We ended up having lunch. We ended up having lunch after 18 overs yesterday, which just didn't make sense at all. We start. I know you've got to limit the time in between breaks and stuff, but this is Lord's. This is 30,000 people. We're trying to keep Test cricket alive. We had 56 overs yesterday when we lost maybe an hour of rain all day.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, and pushed away defensively by Josh Tongue up to mid-on. very, very comfortably negotiated, that over by England's number 11, Josh Tongue. He has 5. Gus Atkinson has 34. You know what troubled me about the way that it unfolded yesterday? And this is no criticism of the umpires, but they are left to make a subjective judgment on safety and when light becomes unsafe. That's the criteria: safety, player safety, safety of the not just the batters, but also the bowlers and the fielders. You know, if the ball's hit back, everybody. So, but there's no measurement of lux that is the slip bit right. Once the light falls below this number, then that's when you go off. It's a completely subjective judgment. The umpires are basically guessing
that. Oh, do you think it's bad light?
And then they take
the
measurement, and that becomes the benchmark. But the initial judgment is completely subjective. Here's Mohammad Abbas looking for a 5th wicket, pushed away by Gus Atkinson up to mid-on, and they go through for an easy single. So that's just bonkers. I mean, you know, and like, what are they? What sense are they relying on? Because the light was no worse when they decided to call for the light meter than it had been 10 minutes earlier or 15 minutes earlier. So I feel sorry for the umpires.
I do feel sorry for the umpires, because they're going off, you know, the laws and the rules of the game that are written down, but it's still wrong.
Mohammad Abbas in again, and Josh Tongue pushes this one defensively straight back to the bowler. I mean, you know, there's 2 guys earning an honest living. Actually, they get paid quite well. The elite umpires, that is. And they're being booed by 28,000 people because they've decided it's a bit too dark.
Yeah, I'd have booed them as well if I'd paid 140 quid for a ticket to come and watch 56 overs when, you know, the game started at 12 o'clock, so 12:05 we lost an hour, but we could have played till 7:30. You know, that's the thing. You run the risk if you bowl first. You're going to bat in darkness later on.
Mohammad Abbas in. Oh, that's edge. Now, that's a proper, genuine edge. There was nothing controlled about that. Looking to drive it through extra cover, and he's nicked it between 2nd slip and 4th slip, really.
I'm sorry, Baba, you've had one here. Baba Azam, Mohammad Abbas, you've had a shocker here. If you're going to give Gus Atkinson a single, first ball of the over, to try and get at Josh Tongue, what on earth have you got an extra cover for? Why have you got an extra cover and not a 3rd slip? And Josh Tongue just nicked it straight between 3rd slip and 4th slip, 5th slip, whichever one that, I'm trying to think who that is. I think it's Saud Shakil, that sort of 4th, 5th slip. You've had a shocker there, Baba.
That's horrendous. But I mean, I also don't. That's left alone outside the off stump. Actually, it's the substitute, isn't it? Salman Ala-Agi.
He's at 2nd.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Shakil's at 4th.
Yeah. Yeah. But Mohammad Abbas got 904 first-class wickets. Surely he'd be saying to Babar Azam.
Yeah. Well, you've just given Gus Atkinson a single. First ball of the over. You've got 3-4 men on the boundary. You're giving Gus a single, saying I'm going to bowl at Josh Tongue, and you've now got a mid-wicket and extra cover, and the ball's just flown through 3rd slip.
4th slip's now moved into 3rd slip. Big appeal for leg before wicket. This could be 5 for Mohammad Abbas. He's absolutely adamant. He's convinced. Looked like it was heading down the slope to me, just to the naked eye, first time up, but he's convinced the captain, I think, to have a look. Yep. Mohammad Abbas has said, look, you might not give me a 3rd slip, but you will review this.
Yeah, it's hitting leg stump, I think, but I'm not sure it's hitting enough a leg stump to change the decision from Chris Gaffney's point of view, who's the 4th umpire. It's sliding down, but it's hitting him in the back leg, I think. I think it's hit back leg.
Just roll it back.
If it's clipped the front pad, it's not out, because there's a long way to go. But if it's hit the back pad, I think it's probably getting close to leg stump.
I think it might just be touching leg stump, but it's
that. No, I've seen it again now. I don't even think it is touching leg stump.
I mean, did it not look to you like it had nipped down the slope?
It did look as though it nipped down the slope. That's why I'd given it out. But Josh Tongue was standing outside leg stump.
Just ball track when available, please.
And when the ball has impact, you can see all 3 stumps.
Good appeal, though, isn't
Very
it?
good appeal, yeah.
That'd be an Oscar nomination.
Yeah, it was an
Cricket
appeal
had
of it was an appeal of a man who wants 1 on the honours board and 2
Original
off
decision
the
is not
field.
out.
9 down. I want to be off the
Pitching
field
line,
here.
impacts the line, wickets missing. Pulleys will get you back on screen. You stay with your originals.
That's Chris Gaffney saying, Pulleys, you can stick with your original decision. Alahuddin Palakar from Cape Town in South Africa, affectionately known as Pulleys, got that one right. Josh Tongue 9, Gus Atkinson 35, 257 for 9. Mohammad Abbas 4 for 61. One more for a place on the honours board. Beats the outside of Josh Tongue's bat. Not sure that he actually played at that, did he? No, I don't think so. But 257 for 9. England resuming this morning on 248 for 9, so they've added 9. Boundary apiece. No, 2 boundaries to Josh Tongue. Gus Atkinson just has a single. Gary Morgan sent through a list of the Pakistanis who are on the Lord's Honours board. There are some familiar names. I'm not sure that we'll be able to retrieve that list, but I think Waqar and Wasim are on it. It doesn't come as a great surprise. Have you got that list? Oh, Scotty has it. Okay. Mudassar Nazir, 1982. Not one of the great pacemen. Gentle medium pacer, really, all-rounder. Yasir Shah in 2016, the leg spinner. Now, can Muhammad Ali ruin Mohammad Abbas's ambition to join that list? Short, pulled away by Gus Atkinson. Nicely done. Rolled the wrists on it. Didn't actually time it as well as he wanted, but he's again got a single off the first ball of the over. Muhammad Amir in 2010. Mushtaq Ahmed in 1996. Khan Muhammad in 1954. And Waqar, but no Wasim. Waqar Yunus 5 for 91 in 1992. So just the 6 5-wicket hauls for Pakistan in the 24 Test matches that they've played. Muhammad Ali, 2 slips. He's got the same. He's also got an extra cover and no 3rd slip to Josh Tongue. Here's Muhammad Ali bowls. Tongue defends, pushing that one straight back to the bowler. 258 for 9.
Yeah, it's just strange that you're saying to the bowler, from a captain's point of view, we don't believe it's going to go in that direction, and we still trying to save runs. This one's get a wicket. Well, I said last night on following on, I think if Pakistan come out to bat last night, it's a completely different game, because they could have been 2 or 3 down. I think at the end of the day, 248 is a good score to bowl England, to have England where they are because of the sun shining, and it should be easier for batting.
So it's absolutely beautiful morning at the moment as Muhammad Ali is in, beats Tongue outside the off stump. If he played at it, I think it was an afterthought. It was a half-hearted sort of push. It was a bit too wide. It was running down the slope, and I don't think he really played at it with much conviction.
No, I think he played at it and missed it by 1.5 foot. Yeah, shadow batting. Yeah, quality shadow batting at its best from a number 11.
Did he really play at that?
Yeah, he's playing at that. He's playing at that, and that's what it does to you. Down the slope, it entices you into playing at it and pushing at it.
Here's Muhammad Ali once again up to the crease now, bowls, I can't even tell if he's missing it by that much and he's playing at it, and then he's not convincing me that he's really playing at it with a great deal of intent, because that one again has gone past the edge.
Yeah, I mean, as a number 11, you're playing at everything. If you're leaving it, the bat's above your head. If it's the bat's down below, you're playing at it, but you're also looking at it and thinking, that's just, you can bowl them all day.
I'd rather be bowling, is what he's thinking.
I'm also thinking, I'm covering my stumps, you can bowl them all day. I've got no chance of hitting them. They might look good, you've not got no chance of getting me out if you bowl them.
There's a lovely whimsical grin on his face and a shrug of the shoulders.
You've just got no chance of getting me out at bowling them things unless it's going to hit the stumps.
I'll just nick you through 3rd slip. And that one is he's played a cover drive to long leg. It's gone 180 degrees from where he was aiming it. was full and enough width on it for him to aim an extra cover drive, and he's get a bottom corner of the bat down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, Josh Tongue knew exactly where he was going there. Only place he only place he was going to get a single.
He conducted the pre-match press conference on Wednesday, the day before the Test match started, because Joe Root's traditional captain's press conference had been moved forward 24 hours in order to address the latest off-field events concerning Bryden Cast. It's whipped away out in the onside, out towards square leg, fielded by Shan Masood at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Mohammad Abbas will get another chance at that 5-wicket haul. Anyway, they wheeled Josh Tongue out, and I thought he was really just without concern. He was, not confident, not overconfident, just relaxed. I think just relaxed, honest, forthright.
And that's what you want. If you're going to ask him,
he wasn't seeing it as a mission. You know what I mean?
No, and that's what I think you got to be authentic to the situation you're in and the authenticity of the individual. And Josh Tongue, he spoke as though he was speaking to
mates.
Yeah, and that's the best way to deal with these situations. We don't need anybody else to tell Bryden Cast that he's made a mistake. It's now about making sure Bryden Cast is in a position to play cricket, understanding the mistake he's made and not make it again.
Here's Mohammad Abbas bowling to Gus Atkins. It's to Josh Tongue, pushing it up towards mid-off again. Tongue is 10, Atkinson 36, 259 for 9.
And I think it's important, now we've all had our say, and now people have had their say about, the importance of being a professional cricketer, especially playing for England, and what's happened in the last 10 months. You can't draw a line in the sand. You can't sort of forget it. What's been said is needed to be said. It's now about looking after Bryden. Really important to look after a kid who, the human element of that side, Durham will put a protective arm around him, and England need to look after him as well because he's their contracted player.
Here's Mohammad Abbas, bowls again. Josh Tongue forward, playing defensively on the onside. Just contextualise the fact that you touched on the subject yesterday regarding Bryden Cast, but there'll be people listening to you calling him a kid, going, "Hang on a minute, he's almost 30 years old." I mean, I know that you use that as a term of affection, but you were saying that it's more about character and personality than age. That's what I'm trying to say.
That is it. It's a character, personality, and understanding the situations. The situation he is in, been in, and made the mistake.
Driven off the thick outside edge by Josh Tongue into the gully. Actually, producer Scotty has just reminded me that Bryden is actually 31.
Yeah, he's 31. But it doesn't matter. I mean, Ben Stokes is 35, and Ben Stokes has put himself in that position. You understand, and that's not a criticism of Ben. It's just, I think the world's changing. And they're in the in-between bit. The players that are playing now, whether you're 25 or 35, they're in-between bit now with social media and the clicks and the clips that people are out there who they're not even journalists now. They're just opportunists with phones. And I think that is something which is getting missed.
Here's Mohammad Abbas again, and it's driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Getting missed by the players more than anything else, because I mean, I've had me say on Bryden, he's possibly been unlucky with the situation that he found himself in, but whether you got rested and de-arrested within sort of a 20-yard, 30-yard period, it's the optics of what it looks like, but let's be fair, we've all made mistakes, right? We're talking about 8 players out of 30, but it's only one individual that's made the mistake this time.
Here's Mohammad Abbas again, bowls, and may have taken the pace off that one. It looked like it's a slow one, played away defensively by Josh Tongue, no run.
And I just hope that the line in the sand, that a penny's going to drop eventually with the rest of the dressing room, that we can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this. I wouldn't like to see Brydon Carse lose his contract. I wouldn't like to see Brydon Carse lose his career, because there's many other mistakes. You could arguably say, well, hold on, if that's the case, Harry Brooks should do it, because he was the one, the catalyst that started the whole thing off. But at the end of the day, treat it like an individual, isolated incident, which you can't, because it's gone on for 10 months now. But don't just throw Brydon under the bus and throw him to the wolves. At the end of the day, if there's an issue, work with the issue and make sure he understands it's right, and then you realise you've still got a very good cricketer there.
Another thick edge. This one flies down to the third boundary, but it will be intercepted by Saud Shakil. They had a man on the third boundary as well as the third slip on that occasion, and well, Josh Tongue scuttles back for 2 at the end of the over, and Mohammad Abbas again is frustrated in his search for a place on the Lord's Honours board. Can I just say, Harmy, that I agree. I want to make the point again that, you know, you and I are very, very long way away from moralising on this. You know, I'm the first to admit that I enjoy a drink.
Nobody messed up more than me.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not. But you know, when you say it's all true, everything about social media and fans with cameras, and all of that is all true. So is and I'm not talking about optics. I'm talking about fact. You know, it was 4 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the season. Like, that's not a good choice. It's not. Really.
No, it's not, and that needs to be. That's what that behind closed doors, in a 4-wall room. You nail him about it.
Here is Muhammad Ali, and he's backed away as Gus Atkinson here, looking to slap that one through the offside, and he's missed it. Goes through to Mohammad Rizwan. This is very frustrating. This is well into the realms of very frustrating for Pakistan now. I mean, you know, the 9th wicket fell at 243. It's now 261 for 9, and they're making some basic errors as well.
Yeah, fielding positions aren't great. You know, the horses bolted and getting that extra slip in. They're now trying to sort of hedge the bets to stop Gus Atkinson being the ultra aggressive, hitting boundaries.
Muhammad Ali in once again, and pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder.
But to finish on that's what management and leadership needs to do. I'm hearing people say, "Oh, where's Rob Key? He should be coming out and talking." If Rob Key keeps coming out and talking when England do sort of negative things, I mean, that's the only time you're hearing him. I'd rather Key just get on with his job. You know, get on with his job and sorting out the England sort of cricket pathway and getting the team better and integrating Stephen Fleming into the English cricket, being ready for the one days that's coming up. But Keith doesn't want to be coming out every time one of these players lets the group down.
Muhammad Ali down the leg side, a flick and a miss from Gus Atkinson. Nice take by Mohammad Rizwan.
Because all it does then is it makes the headline even further. All of us, you know, if Keezy comes out, it's another 3 days worth of news stories, headlines that Brydon Carse has made a mistake. He's made a mistake. He's out at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's got himself in an unfortunate incident. Behind closed doors, you read him the riot act. You nail him against the wall, you read him a riot act. But you also then make him understand and protect him that he is a professional cricketer. You know, get back to the values of what we need him for as a team and as a country. And you make sure you look after him in what is troubling waters coming, because Brydon Carse is a fantastic young cricketer, and I do mean that young.
Short, pulled away, nicely played by Gus Atkinson down to long leg. He's a proper batter, is Gus Atkinson. I mean, he's, you know, that's you don't play a shot like that, roll the wrists and get into line. I know it's not especially fast from Muhammad Ali, but you know, he's. I mean, I remember watching him score that 100, also here at Lord's, his Test 100, and people were sort of laughing and thinking that it was a one-off, and I was thinking, no, this is a bowler who can bat and bat properly. Tongue on strike. 2 balls to go in the over, 2 slips and a 4th slip. Here's Muhammad Ali bowls. Tongue is forward, pushing that one straight back to the bowler and taking a run off the 5th ball of the over. And why not? 262 for 9.
Yeah, you're right about Gus. But again, like Bryden 31, Gus is 28. And when I say about young cricketers, they're still in it. They still haven't played a huge amount of cricket. Bryden's been injured a lot. Gus has had his injuries, you know, and he made a mistake earlier in the summer. They've reintegrated him. I hope they can reintegrate Bryden in the same fashion, in the same way. They're still inexperienced when it comes to and in the way of the world, when, you know, social media and being a professional and the amount of time you spend away, there's a hell of a lot goes into it. But, you know, Atkinson has come back. I'm sure Carson will come back just as strong, and England need them. They're good players.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, bowls, and this time Atkinson says, "I'll have the strike back, thank you," and he pushes it to mid-on, sets off for a single, and scuttles through and makes it comfortably. Good, that's another sign of a really aware cricketer, Gus Atkinson. It's like Josh takes a single off the 5th ball of the over, and Atkinson says, "I'll have it straight back, thank you very much." 264 for 9. The incident regarding Atkinson, now that was a case of optics.
Yeah.
I wasn't there, but I think you and I both know that we've had enough reliable second-hand information for us to know that Gus Atkinson, who is not really a drinker, he's an occasional glass of bubbly kind of, not. He's gone out in order to almost, Batman shadow his captain.
There's a common theme here, isn't there?
He's that was a question of wrong place, wrong time, wrong
it is,
situation.
but it's still a headline. It's a headline that everybody wanted Rob Key's opinion on, Richard Thompson, Richard Gould's opinion on, and in the end, look, let it all breathe. Let them come back in, and I don't know, honestly.
Mohammad Abbas pushed defensively out square of the wicket on the offside. Are you like me? Are you secretly, maybe not secretly, openly, actually really wanting Mohammad Abbas to get five?
I'm wanting him to get 5, but I'm also thinking how dozy he was there, because that was him fielding and letting Gus Atkinson get the single. The one person who should have been on his toes, thinking I've got 6 balls at Josh Tongue here to get on the honours board, should have been Mohammad Abbas, and thinking if he hits it past me, I'm not bothered, he can go for 4. But if he can't get a single, desperately can't get a single, and unfortunately let Mohammad Abbas get a single.
Here is Mohammad Abbas again. Bowles hits Gus Atkinson on the pads, and they go through for a leg by. Harmy, you won't be surprised to know that there's quite a bit of feedback on this subject.
Yeah.
And
it'll be me protecting Cars, is it? I lived that life. I can't throw stones at people who lived a similar sort of life than I did, and also have the understanding and feeling what it is to make a mistake. Lie in your room when the lights are off and the doors closed, and feel guilty about what you've done to the rest of your teammates.
David Nimmo says, surely it only becomes a point being out late when being out late affects your performance. Would you fire someone from your company for going to a bar until 4 a.m?
Depends how he does his job.
Depends what the company is.
Depends what the company is and does his job. I mean, Alan Brazil would have only worked for talkSPORT for a day and a half if we fired him coming in at 4 o'clock in the morning. He actually started at 6.
There's obviously people are. I mean, this is an excellent 10th wicket partnership, but it's not really attention grabbing. It's frustrating for Pakistan, excellent for England. Here's Abbas again, drive not timed by Josh Tongue. Harmy will never stop excusing the behaviour. No consequences for the players, they don't learn from their mistakes. The frequency of it happening is crazy.
It is. I agree that the frequency is crazy, but at the end of the day, what do you want to do? Do you want to sack them? Do you want to sack them? And then you start whinging when you're getting beat off everybody. Well, we're getting beat off everybody anyway, but when the players that come in aren't good enough to play, you can say, oh, sometimes these players that are the best players are the ones with the most complication.
Pushed away defensively, really rock solid from Josh Tongue. Any others, producer Scott, that we should?
I'm all for accountability. I'm all behind the scenes. I'd be hammering Bryden Cars, but I'd also be trying to protect the human element to what and make him understand the mistake he's made and what pressure he's put on the rest of his teammates.
David Nimmo has made another point. He's saying we're going to play the Ashes next summer. Australia would make a hero of someone who stays out drinking.
Absolutely.
Do you know? But it comes down to results.
It comes down to results. If we're winning,
Travis Head doesn't mind a beer or three.
Exactly. If we're winning, nobody cares. We're getting beat because, well, that's it.
Keeper standing up, 3 slips. Josh Tongue pushes this one from Mohammad Abbas. Straight back past the bowler, but it's intercepted at mid-on. And there's no run, 265 for 9.
And just quietly, the Ashes is coming up. It's coming up very soon. You look at the Australian side. England are getting a bit of stick because off field hasn't been great. On field, we had a bad Ashes, but we've got a lot of promising young players. We've got a lot of promising young players aged between 22 and 26. We've got some good players between 26 and 32, and a couple of senior statesmen. I think we're not in a bad place going forward.
Mohammad Abbas bowls and whipped away off his pads by Josh Tongue down towards Muhammad Ali at long leg, and they go through for a single. They take another single off the last ball of the over, and Josh Tongue, frankly, he's extremely well organised, and Josh Tongue's now 14, Gus Atkinson is 38. England have added 18 so far this morning.
And because of that, I think when Australia come, the aging side that they have, are they in a position like what we are? I don't think they are. That's what I want Marcus North, the two Richards, Rob Key to be focusing on, and making sure the longevity of the England cricket team is getting better and better, because we are starting from a low bar at the minute when Stephen Fleming comes in.
A couple of other comments. Have you got the fortitude?
Keep coming, yeah. I know. I'm prepared for them. I know for a fact they're having a go at me.
They're not all having a go.
I don't mind it.
Honestly, they're not all having a go at you at all. Here's Muhammad Ali at all. That's a bouncer, and nicely handled, very nicely handled by Josh Tongue, who just ducks underneath it.
I'm trying to see it from
Vincent
the player's
side. Barbosa says, just accept that you've got a drinking problem in the team and move on. Don't make all this noise about curfews and team meetings, etc. If there are no consequences to breaking the rules, just accept it.
Yeah, they have. But who was that from? Is that Vince?
Vincent Barbosa.
Yeah, Vince. It's not a drinking culture in the England cricket team. It's a drinking culture in English cricket. There's two differences here. The drinking culture in English cricket has stemmed from the 80s, 90s, and it's not. Dressing rooms are like a flock of sheep, and you always go with the older statesmen. And at the minute, some of the older statesmen have always been setting the wrong example. Cricket needs to change.
Muhammad Ali again looks for the Yorker outside the off stump, a little bit too wide, but easily handled again by Josh Tongue on 14. On a different subject, there's another comment from. You can't always tell the listener's name, but he says, changing the subject. Yo, Harmy. Tell us the story of KP asking you to stretch your leg, bend and defend against bowling at 90 miles an hour.
Stretch and defend.
So that's not ringing a bell, is it?
Not ringing a bell. Was it KP?
KP telling you how to defend, stretch? Well, I don't know. Stretch and bend and defend. I suppose he's telling you to bend your legs, duck underneath the bouncers.
Possibly. No, I mean.
Okay.
Only batted with Kev a couple of times.
That bell will ring later,
soon,
I'm
possibly,
sure.
Yeah.
266 for 9. Muhammad Ali in once again, and another one pushed away, defended on the onside.
We did this thing, I think Matthew Maynard did it, and it was called like buddying up. So a batter with a bowler in the nets before a tour, and it was a tour to India, about how a batter could, help with the till, manage, hold an end up, have a game plan, a batter teaching a bowler how he was going. But I had KP, and after about 3 balls, he'd run down a wicket, and he's telling me to hit it over the top. I'm like, Kevin, there's no chance of me doing that. No chance. Not even some of our top 6 batters can do that. So our relationship ended very, very quickly.
2 slips and a 4th slip. Half volley, leg stump, poor delivery, flicked away for 4. Excellent shot from Josh Tongue. I mean, poor delivery, really poor delivery. It's been poor from Pakistan, I'm afraid, from their perspective. Just over half an hour. England resuming 9 down, 248 on the board, and They've now got 270. I didn't see that. 270. I think it's above par for this pitch.
It is now. I think it is now. I just don't think they knew how to bowl it. Let's be fair. Josh Tung's not an 11. He's probably a 9.5, 10 when it comes to his ability to bat. So it's been excellent from England. Gus Atkinson and Josh Tung.
Pushed away. It's another full one from Muhammad Ali up towards mid-on.
Enjoyed that, man. It's enjoyed answering questions, especially when people have a go. Because I'm not defending the players here. I'm not defending Brian Carts. I'm not defending Ben Stokes. I'm not defending the English culture. What I'm doing is I'm trying to make people understand that when you're in a dressing room, and when you're in the England cricket dressing room, and the amount of time and the amount of cricket that England cricketers play, the amount of time you spend away from home, and the amount of scrutiny that you're under, sometimes when you go out, sometimes you can overstep the mark. And when you do, you should be punished for it. And Bryden will be accountable for that. Just try to explain what it's like to be a cricketer like that.
Short and wide outside the off stumps. It's not the alcohol that I find sort of bewildering, because I enjoy a drink, and at the right time and the right moment I'll enjoy an extra glass of wine or two. But I also think that the value of sleep is, it's 4 a.m. in the middle of the summer.
100%. What did Brendan say? Nothing good happens after 12 o'clock. You're right. The value of sleep, but again, not to go back over old ground. When you make a mistake, you hold your hands up, you become accountable, and then you rectify your mistakes. Give Bryden a chance to rectify his mistake, and then I'm sure he'll become a better person for it in the long run. And that's all we need to ask of our professional cricketers.
Abbas. Well, I was wondering if I'd be commentating on Pakistan batting, but here we are. Pakistan still bowling. More than half an hour into the second morning of the second Test match. One clip through vacant third slip at head high aside. It's been relatively comfortable for the England lower order. 270 they find themselves. They were 248 for 9 at the start of the play, 270 for 9 now. Josh Tung has moved on to 18. Gus Atkinson's only added 4 to his overnight score. This is a back foot punch from Atkinson. And I suppose, Bayram, if you're going to take any solace from proceedings, is that the conditions look far more suitable for batting than they did yesterday, and Pakistan are going to have a chance to do exactly that once they get rid of this 10th wicket.
Yep. Morning, John. Morning, everyone. And the sun is beaming down on Lords over here, day 2. And it's been a very frustrating morning for Pakistan. The last wicket has now added, I want to say, 27 runs.
Well, I don't think you want to say that, but your maths is probably right. Driven, but with the toe end of the bat, so the ball moves about 6 foot. And Mohammad Abbas just walks very slowly, continues his follow through and picks up the ball, and it's just all a bit sad at the moment for Pakistan. When we were on commentary yesterday, we saw a catch go down, and I said to you, it's one of the most frustrating things in the world. But one of the most frustrating feelings in cricket is that sense of frustration after a catch has gone down and you're just wondering what and how the game could have progressed if it had been taken. And here we are, the morning of the second day, and actually that isn't the most frustrating thing, is it? This is the most frustrating thing about Test cricket. Steps away. Oh, has that been put down by Mohammad Abbas in his follow-through? Atkinson's tried to smash this into the pavilion stands, and he's hit it straight back to Abbas, who's dropped it. But to be honest with you, he hit it so hard, Abbas, I think, was almost protecting himself rather than trying to take the catch.
I mean, it still does go down as a drop chance, even if it was a tough one, and that would make it 4 missed opportunities for Pakistan in the field in this innings. And yeah, I mean, they have an issue mopping up the tail. They don't have a tail hoover like Josh Tung, and now it's kind of ironic that Josh Tung is actually the one who's extending this innings with the bat. Pakistan in the last few years have had their issues with wiping out tails, and now it's coming to haunt them again.
Here's Abbas again, short ball ducked under by Josh Tongue, the batters did cross. Do you know what, Bayram? Not only was that a drop catch, Abbas deflected the ball back past the stumps. It didn't go too far from the stumps at the non-striker's end, and I think that Josh Tongue was out of his crease, so it could have been run out as well.
Well, England are enjoying the rub of the green, I suppose, this morning. And, well, you took the Jubilee line like me.
I did, yes.
It was quite a nerve-wracking experience. I don't know if I was more frustrated in that train or Pakistan's more frustrated out in the field right now.
Was it frustrating, or was it... I find it quite unnerving. I don't like being on the tube. I've grown up in London. I've grown up on the tube. Not literally. Abbas is in. This is pushed out to point, and there's a comfortable single for Josh Tongue. Moves to 19, scored 272 for 9. So I grew up in South London, and my nan lived in North London. So much of my childhood was spent sitting on the tube and getting on at Tooting Broadway and counting the stops. You know that long bar at the top, right? And we would just sit on the Northern Line, and I think it's about 27 stops to Colindale. And then, of course, we'd have to come back again. So I've grown up on the tube, and the older I get, the worse I find it.
Honestly, I've never had too much bad luck with it, and this morning, once I got to Waterloo, I was like, oh, I'm here early. I'll get in, you know, before the first ball. And then, you know, the Jubilee line was so packed that I had to let the first train go. And on the second one, we were just at a standstill, and it was so claustrophobic.
On the platform or in the tunnel?
Well,
there's a big difference. There is a big difference. Was it on the platform, so the doors are open and there's light and you can't actually get off if you wanted to, or in the tunnel when it's dark and the doors are shut and you're not going anywhere? Oh, I thought there was a little noise there. It was Josh Tongue. He's trying to come forward to defend. He's beaten by... He's one of those induckers from Muhammad Ali, which has bounced over the stumps, taken by the wicketkeeper, but no, it doesn't look like it's taken an inside edge.
Yeah, that's the ball that's actually gotten him all the success in this particular innings, but no, it was on the platform. So I suppose I was slightly luckier in that sense, but just, you know, was sweating profusely and got 3 people breathing down my neck, and I was like, okay, well, how quickly will I get to St. John's Wood?
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, before they regulated the service, you would just stop in the tunnel. Nowadays, they wait for the... It's quite clever, actually, especially the Jubilee line. It's Ali, and he's honing in on off stump again. This is touch fuller, and Tongue comes forward and clips it to long leg for a single. He plays it quite nicely. He moves to 20, and again, this is just an indication that there are runs here. If Atkinson and Tongue can put on a partnership of note, it's now 30. There's no reason why Pakistan's batters can't do the same.
Absolutely.
But of course, I've been saying that, spent my life saying that about England when they were in the field and they came out and they'd be knocked over for 150. So, but yeah, so they regulate the service now, so they do hold you at the platform rather than in the tunnel, which I find a lot better. Ali again, and this is placed nicely to deep square leg. Fielder runs in from the boundary. Another run. Very, very comfortable for England's lower order. Gus Atkinson, who's now 40. Josh Tongue 20. Back in the day, the lights used to turn off. You'd be on the tube going through tunnels, and suddenly all the lights either in your carriage or the whole tube would just go off.
There's another no ball, and Pakistan have had their issues with no balls, both of Muhammad Ali and Khurram Shahzad. The lights in this particular tunnel also seem to be off because Pakistan cannot find that final wicket, and they'd really like, the batters would love to come out and enjoy these batting conditions now, but this is really frustrating.
11 no balls now. Muhammad Ali is in over the wicket and beats the outside edge of Josh Tongue's bat. No run. But once you got to St. John's Wood, I mean, are there scenes comparable in Pakistani cricket, either white ball, red ball, ahead of a game where you just see this crush of people, you know, bought their tickets, excited to see a day's play? You know, there are times when football games are delayed because of fan congestion. As I was walking in the ground today, I thought, maybe they'll delay the start of play. There was thousands outside the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Lord's is packed to the rafters today. I suppose for limited overs games, yes, through those many security checks, but Test cricket, not so much, John.
2 slips in a gully in place, and Muhammad Ali who's in, and this is just punched powerfully and comfortably by Josh Tongue up to mid-off, no run. I watched the second part of the Rawalpindi Express, the Sky documentary about Shoaib Akhtar last night. I mean, what more do you want after a day's cricket than watch some cricket? And you know, do you know what? It's so funny, isn't it? How perception, the sound of clattering stumps that you might hear if you're a Pakistani fan, unfortunately, isn't Josh Tongue or Gus Atkinson. It's just a replay of some of the wickets from yesterday. Mohammad Ali, the dismissals of Jamie Smith and Harry Brook in particular really stood out. Ollie Robinson as well. This is the away swinger, and Josh Tongue fancying himself now, as all tail-enders do after they got a couple of runs. They suddenly think they're Kevin Peterson. Tries to smash this through extra cover and misses the ball by about a foot.
I mean, beaten on that occasion, and it's quite a fair distance away from the outside edge, that previous delivery. But, I mean, Josh Tongue has scored 20, and Atkinson, he's a Lord's scoring machine, I suppose. 40 runs for him. That's 60 runs coming from just those 2 batters, and they're not even frontline batters. So this is going to be quite annoying for Pakistan. And, you know, despite the fact that we've seemingly got really, really good batting conditions today, they would want to impose a lead. And I feel like England already now have an above par first innings total.
Muhammad Ali again. This is in the air, and it will travel over mid-on. He turns and will stop the ball some way in front of the boundary. That's more frustration for Pakistan. And that was a miscontrolled chip shot, really. 278 for 9. Josh Tongue is 23 and Gus Atkinson is 40. Yeah, just talking about perception of series, and of course 2005 in this country will always be remembered for that series. One of the stars, of course, is part of our commentary team. But then England went to Pakistan and played a test series, which they were, you know, flicked aside, really. It was, but it's almost forgotten. It's not even a footnote. It's not even mentioned. It's like Bangladesh. England played Bangladesh in 2005 as well. It's kind of remembered for Graham Thorpe reaching 100 tests and scoring 100. But apart from that, 2005 is about the Ashes. But Usman Samiuddin, who writes so beautifully about Pakistani cricket on well, it's not ESPN Cricket Info anymore, it's just Cricket Info. He's written many books. I was surprised to hear him say that the best he ever saw Shoaib Akhtar in a test match was in that series against England. And watching some of the scenes from the games, the crowds were so engaged and vocal and behind their team, and just an indication that you only have to go back a generation and test cricket was well spectated, if that is the right word, in Pakistan.
Absolutely. I mean, look, pre-exile, it was a different story, but I have very happy memories from that series. We'll come to it in a bit.
Abbas again. Oh, it's not far from another opportunity. This time, Josh Tongue, well, he's going for his shots now, isn't he? No doubt about it. He's trying to do what Kevin Peterson told Steve Harmison to do, and that is just hit it over the over mid-off and into the stand, and just dropped short of that fielder there. Not too far from the bowler as well, Mohammad Abbas.
I mean, he did have an opportunity earlier where there was a cotton bowl chance, but coming back to the 2005 series, from a Pakistan perspective, it was an England team that had just defeated one of the best Australian teams ever in an Ashes series, and that too after like 2 decades, right? And Pakistan were well and truly on top, and Shoaib Akhtar was the star.
Here's Abbas again, thick outside edge, but travels along the ground, and fielder runs in from third. So another run, 279 for 9. Suddenly England eyeing 300 here at Lord's. That does seem like a good score, especially when you consider they were put into bat yesterday in really helpful conditions throughout day one.
Yep, the partnership for the last wicket is now worth 36 runs as well, and all of these runs are priceless really for England. But so Shoaib Akhtar in that series, obviously his pace was up, but the slower ones, those are what really got England.
No, you're absolutely right. It was slower ball after slower ball, LBWs and bowls, isn't it? Set up for the fast one. The Yorker. This is pulled to deep square leg. You know, we remember the in-swinging Yorkers and the bumpers and the 100-mile-an-hour deliveries, but actually it was a succession of slower full tosses that got rid of most of the England set batters.
Really loopy, slower ones, and they throw you off as well. But then there's this one dismissal where I reckon Ashley Giles is batting and Shoaib hits the base of middle and leg stump and flattens both poles. And that's like one of those, GIF material.
There's Abbas. This is dropped into the covers. Cover point comes in. No run there. 280 for 9 here at Lord's on day 2. Pakistan would dearly have loved to have been batting by now. There's a bit of news. I know that Manners might have mentioned it surrounding Imam ul Haq. Tell us a little bit about how that could affect things if he's not fit to bat.
Yes, I mean, for those of you who don't know, lower calf strain, I think left calf low-grade strain for Imam, and we're not quite sure whether or not he'll bat in this innings or in this test match. So that's a big blow to Pakistan because they're a batter short. Even if it's an opening batter, that still matters.
Abbas again, and this is cut away. 4 runs from the bat of Josh Tongue. Maybe it is Kevin Peterson. Just eases back. There's only one man in the covers, and this has been comfortably dispatched for 4. And Josh Tongue moves to 28. The score 284 for 9.
Yeah, crunched off the cut on that occasion by Josh Tongue. Gives it a good lick. And these runs will hurt Pakistan big time because now that last wicket partnership is worth 41 runs. Just on the 2005 series, and I'm sure this must have been discussed at some point on commentary stints, Shahid Afridi did like this little pirouette on the pitch.
Yeah, I think Harmy was talking about that. This time guided, squarer, and through point for a single. This must be Josh Tongue's highest score in Test cricket. You right there, Scott?
Yep, and that's over. England 285 for 9 now. I was talking to Manners yesterday and he said that in the last little while, I can't remember how many years, but he said that the average first innings total at Lord's has been 240 runs. And I think Gary told us on the chat this morning that a winning first innings total at Lord's has been 324. And England are somewhere in between those two scores. You'd have to say they'd be extremely happy with this effort eventually when this innings ends.
Yes, it's gone beyond frustrating. When you consider England were 36 for 3, 77 for 4, they lost half their wickets for just 120. They were then 222 for 8. They've continued to push on, and we're seeing the first bowling change of the morning. Going to have some spin. Ali Usman didn't pick up a wicket yesterday, bowled relatively tidily on a day 1 pitch at Lord's. Not expected really to knock over too many. Probably went for 5-10 runs more than his captain would have hoped, and I think Pakistan might try and buy one here. 285 for 9 then. It's Josh Tongue, 29 not out, and he steps away and just eases this through the covers. There's a sweeper out there, and Tongue moves to 30. The score 286 for 9.
Definitely the ploy over here is to bait Tongue and Atkinson, but they would be quite clever to just knock it around, frustrate Pakistan even more over here, and if they get close to 300 or cross 300, that's a major boost.
There's an attempted slap through the covers by Gus Atkinson. Josh Tongue, what was his highest? I didn't know that Josh Tongue had a brother. In 13 test matches, his highest score 19 before today, so it's comfortably gone past that. Atkinson is on the honours board for runs down the track, and he has managed to get this over mid-on. It was actually between bowler and fielder. Couple of bounces, and Atkinson moves to 45 with 4. 290 for 9 now, England.
Yeah, great use of the feet by Gus. Gets to the pitch of the ball and sends that slightly past the fielder at mid-on. And I mean, look, this is someone who scored 100 at Lord's, He knows how much he can hurt Pakistan, and then obviously when he comes out to bowl, if you've got a score of 300 on the board on this sort of surface, even if the conditions might be suited for batting today, that's a major mental boost, I think, for England.
Yep, slip in place and short leg, and down the track again comes Atkinson. It's in the air, long off comes in, takes the catch, and that is the end of England's innings. Well, the ploy has worked for Pakistan. Ali Usman strikes in his first over, but not before England added 50. No, how many were they when?
47.
47 for the 10th wicket. Atkinson goes off with 45. Josh Tongue unbeaten with 30. Ali Usman with the breakthrough. No honours board appearance for Mohammad Abbas. And now the real work starts for Pakistan. After what has turned out to be a troubling hour, they need to make sure that while they let England win that first hour, they need to win the second hour so they can get through to lunch and still feel that they are in this contest.
Pakistan will not be happy with this effort. 290 runs are a few runs too many. They should have wrapped England up closer to 250, and 47 run partnership for the last wicket could potentially be the difference between both teams towards the end. But what Pakistan can take heart from is that the sun's beating down, the batting conditions seem to have eased. As comfortable as Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue looked out there in the middle, surely Pakistan's frontline batters can put up a fight and get through to lunch without any casualties. But then I'm keen to see whether or not Imam ul Haq is fit to bat, because as mentioned earlier, it's his left calf and it's a lower grade strain, and that could be quite worrisome for Pakistan. So let's see if he comes out to open Imam or not, but they should be thinking along the lines of just playing out the day, taking their time, play attritional cricket, put away the loose balls and try to impose a first innings lead on England, because without one, I don't see Pakistan winning this test match.
Yeah, I would go with all of that. This is a Lord's pitch which has faced a fair bit of scrutiny coming into this test match after a little bit of a horror show against New Zealand. England's test match against New Zealand is played better than that one for sure. Slowish outfield all of yesterday. You can only imagine that's going to speed up a touch, especially if this sun continues to beat down on it. A bit of cloud cover to the right of us, and we're expecting it to get a bit cloudier as the day progresses, but now is a time to bat in conditions as good as any that we've seen in this test series.
Absolutely. I think it is the best time to bat today. I checked the forecast and it's not supposed to rain. It's pretty clear sky as well. We do see some cloud cover on either side, but right now directly above us we see a sea of blue, and I feel like Pakistan have Babar Azam back as well, and they would be feeling confident, and they need to really wrest back that momentum, because I feel like England stole a lot of it this morning, and they'll be feeling quite optimistic, and they'd want to get a couple of breakthroughs at the very least before the lunch break.
I'll just run through the bowling score card. Mohammad Abbas, the pick of the bowlers again, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 73. Remember, yesterday he took the first 3 wickets to fall. England 36 for 3, and Mohammad Abbas had taken all 3. So somewhat of a surprise he hasn't ended up on the honours board. Khurram Shahzad is picked up 1 wicket for 79 from his 15 overs. No maidens in there. 5 no balls for Shahzad, 6 no balls for Mohammad Ali, although he did pick up 3 wickets. 22 overs bowled, 2 maidens, 3 for 86, and then Ali Usman nipping out Gus Atkinson right at the end. 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. We've just got a few minutes before play resumes, and actually when Manners and Harmy come back into the commentary box, I think, forgotten series then. Okay, so from an English perspective, we don't really look back and think of the defeat. Was it 2-0? It was 2-0 against Pakistan, 3 test series, I think. What other forgotten series? I don't know. If you're listening on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, message us your forgotten series that aren't forgotten in your part of the world, but barely get a mention here in England over the last 20 years. Maybe it was terrific cricket or some moment that just stuck in the memory, some individual brilliance, or have we just, forgotten a lot of series that don't involve either the big three or teams against one of those sides? What about yours? What was your first? Can you remember your first ever Test match that you went to see, that you got a ticket for?
Oh, we would not go to watch a lot of Test cricket. I remember ODIs.
Okay, go on, tell me.
The first ever ODI was, I reckon, in 2001 or 2000. It was England visiting Pakistan. It was an ODI in Rawalpindi, and Saqlain Mushtaq went on a tear and he took a lot of wickets. But then there's those few tours of India to Pakistan, and I watched a couple of those games also in Rawalpindi because I live in Islamabad and that's the closest stadium, and those used to be amazing because you'd get a lot of people from India visit and you'd be sitting next to these people in the stands, you'd share stories. It was just really nice, lots of camaraderie, very civil, just love the sport on display and people getting along. So I feel like one of the big things we've lost over the years is that sort of connection.
Yeah, I'm always a little uneasy to enter into this kind of discussions involving two countries, not involving my own. But when India and Pakistan used to play cricket, and you don't have to go back that far, it used to be a cause of celebration. It was an indication that relations between the two countries had improved, and this was a celebration of that fact, and the dignitaries would be there from both countries, the fans would be mixed in the stands, the cricket would the Test cricket would sometimes be a little soporific, but the one-day stuff used to be electric. The characters were on show, the pressure was there, but at the end of the day, cricket was winning. And to find ourselves in a situation where that has been removed from the game is, well, it's not to the betterment of cricket, that's for sure.
Very tragic, if you ask me. And I was there in Rawalpindi when Sachin Tendulkar becomes the first ever Indian to score 100 on Pakistan soil, and he gets a standing ovation, right? Everyone is cheering for him, and Pakistan ultimately win that game by, like, I want to say 11 or 13 runs, so it was a proper thriller. And you go back home thinking, this is the best sport in the world, I want to watch it for the rest of my life. And look how it's been able to bridge the gap between people who are told not to like each other.
Yeah, and it does seem like the majority want to get on. It's always individuals at the top of the tree on both sides. There's no pointing the finger, it's just the way of the world, unfortunately. We live in populist times, and unfortunately it's the majority that end up suffering. And you only have to go around the world and see how cricket is played. I mean, even here in England, look at the World Cup in 2019. The number of tickets sold by first and second, third generation immigrants from the subcontinent that have improved they've improved life, they've improved society, but they've improved cricket, and there's the viewing of and the excitement and the atmosphere. That is there.
I mean, look, John, I'm Canadian as well, right? And I do feel like there's strength in diversity. And if you think about it, it's quite ironic that the winners of the 2019 ODI World Cup have a very immigrant-centric team as well, an Irish captain, and then that iconic Adil Rashid story. So I do feel like that was a brilliant period in our sport. I was here. The best viewing experience I've ever had as a fan was Edgbaston 2019, Pakistan versus New Zealand. A sea of green, Babar Azam scores an unbeaten match-winning 100, and I don't think as a fan of cricket I have ever enjoyed more, because Pakistan was in a do-or-die sort of situation as well, where they had to win every single game to stay alive. So that was euphoria of the highest order, and I've never felt that way as a fan. And it changes for you when you start working as a professional in the industry. All of a sudden, you can't watch the sport as a fan all the time because you are looking for the intricacies, you're looking at both teams, turning points, talking points. But just as a fan, I feel like England is one of the best places to watch cricket, and that part of the reason is because it's so multicultural here as well.
Yeah, and it's not the only part of the world where that's true. Watch cricket in South Africa. I think watching cricket in South Africa is as vibrant as an experience as you can get. And New Zealand as well. One of the things I always find interesting, and I've spent a lot of time in New Zealand. My family are from New Zealand. My wife is from New Zealand. You know, you go out and you know, when New Zealand play, you have the white European New Zealanders attend, supporting. You have Asian supporters, either from the subcontinent, from Southeast Asia, and then you have the Pacific Islanders and the Maoris, and they all play cricket as well. You watch them in the parks. Everybody's playing cricket and then supporting New Zealand when they play. It's a very wholesome experience. And then, of course, India are there at the end of the year, and I've noticed that ticket sales have gone through the roof in New Zealand for that series. It's the longest tour. I think it's the longest tour in the history of New Zealand cricket. India are there for something like 5 T20s, 3 ODIs and 2 tests, something like that. And the ticket sales have been extraordinary, really, really positive. So it just shows you need it. It's all well and good being the best in the world, but there's no point being the best in the world if you're the only team playing.
Yeah, I would happen to agree. And, well, Imam ul Haq is not coming out to bat. John, Shan Masood is padded up and he'll be taking the field with Azan Awais. But New Zealand and South Africa, definitely both places on my bucket list. Haven't been yet. And I suppose just to be out there on that little, you know, terrace at the Basin Reserve, picnicking, you know, nice little sandwich, bottle of champagne.
Nearly. So my wife has absolutely no interest in cricket, but back in 2008 we were out in New Zealand, pre-kids, and England were playing at the Basin Reserve, so I suggested she should come along just to check it out, sit in with the Barmy Army for a session, and she enjoyed it for an hour, the hour when she was eating green-lit mussels and drinking Sauvignon Blanc, and then the hour when she wasn't, she got bored. And we have been to see some white ball cricket since, but she's never been back to a test match.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose I'll wait for Manners to invite me to South Africa. At least I can check that one off.
Well, I'll invite you to New Zealand. Manners can invite you to South Africa, and Harmy can invite you to Ashington. Pakistan are about to bat. Ollie Robinson's got the ball in hand. Harmy's wearing a cap, baseball cap, and Manners is wearing a nice white and blue check shirt. He's ready to go. England finally bowled out for 290, and now it's over to Pakistan, see what they can do.
Good from England this morning. Good fighting quality is always good when the tail wags. Brilliant from Gus Atkinson, who just loves playing cricket on this ground, not batting, not bowling, just loves playing cricket on this ground. And Josh Tongue did what a good number 11 did. He hung in at the start, built up some confidence, and then started playing some shots himself. So England now in a very, very good position, Manners.
Yeah, highest score after losing their 5th wicket on 120. So 290 is a very, very impressive start. Ollie Robinson, 3 slips gully, short leg, as in for the first delivery from the nursery end, and turned away on the onside by Shan Masood, who's opening the batting in place of Imam ul Haq, who was injured his left calf while fielding yesterday, so he's undergoing treatment. He went for a scan and revealed that he had a low-grade tear. Well, we're told that his further participation in the test match will depend on his recovery. It's going to be a world record-breakingly quick recovery if he's able to repair that. Pushed away defensively on the onside again by Shan Masood, out on the offside, and there's no run.
What is it with calves and loads? Nathan Lyon, wasn't it? Nathan Lyon was the one where we see him coming hopping down the stairs in the last home Ashes.
It's not a particularly heavy outfield, is it?
No,
in fact, it's not a heavy outfield at all.
No, it's lush, but it's a beautiful picture. It's lush. The amount of, you look at golf courses around the country who haven't had water. I mean, this place is beautiful, but I wouldn't say it would be heavy on the calves or on the hamstrings.
Here's Ollie Robinson now going over the wicket to Shan Masood, leaves alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Where it comes to mind immediately, you think of a really heavy outfield where it was just, it just, you could feel at the end of the day that you'd been either thick grass, kikuyu grass, often in South Africa, could be very hard
Australia,
work.
Sand-based. The sand-based outfields in Australia were normally quite heavy. The grass in South Africa.
There's a few like that in Caribbean as well, aren't there?
Caribbean. Durham in April, with the amount of rain it's had.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Ollie Robinson again, and forward comes Shan Masood, playing defensively, no run.
Gaul. Gaul, first test match after the tsunami, when it literally monsooned for about 3 days before. Helicopter was above it to try and dry the outfield, just to make sure we started on time, because of the first day of that first test match meant, or the first day of the second test match I think it was, meant to the people of Gaul after the tsunami. That was very heavy in hot conditions.
Here's Robinson again. Masood once more playing defensively, and there's no run.
That might have been the hottest day I've ever played cricket. I remember walking off after bowling 5 overs. They've only convinced me to bowl an extra over, which I was not too keen on. My legs weren't too keen on. My brain was, there's not much going on inside my head, so I was like, yeah, go on, I'll have another go. And I think they were the longest 6 balls I've ever bowled in my entire life. I think I was seeing pink elephants as I was running in, and as I walked off, Darryl Harper, nice man, not a great umpire. He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going off, I can't see.
Here is Ollie Robinson again, bowls. Masood plays defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. I don't know whether you ever stayed there, but you will recall seeing the Taj Samudra Hotel on the Gaul Face in Colombo.
Yes. The
Taj Samudra. And downstairs there was a nightclub called the Pink Elephant.
The Pink Elephant, yeah, that's where...
So you were seeing nightclubs?
I was seeing nightclubs again, yeah. We'll continue the bride and cars conversation. Yeah, I think it was Dean Conway, the big Welsh physio that Duncan Fletcher had. He was the first person I heard sort of say the term of, seeing pink elephants, and boy was I remember it was ridiculously hot. It had literally rained about 4 days in a row leading into that test match.
That was a no ball from Ollie Robinson, so he's going to have to re-bowl it. In-swinger into Shan Masood, and he gets a little inside edge, which saves him from a rasping LBW appeal. One of the over comes to an end. It's a maiden over from Ollie Robinson, apart from the no ball, and Pakistan underway with that illegitimate delivery, one without loss in reply to England's 290. One of the causes of loss of eyesight during sporting exertion is dehydration.
Yeah, and it was. They were trying to give us a drink. If you remember in Gaul as well, the dressing rooms are like 3 floors up. Not quite Super Sport Park, but they're a long way up. And I remember standing at the bottom of the stairs thinking, I can't climb them. And I think 12 man had to run down with a new shirt and a drink as I sat at the bottom of the stairs. And they say Darryl Harper, he's like, what are you going off for? Because at a time when there's a lot of talk about substitutes coming on, it's like, I can't see. And he was like, just say there's something come out with your toe. And I was like, say whatever you want. I literally can't see anymore. I'm going to go there, sit down, get a drink and get a new shirt. It was red hot.
I once very, very foolishly went for a run in the middle of the day in Dubai. Here's Jofra Archer pushed away by Ben Duckett up towards... Ben Duckett, oh, goodness me, Azan Awais. They're not dissimilar in terms of size and left-handedness. I'm sorry, Azan Awais. I was just thinking back to the day that I lost my eyesight on a run.
Eyesight, yeah.
I had to sit, I couldn't see. Literally, I began to blur, and then it started to flash. It was like 42 degrees in Dubai. It's like midday. I don't know what came over me, but I decided that it would be a good idea to just nip it, fit in a short run.
Yeah, you're not sure what came over you. Was that before the run or during the run?
Here's Jofra Archer again as Awais drives up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. And I ended up just having to sit down wherever I was. It was in the shade of a wall close to a shopping centre, and eventually someone said, "Are you okay?" I said, "I'm fine, but I can't see. Otherwise, I'm fine."
Good as gold.
So they went and bought me a bottle of water, and I drank that, and I had to wait 15 minutes, but my eyesight came back. Yeah. Really, really scary.
Yeah, Lager used to do that to me.
3 slips in a gully for Jofra Archer down the leg side as Anawais leaves it alone, taken by Jamie Smith. It's a leg slip as well. That's Captain Joe Root. So Ben Duckett, we're pretty familiar with this slip cordon now, having seen it formed for the first time last week in Leeds. Duckett, Brook, Cox, 1, 2, 3. Lawrence in the gully. Joe Root at leg slip. And Emilio Gaze at cover. Ollie Robinson at mid-off. Josh Tongue at mid-on, and Gus Atkinson down at long leg. Here's Archer from the pavilion end. Oh, that's a wide one. Gosh, that's wide. Actually, that probably should have been called a wide, but umpire Alahuddin Palakar is applying the Dickie Bird rule. You don't call a wide in a fast bowler's first over.
No, not in the first over. It's a pity he wasn't in Brisbane when mine was going. But I think that might he might have signalled twice then. But
that was a wide.
That was a wide. Yeah, it wasn't a wide. It was a no ball. 'Cause it didn't hit the cut strip.
Here's Archer again, bowls, and another one wide. Not a wide, but too wide for Azanawais to be interested in it.
He's playing with him here, Jofra. He's playing with him here. The first 2 balls of the over, Azanawais is just pushing hard hands out in front of himself, away from his body. Mentioned about Ben Duckett, he's not that tall, is Awais. Just think Archer's just playing with him here. He's pushing him wider. You can see Archer just going for the straight one, either this ball or the next ball. Getting hands out in front of himself.
Here is Archer, another wide one, left alone again by Azanawais. So he's set him up now. He bowled 5 wide of the off stump. So last one of the over, full and straight.
Yeah, that little bit fuller on towards off stump, and see if he can get Awais just to push at it again with them hard hands. He does have hard hands, and he played it quite well out in front of himself, but his hands were well in front of his body. I can't see Jofra going for the in-swinger to bring it back through the gate. It will be an away swinger. See if he can get the slip.
Here's Archer bowls. Oh, it's back of a length. It is straighter, but it's left on length by Azanawais, the 21-year-old left-hander. Through it goes to Jamie Smith. Reminder that England made 290, resuming this morning on 248 for 9. So 42 runs added for the 10th wicket. Partnership actually came together at 243, so 47 for the 10th wicket. What was the highest partnership you were ever involved in?
Oh, I had 99 here. Flintoff, I got 3. Yeah, when Mackay got on 10 for, didn't he? He got 10 for about 200. Fred kept belting him into the stand. So was that one there. I think we did 95 at the Oval in the same series when Graham Smith was having a go at Andrew Flintoff. He belted him off the home changing room window.
Here's Ollie Robinson once again. Another is an in-swinger to Shan Masood, and he's off the mark, clipping it down towards long leg. And well, Pakistan's first 2 runs of this innings were no balls. That's the first one off the bat. 3 without loss now in reply to England's 290.
Put on a few with Ian Bell against Pakistan.
So 2 partnerships of 99 and 95.
Yeah, I think it was about. Yeah, it was definitely in the 90s. I'm sure there was one at 99. One was 1995. Gary Morgan might tell us better. I'm just guessing probably, but they were the 2 that stand out. Ian Bell. There was an Ian Bell Pakistan one, and Belly got to 100 at Old Trafford. A few years later, when Umar Gul just kept hitting me on the head, I just had no way of facing Umar Gul. Just kept hitting me on the head. Colley, put a few on with Colley, and I think Cookie's first Test match in Nagpur.
4, that's a big appeal for leg before wicket. It's another in-swinger. Azano Ace hit on the pad. It could have been doing too much, actually, I think. They're just talking about whether to review this or not. It's Paul Rifle who's given it not out. And I think that appeal and the conviction of the LBW appeal from Robinson is based more on the fact that he's bowled an absolute beauty than the belief that it's actually going to be hitting the stumps. But they have reviewed it.
Director umpire.
I think
player review
if
for
it's
LBW.
if it's hitting in line, it's out.
I
think he's got himself in a position, as Arno is, to get himself outside the line. Might just be with the angle from around the wicket. It's a good ball.
Just roll it.
No, I said it was a great. That's why he's. You know, you want a wicket when you bowl a ball
clearly
that
no
good.
bet you can go to ball tracking when available.
Just wonder if it's got if he's managed to get himself outside
Ritual
the line.
decision's not out.
I think if he's getting himself outside the line.
Outside
Pitching
the line.
outside, impact is outside. We'll go back to Paul on field and you can stay.
So yeah, it was definitely. I was wrong about it going down. It was smashing into the stumps.
It's not far outside the line, is it?
No.
Not far outside the line. I think, but I'm happy with the review, and the appeal was massive. I'm happy with the review because if it's Sean, I'm possibly not going for the review because it's the young lad who's only played 3 Test matches, just building the pressure on him. You know, he's on naught at Lords. Archer's just bowled a good over. Robinson's bowled a decent ball at him. I think I'd put more pressure on with that review.
Yes, Robinson again bowls Azano Ace forward to this one, playing defensively, and there's no run. Azano Ace made a little bit of unwanted history, of course, becoming just the second Pakistani to be dismissed with the first ball of a Test match last week at Headingley, and didn't fare a great deal better in the second innings. He was LBW to Ollie Robinson before nicking Jofra Archer down the leg side to be caught at leg slip by Joe Root in the second innings. He made 9. So we haven't seen a great deal of Azano Ace, and he's got a new opening partner, an unscheduled opening partner because of an injury to Imam ul Haq. So it's Shan Masood at the non-striker's end at the moment. Here's Robinson again, bowls Azano Ace, plays at this outside the off stump, and taken by Jamie Smith, who's now got the helmet on and standing up to the stumps. But he certainly played at that one, did Azano Ace. I think it's a sellout today, and that's based not just on the visual evidence, and I mean Lords looks absolutely full. You have to really struggle and strain to find any empty seats, but it's the men doing the informal trading of tickets outside the ground that leads me to believe that it's a sellout. That's full, very full, driven by Azano Ace up towards the mid-on, fielded by Jofra Archer. Do you know, and there were more informal traders who were looking to buy spare tickets than they were to sell them.
Yeah, they were buying them. That's what they were asking for. Are you selling? Are you selling?
So that's what makes me think that it's a sellout.
It's a sellout, yeah. But it is. It's another lovely picture. Very few, very minimal spare seats around. Little pockets, but not many.
Forward comes Azano Ace, pushes this one to Joe Root at mid-off, wide of Joe Root at mid-off, allows them to go through for a single. So Azano Ace is off the mark, both openers off the mark with a single apiece, and no ball apiece from Archer and Robinson. And after 3 overs, Pakistan replying to England's 290 all out, 4 without loss. That must have been very dispiriting, that first hour for Pakistan.
It was, and there was a little bit of muddled thinking with the bowling first and foremost, and then the same with the captaincy with some of the fields. They were trying to give Gus Atkinson a single, but then not putting pressure on Josh Tongue with a more attacking field, which didn't really make sense. And then singles were just easy to come by.
Right up in the block hole from Jofra Archer there. He has gone full and straight. Harmy thought it was coming the second half of his previous over, but he's gone first ball full and straight, and it's squeezed away by Azanawes for a single past Emilio Gay at cover point.
Just a bit full from Jofra, just a bit full, not giving away the opportunity to sort of get himself out in front of himself and get his hands coming forward. He was a Yorker length, which he dug out very, very well. So things change now to Shah Massoud. Jofra's going to go over the wicket. That's largely down to the fact that, a bit like Emilio Gay, England feel as though Shah Massoud's front pad is in the game in front of all three stumps, and the way he gets himself blocked off. His right toe, his front leg gets point towards cover point. His shoulders open up very, very quickly. So Jofra will be looking to exploit that.
Pushed away defensively off the back foot by Shah Massoud up towards the mid-off, and there's no run. I have a dear old friend. I don't think she'd mind if I described her as elderly. She lives by herself. She loves her cricket, and delighted to say that she's not in the UK, so she's listening to us. She's needed some assistance to get onto YouTube. No, she's not really a YouTuber.
Yes,
but she's listening to the cricket, and she messaged me last night. She absolutely just loves listening to the cricket. She did send me a message overnight asking you to explain something. Here's Jofra Archer right up full in the block hole again, and there's no run. She's very good with her cricket terminology. She's never played the game, but she's watched it and listened to it for most of her life. She said, please ask Stephen what he means when he says, he said yesterday that, or today she said, because she said Stephen said that the bowler was attempting to stand the ball up.
Stand the ball up. The stand the ball up one is that good length, that sort of 5.5 metre length, that just bounces. International cricketers make the ball bounce that little bit more.
Archer, edge gone! Jamie Smith, straightforward catch. Shah Massoud didn't move his feet. A little bit of extra pace from Jofra Archer, but it's just full and straight. Didn't see a great deal of movement. I think he's just beaten by his own lack of foot movement and the extra pace of Jofra Archer. Pretty straightforward that, but England have the early wicket. Pakistan 5 for 1.
Yeah, that wasn't standing the ball up. That was just paced through the air and bowled that little bit fuller. And I just wonder, we'll analyse this again when we see it in slow motion. I just wonder if Shah Massoud's trying to get his front foot out the way, it's because of the sort of technical deficiencies he's got with his front pad. And he's trying to alleviate them getting a LBW, and what he's done is he's just been turned round again by a full ball, which has gone down the hill, gone with the angle. Excellent bowling from Jofra Archer, and an easy catch for Jamie Smith. And Shah Massoud's misery in England continues a little bit, because England not only feel as though they can get an LBW and blow that front pad off. Now Sean has playing mind games with himself, and not very good mind games with himself. And he's completely got himself turned round into a little bit of a figure of 8, and he's nicked one while basically facing at the old pavilion with both shoulders wide open, and that for an opening batter is not a good look.
Was it just the angle? I mean, he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, angling it across him, or was there just a little bit of movement in the last third of its trajectory?
I think there was a little bit of movement.
Yeah.
I think going down the slope, and also you look at it from Sean's point of view. He's looking to keep his shoulders square so he can access through the line of the ball. I'm trying to demonstrate here for people that are watching. To try and keep his shoulders as square as possible, so his bat's coming down straight. But what he does is he gets his front pad in the way. So when he gets his front pad in the way, he then comes round his front pad, and what he does then is his shoulders get squared up, and because of that, he's got a sort of three-quarter bat.
Archer in. Oh, and he's Abdullah Shafiq in all sorts of trouble. He's bowled him a bouncer, a lifter. Maybe it didn't bounce as much. I don't know what it's hit. Did it hit his helmet?
Glove.
Did it hit the glove? It's just he lost it completely, didn't he? He had no idea, and it's just hit him on the glove in front of his grill. Bounced out on the onside, and the next thing he knows is Azanawes is calling him through for a run.
He is, ouch. He is. He's took his eye off that. He's took his eye off that. One thing you do as a batter, try not to take your eye off it. He's expecting it to go. Oh, he's completely took his eye off it. He's gone turtle head, bang, straight back in. Helmet back into the head, back in, like a turtle would do. The head going back into the shell. He's completely gone. He's thinking he's lost that from a visual point of view. And he's put his hands up, and that literally could have went anywhere.
Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, and they go through. They don't go through for a single. Well, yeah, that was a spicy delivery with which to welcome Abdullah Shafiq to the crease, and Pakistan are 6 for 1. My friend's name is Wendy, and she was named Wendy in the year that the name Wendy was invented. And you would know what year that was and when it was for
Wendy.
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan, yeah.
Wendy first appeared as a name.
When was Peter Pan? That would be 70s?
No, way before that.
60s, 70s?
I can't remember the exact year. Gary will tell us. 1956 comes to mind. Anyway.
I've played with a few Peter Pans in my time, I know that. I've definitely played with a few Peter Pans in my time. There's a few of the England cricketers behaving like Peter Pan as well, off the field.
Producer Scott's been on AI very quickly there. He tells me it's 1904. Really? Pushed away defensively by Abdullah Shafiq now as Ollie Robinson begins a new over. It's defensive, but it's a single out to deep backward square leg. Well, my friend Wendy was obviously not born in 1904. So when she said that she was one of the first, she was obviously within the first 20 years of
20 years of it, yeah. But the terminology of standing the ball up, it's a ball bowled at a good length by a bowler who makes the ball bounce. So the ball stands up, and the best example of the person that does it, probably in international cricket, is Matt Henry.
Here's Ollie Robinson again. Bowls pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for another single. There's nobody at cover. So basically, to be a bit simplistic about it, it means extra bounce.
Just extra bounce. It's just extra bounce from a good length, and that's the difference of bowlers that you play first-class cricket that bowl 80 to 84 miles an hour. Very rarely get the ball to stand up. Where international bowlers at 80 to 84 mile an hour, the reason why they're playing at international cricket, they have this ability to just make that ball bounce that little bit more from a good length that catches the outside edge.
Here's Robinson again, goes full and straight to Abdullah Shafiq, who clips it out to mid-wicket, fielded by a diving Gus Atkinson, but can't prevent the single. Pakistan move on to 9 for 1. The man out, Shan Masood, caught by Jamie Smith off Jofra Archer for a single, and now Abdullah Shafiq has 3. Azan Awais has 3 as well from 15 balls, and England's 290. I mean, it looked a good score all the way in the second half of the innings. They were 120 for 5, remember. Here's Ollie Robinson again, and that's pushed away defensively, inside edge onto pad from Azan Awais, but it's looking a long way for Pakistan at the moment. Never believe a weather forecast, they say. So hopefully we won't be taking the forecast for tomorrow too seriously. It's pretty bleak in the morning and pretty damp in the afternoon as well. Very, very worst case scenarios, we could end up with no more than an hour's cricket squeezed in here and there, steered away now by Azan Awais, I think. Perhaps it was just a thick outside edge, gone all the way along the ground into the gully where Dan Lawrence does the fielding. Many a time, though, there's been a bleak-looking weather forecast which has not materialised, and you know, the ground staff are excellent these days, and with a little bit of intent and goodwill from the match officials, we will get some cricket in between the showers, but at the moment certainly the morning session looks in jeopardy. That's tomorrow. Today, excellent. Pushed away again by Azan Awais towards mid-off. Joe Root does the fielding. It's really a very, very pleasant cricketing day. 22, 23 degrees, refreshing breeze, cloudy skies, but plenty of blue sky as well.
Yeah, what Do we play till 7?
7 o'clock today, because we've got 8 extra overs, haven't we?
So is it 7 or 7:30? 7.
Scheduled 7, but can go to 7:30.
6:30 to 7. That's it. Right.
Yeah, 7:30 is a challenging finishing time. I
It
think.
is in September.
Yeah.
I mean, 10:30 start, 7:30 finish. They're challenging hours. I know we don't start at 10:30, but the first class cricket starts at 10:30, I think, in September in England, which is always always a little bit cooler.
Jofra Archer continues from the pavilion, another bouncer. Well, he troubled Abdullah Shafiq with a bouncer on with his first delivery, so it's no surprise that he's followed it up with another one. And Shafiq didn't look particularly comfortable ducking that one, did he?
No, he's got short leg in now as well. Emilio Gay's at short leg, so as well as I like this field. Short leg, leg slip, man, not quite fine leg, not quite deep square leg. A little bit in between if he fancies taking it on. And I'd be tempted to bring him up to square leg to make sure you keep Abdullah Shafiq on strike.
Here's Archer again, and clipped away behind square on the leg side.
Like
They
that.
Go through for a single.
Like that. I think I'd had Gus Atkinson up after you've hitting somebody right in front of his face. The last thing you want is a little inside edge and getting off strike, and that used to frustrate the hell out of me. That if I've got a short leg in, I wanted a square leg as well, just in case it got past short leg, just so I didn't get the batter off strike.
Best bowling averages by England bowlers at Lords, with a minimum of 20 wickets. 9.5, but with minimum 20 wickets at Lords, Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, get him on.
Here's Archer again. Oh, play and a miss from Azano Ace outside the off stump, taken by Jamie Smith. In second place, you'll get this. Another all-rounder who famously took wickets and scored runs, also scored 100.
Oh, it's not beefy.
Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
14.38.
yeah.
And then Headley Verity, Derek Underwood and Brian Statham. Do you know what your bowling average at Lords was?
26, 28, 30, yeah. Goffey's was good.
Here's Archer again. Another play and a miss from Azano Ace. Azano Ace has a first-class first innings batting average of 60.1. Best of 203 not out for Sialkot against Peshawar at Abbottabad a couple of years ago. Shan Masood, we know, has been struggling for form for quite some time now. 8 of his last 14 innings have been in single figures. So, and he's 37 as well now.
Goffey's averaged 23 at Lords, and he's probably on his 23rd glass of champagne. Because I can see him right now over on the other side.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Here's Archer again. Play and a miss, or maybe he thought about playing at that one, back of a length outside the off stump. He's working the hospitality circuit, isn't he, during this test match,
I don't know
Goffey?
about working it, he's enjoying it. He sent me a message last night. About the cricket, and I asked him a couple of questions, and he said, I don't know. The champagne started kicking in about 2 o'clock. So, yeah, you
can see him in one of the boxes.
He's in one of the boxes over there, literally straight over where the camera's.
That's an amazing eyesight. Here's Archer again. It goes back of a length and again straight at the body, and Azano Ace really just sort of allows the ball to hit the bat there. He just stood very still, watched it, and felt the thud as the ball hit willow, and Pakistan 10 for 1. England 290 all out, 45 from Gus Atkinson today, and never mind that, career best from number 11 Josh Tongue, whose previous best was 19. Today finishing 30 not out from 48 balls with 4 fours, one of which was a genuine edge, wasn't it? That one that flew between second and fourth slip.
Yeah.
But otherwise, a couple of very, very good cricketing shots. Since Ollie Robinson starts a new over, Abdullah Shafiq nudges it out on the onside. Keeper standing up again, Jamie Smith.
Yeah, some good shots. That was the horses bolted moment for me of Babar Azam, because he'd done everything he needed to do, which was get Josh Tongue on strike. You give Gus Atkinson the single. England took it because we were taking as many runs as possible, and then only had 2 slips and had an extra cover. That extra cover should have been at 3rd slip, and England would have been all out for 250.
Here's Ollie Robinson again, and Abdullah Shafiq pushes it defensively up towards mid-off. And there's no run. So Imam ul Haq not opening the batting with a calf strain. We're told that it's a mild calf strain, but it is a strain. It's not a bruise. His participation in the Test match will depend on its further recovery, we're told. Well, it's not going to recover. The best you can hope for is to strap and hobble.
Strap and hobble and hope that your team gets enough runs on the board that you're not needed to bat in the first innings. And if you are needed to bat in the first innings, it's because somebody's getting close to a milestone, or you're trying to sort of bat out for the rest of the day, or a follow-on on, which follow-on doesn't probably come into the equation here. He would have to bat 7 because the amount of time he's been off the field.
Here's Ollie Robinson again. Abdullah Shafiq steers it into the gully or to backward point. And I think Dan Lawrence is don't know, is he backward point or a very deep gully? He's on a line of gully.
Oh, it's deep gully. I think he's there for the one that Abdullah Shafiq tries to drive with the keeper standing up, trying to be pushed back, and the one that you sort of drive comes off the face of the bat, but the batter with the weight going back, which then splares and goes behind square.
Here's Robinson again up to the crease now, and forward comes Shafiq. Nudges that one to mid-wicket where Gus Atkinson fields. It's interesting that Abdullah Shafiq did whip a couple, didn't he? He top scored with 61 in the first test, but it's slightly unusual field to see a short leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on.
I think they're just trying to keep him on strike. I think that one at mid-wicket is just, if Robinson's a little bit quicker, he's a bit squarer, but because he's obviously not much pace, he's very straight.
Robinson again, that beats the outside edge as Abdullah Shafiq. I don't know whether he just kind of checked a drive there, whether he had second thoughts. He didn't commit to the shot, was well beaten outside the off stump. Jamie Smith grabs it on the rebound.
No, he committed to that. He's just off balance, completely off balance. You see this again, man. He is completely off balance, and then he falls down the hill. Pushing the bats, pushed well out in front of himself. It's nipped away as well.
He did, yeah, he did commit to it, didn't he? Yeah. Has snipped down the hill. Here's Robinson again, beats the edge once more, this time a defensive edge from Abdullah Shafiq, nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Over comes to an end, as does Harmy's commentary stint. We're into the closing stages of an elongated morning session, with England having extended their overnight score of 248 for 9 to 290 all out. And I think Babar Azam could have done better, as Harmy was alluding to. Josh Tongue nicking one, number 11, straight through the vacancy at 3rd slip. And it's Jofra Archer continuing now. That one whizzes past the outside edge of Azan Owais's bat, and there's no run. Beram Kazi alongside me. Hello, Beram. It's an uphill task for Pakistan, but they've got the rest of the day and the best of the weather.
Yep, afternoon manners, and you're not wrong to point out that these are probably the best batting conditions Pakistan could have hoped for, but they are potentially a batter short. I'm not sure if Imam ul Haq will be fit to, go out there in the middle, and Jofra's in the middle of a terrific spell.
Yes, yeah, he is. Yeah, here he is once more, and Azan Owais is hurried by this one. He pushes it out towards extra cover. Harmy and I were just talking about Imam. I mean, it's a calf strain, but it is a strain. It's not a bruise. It's a strain or a mild tear. His participation in the rest of the Test match we were told, is dependent on his recovery, but anybody who's ever done a calf knows that it doesn't recover in 2 days. So strap and hobble is the best he can hope for, Harmy and I thought. Here is Archer once again. That's a searing bouncer. Wow! Well, I tell you what, I don't know whether Azano Ace was actually airborne when he managed to flick his head out of the way of that, but it was like a limbo movement. That was a very, very quick and hostile bouncer.
Yes, we've seen a few of those, haven't we? There was one earlier that Jofra bowled to Abdullah Shafiq. I think that was his first ball as well. And yeah, I mean, some really hostile stuff from Jofra Archer. You don't want to be facing those, manners.
No, I'm a little bit uncomfortable from the commentary box facing them. Pushed away for 4. Beautiful shot. Lovely response from Azano Ace. And that, if you were worried or concerned that he might have been unnerved, well, that is a shot of a young man who has full belief. It just kept his shape beautifully, having been really, really inconvenienced by the bouncer of the previous one. Archer has gone full and straight, and he's cover driven it superbly.
This is his strength, Azano Ace. He is a really compact batter, hits the ball below his eye line, and that's a superb shot.
Drives and misses the next one. Well, yeah, it was slightly wider. I think that was the only difference. And he was just a little slow on it. First innings average at first class level of 60 with an unbeaten 203. So you know, he's it's a career in its infancy, but he's evidently very talented, and that's why he's here.
I mean, look, he was a prodigy. He's come through the system, under 19 age group cricket, and look, he's earned his stripes at first class level.
3 slips, 2 gullies now. Another one goes past the outside edge, and this prompts Jofra Archer to extend his follow through to within 2 yards of the batter. I don't think he said anything. He very, very rarely does, but he just looks and then grins at the 21-year-old left-hander. Pakistan 14 for 1 in reply to England's 290.
Yeah, look, I was checking the speeds on the telly for that over, and Jofra breached the 90 miles per hour barrier each time, every single delivery. And for a 21-year-old batter on his first ever tour to England, facing that sort of spell, he's done well not to nick one, and even better to actually score a boundary on the offside.
Ollie Robinson continues to Abdullah Shafiq with the keeper standing up. 3 slip. Oh, that one not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith, and it's hit him on the end of a finger on his right hand, and he's just wringing his hand in pain there. It's not an easy job standing up to. Ollie Robinson may not be a fast bowler as such, but he's still bowling at, you know, close to 80 miles an hour. I mean, there's very few other sports where, like, baseball's easier, right, for the catcher because it doesn't bounce.
I mean, we talk about player safety all the time, but cricket is a sport where we still have close-in fielders, you know?
Yeah, exactly. 3 slips and a short leg as Robinson is in once more. Abdullah Shafiq pushing out towards the mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Forget that, manners. Cricket is a sport where after a bowler has bowled 17, 18 overs in the day, and now his team is batting and a wicket falls, you expect that same bowler to go out there in the middle, wear a few on the body, get to the end of play. So it's quite unforgiving.
Yeah, as I've heard, if I've heard one cricketer say it, I've heard 5,000 say it. It's called Test cricket for a reason. Here's Robinson again outside the off stump. This time I think Shafiq plays inside the line, and Jamie Smith does take it cleanly.
Wonder if Harmy's ever been a night watchman.
Oh, yeah.
He shakes his head and says no, and there is a very interesting look on his face as well. He's like completely dismissing the idea.
Harmy's obviously beaten the lunch queue. What have we got, mate? Beef. And it's obviously going down very, very well Three slips, short leg, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Here's Robinson once again. Shafiq leaves alone outside the off stump. No run. 14 for 1 in the 9th over.
He's setting him up, Ollie Robinson. He's taken a few away from the bat of Abdullah Shafiq. The nib backer is coming. Let's see if Abdullah can, cope with it, because he did get dismissed in that fashion in the first Test match at Headingley.
After top scoring, there is always a vegetarian option, so this will be a real test of Harmy's observation skills. He, obviously not being naturally interested in the vegetarian option, may not even have noticed what it was. Here is Robinson again. Abdullah Shafiq defends, pushing it straight back to the bowler. Yesterday, I think it was stuffed mushrooms.
Yeah, those mushrooms were incredible, but it is fun to see Harmy just keep things very bovine.
Yeah, well, he obviously didn't get what the vegetarian option was, because he just said it was chicken Caesar salad, which may be available as well. It really is above and beyond catering at Lord's. It's far more than we deserve. Here's Robinson once more, and Abdullah Shafiq is beaten again outside the off stump. I don't know whether it's possible for him to be beaten that many times in an over from Ollie Robinson. I suspect that at least a couple of occasions he was playing deliberately inside the line. You don't get a guy as accomplished and as in form as him playing and missing 4 times in an over.
Yeah, it is quite fascinating, isn't it? And I mean, he was batting at number 4 in the previous Test. He's got a slightly tougher job over here, but he was in quite early at Headingley. And Ollie Robinson is that one bowler that Abdullah in particular really struggled against. So that's a battle that he'll have to overcome. And now we have Jofra once again versus Azan. Another very, very interesting battle. I expect to see a couple of more bumpers. And let's see if Azan can pull out one of his drives.
Here is Archer, bowls a bouncer to Azan Owais, who's 7 from 29 balls with one delightful boundary cover driven against Jofra Archer. Abdullah Shafiq has 4 from 17 balls. The man out, Shan Masood. How long's he got left? He's single figures 8 times in his last 14 innings. He's 37 years old. Went for a single today.
Yeah, it does not make for good reading at all, especially for someone like Shan, who has played a lot of county cricket now. He was expected to perform on this tour, and he's had a complete howler thus far.
Here's Archer once more around the wicket, and Azan Owais pushes it up towards mid-off. Straight to Josh Tongue, no run.
So just a bit on Azan, Manners. You wouldn't have watched a lot of him, but what his strength is, soft hands, which should help him over here at times. Of course, he's young, and there's that exuberance of youth where his eyes might light up. But if you notice his shots on the offside, which is his strength, he does kind of prod at it or push at it, and does more often than not play the ball close to his body. I think those things should help him, in theory, do well on this tour, if he at least gets a start.
Jofra Archer's fastest delivery, almost 95 miles an hour. Outside the off stump here, left alone by Azan Owais. His slowest delivery, 82 miles an hour, so that's deliberately with pace taken off it. It's hard not to have some empathy with the young man, having become just the second Pakistani to be dismissed with the first ball of a Test match at Headingley. But it is clearly evident that that he has a very high ceiling. I mean, just in the small amount that we have seen of him. Here is Archer again, drives lavishly, lustily at this one outside the off stump, and is beaten as a retrospect a little bit too wide outside the off stump, but it was an elegant looking shot, especially if he'd made contact.
He has to just steer clear of those shots right now. I feel like, of course, who doesn't want to score some runs at Lord's, and you have to play some shots to get those runs, but this was far too away from his body, which is uncharacteristic of him, because I have watched him bat and he generally doesn't do this, and when he does try, he loses his wicket. But just play close to the body, eyes on top of the ball, and play it slightly late.
Here's Archer again, bowls, quicker lifter, back of a length, and Azanawais, aware of the short leg, has to play. There's those soft hands you were talking about, just allowing the ball to. He rode the bounce and knocked it down gently to the feet of Emilio Gay at short leg. He's bowling quickly at the moment. Jofra Archer is looking in good rhythm. There was me naively thinking he was bowling too wide early on, but Harmy put me right immediately, saying he's setting up Azanawais for the full straight one. Bowled him 3-4 early deliveries wide of the off stump, just waiting to get his hands out there. Here's Archer again, outside the off stump once more, and Azanawais looking more and more organised as in the early stages of this innings. He's 7 from 34 balls. Pakistan 14 for 1, more from Behram Kazi, and then Jon Norman will take you through till lunch.
I do not mind this one bit. Pakistan are scoring 1.4 runs an over, and that's completely fine by me. The prerogative should be very, very simple. You know, bat out the session, bat out the day. There's enough time left in this test match. Pakistan need to impose a first innings lead on England, and they need to kind of ride this new ball wave, because once that ball becomes a bit soft, if the sun stays out in the same manner, and you know, we continue to get some good batting conditions, then Pakistan can make hay with the sun shining. And you know, first spell by Ollie Robinson and Jofra Archer was always going to be tricky, but now it's time for some Josh Tongue.
Yeah, 10 overs in, and Josh Tongue replaces Ollie Robinson, bowling from the nursery ground end. Amal Zahir on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube chat facility. Loving your work, Behram. 3 slips in a gully in place, and first delivery is left alone by Shafiq.
Yep. Abdullah Shafiq will be really happy, by the way, that Ollie Robinson is off, because he was struggling big time and he lost his wicket to Ollie twice in that first test match. I just had an interesting observation, John. I'm not sure how big you are on jersey numbers, but Josh Tongue is number 56, Babar Azam is number 56, and as is Mitchell Stark.
Oh, okay. I wonder if there are any other 56 in world cricket. Why 56? Why is that the number? There's Shafiq getting on the front foot, getting behind the ball and just guiding it down in front of Ghali. 14 for 1 then, Pakistan, after they finally bowled England out this morning for 290 just before midday. It's about 5 to 12. Since then they've lost Shah Masood. Shafiq 4 not out, and Azan has faced 34 deliveries for his 7, and he's been tested in a way that perhaps he's never been tested before in his short professional career. There's Josh Tongue running away from us here. The sun's just gone behind the cloud. Beautiful conditions though. Packed Lords. First 3 days are sold out. Big squeeze. There was a scrum outside the North Gate. Big queues stretching down St John's Wood, laying down to the Grace Gates, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Gate as well. Ticket touts out in force, and an eagerly awaited test match between 2 famous old foes. 2 wide this time by Josh Tongue. Sun's peeked back out from behind the clouds, and once again left alone. We've got, what, 18 minutes until the lunch break, and Pakistan would be well advised to give this session to England now. Get these 2 batters back in the pavilion with just 1 wicket down, and then maybe as the ball gets a touch older, softer, and maybe the outfield a touch faster as well, value for runs, which wasn't there yesterday when England were batting, as Tongue is in again. And is that a play and a miss there from Shafiq, or does he actually go through with a shot once the ball has gone past the bat? Either way, no run, and the score remains 14 for 1.
Yeah, he thought about it, and then I think he just pulled away last minute. But I think the task at hand is quite simple for Pakistan. They really shouldn't complicate this. They can take their time. Nothing ill-advised, nothing too flashy. Play the ball on its merit. And it's a glorious day out here at Lord's. What a wonderful day to watch cricket. It's great to see a full house as well. It's buzzing.
It is 3 slips and a gully in place, and again Tongue hasn't quite located his line. The length maybe a fraction short, but it's irrelevant really, because he's not forcing Abdullah Shafiq to play anything that he doesn't want to. End of the over. It's a maiden, and Josh Tongue will feel that he hasn't forced the batter to play, and they need to with this new ball. Harmy, it is quite an obvious thing to say, and Harmy said it well, but Pakistani batters need to force these England bowlers into their third and fourth spells. If they can do that with this 4-man attack, then they will feel they've done a decent job. And also, if they manage to do that, then possibly they'll be pushing that first innings score that England managed yesterday and the front end of today.
I mean, it's the first session of day 2. Pakistan need to dig in, get those legs tired. England obviously have a 4-pronged pace attack, so you know it won't be that easy. Anyway, here's Gus Atkinson.
Yep, another change. Josh Tongue at one end and Gus Atkinson at the other. It doesn't let go of the ball, and just has to turn, and he will make his way back to his mark. Not sure what happened there actually. I don't know if it's the, well, it might be that it's the foot. It's the foot marks, the foot holds, isn't it, that's caused the problem there.
Yeah, just lost his footing a bit, but he had a pretty good day with bat in hand yesterday and today. Scored 45 very crucial runs for England. He is a bit of a performer at Lord's. Loves playing here, Gus Atkinson. Debuted over here back in 2024 versus the West Indies. Took a 10 for.
Yes, he did. Atkinson does manage to release the ball, and has he got the outside edge? England celebrate. The umpire's finger goes up, but I just wonder whether this has actually grazed the shoulder rather than the outside edge of the bat. The batter has reviewed it. Awais Azan has gone upstairs, so we'll have a look.
Yeah, Azan reviewed that almost instantly. He did not, wait a second, and I reckon this might have missed his bat. Also gives a fist bump to Abdullah Shafiq, so I think might be safe here then.
Well, it's almost certainly hit the shoulder. The way it reached the keeper suggested that he hadn't been a regulation outside edge. It's just a question of whether it's hit the outside edge of the bat, then gone on to hit the shoulder. We're going to find out now on the big screen.
Okay, clear clap on the left, flat line. Okay, we'll go back to Pelly's on ground. Pelly's, I recommend you change your decision to not out.
Yeah, Chris Gaffney suggesting that the on-field call was incorrect. So I wouldn't say a life for the opener because he didn't hit it.
Yeah, just brushed his shoulder, or not even his shoulder, probably just his sleeve. And yeah, I mean, look, he's been tested with some really hostile short stuff, and after that Jofra spell, he must have been, I don't know, looking forward to face Gus Atkinson, and it hasn't changed much.
Well, the consistency and the quality is there for England. There's no drop-off, and each bowler brings something different to the table as well. As this is a touch straighter, and it's nicely run single from Zain. Just drops this out to the offside and scampers through for a single. He moves to 8, and the score 15 for 1. We've got 14 minutes until the lunch break. Got a question here. I can't answer it. Do Bangladesh have a chance to go to the World Test Championship final if they can beat West Indies 2-0 at home and win at least one against England at home? England go there after they visit South Africa. Well, they're certainly one of 5 teams, I think, that are in with a chance of reaching the World Test Championship final.
Theoretically, yes. And I mean, it is a team on the rise, Bangladesh, especially after that win in Darwin. And they've swept Pakistan, 2 series in a row.
Atkinson over the wicket to Abdullah Shafiq, who just gets behind the line of the ball and defends back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, I mean, that defeat of Australia not only does Bangladesh's chances better, but also reduces Australia's at the same time, right? Australia have got to travel to South Africa. That's going to be very testing for them. Then India, 5 Test series. So, with their batting lineup, you can't see them. Well, you can certainly see them losing a few along the way. Even the great Australia side didn't win too often in India. And Shafiq, I thought that was going towards short leg. It's actually going in front of short leg, and Shafiq is sent back at the non-striker's end as well. And the last thing Pakistan need on the verge of lunch is a run out, but they had a run to the score, 16 for 1.
It's good of these two batters to just look to rotate strike, though, because you don't want England to build too much pressure. And, once a team racks up all those dot deliveries, then a wicket is usually just around the corner. So Pakistan want to keep that scoreboard ticking, but they shouldn't try anything extravagant. I think today should just be all about batting till stumps.
Yeah, and having a right-hander and left-hander at the crease helps with that, doesn't it? Because Gus Atkinson is having to go over and round the wicket. Fielder's having to be changed. He's now bowling to the left-handed Zan Awas, who drops this towards the covers, but there's no run. And it's, there's a touch of old school, well, it's a touch of old school cricket at Lord's whenever you're here. But in terms of the play, that's what we've got. Newish ball, scoreboard pressure on the batters, approaching the break, and it's about doing the basics well, isn't it?
Attritional cricket is the need of the hour, but once that lacquer comes off, right, of the Duke's ball, first 10 overs, it does do a bit, so this is crucial.
One ball left of the over, Atkinson round the wicket, and this is too wide, and it's left alone by Azan Awais, who is 8 not out. He's faced 38 deliveries, 1 boundary in there, but the important thing is these two get to lunch. It hasn't been a great session for Pakistan. They played well at times yesterday. They'd still be slightly disappointed that they didn't bowl England out, but the first hour this morning has just moved the dial towards the home team, and another wicket falling before lunch would certainly make this England session. Josh Tongue, who's bowled 1 over, set to bowl his second. He's got 3 slips in place with the gully. There's cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man out on the boundary at long leg as he's over the wicket. Oh, that's a rasping delivery. He's got the line perfect there. It's in and around off stump, back of a length, and the ball rises up and moves past the outside edge as Abdullah Shafiq plays inside the line defensively, but is beaten.
Yeah, that's an absolute peach by Josh Tongue, and couldn't do much about it. Abdullah had to kind of play at it as well, and he's lucky not to nick it. But I'm quite interested in this bowling change, because at Headingley we saw Josh Tongue being introduced into the attack way later, and he's in early this time.
Well, he did take a 5 for at Headingley, didn't he? As this is short and wide and played at by Abdullah Shafiq. No one out on the boundary at third. I suppose he went at it hard, and if he had taken the edge, probably would have gone up over the cordon, but certainly not a way that you want to get out.
Yeah, that was a bit needless, especially when you were literally minutes away from the lunch break, because Pakistan would just like to not suffer more casualties. I thought the Shan dismissal was quite poor, and they'd want to regroup, and as a batting unit they really need to dig in.
We are having a few technical problems with our effects feed, so apologies if you're listening. We're trying to get it fixed. Again, just a bit too short and wide and left alone. Scott Styrish used to wear 56. He is one of 11 New Zealanders to score a century on debut, I think.
So we've got a very interesting quartet then. Josh Tongue, Babar Azam, Mitchell Starc and Scotty Styris.
So we've got 4 countries represented. I wonder if there's any other. What is the significance of 56? Because clearly they weren't born in 1956. What's 56? There must be some reason. This is on the pads, and Shafiq will feel like he's missed out here. He's falling over a touch. Can't lay bat on ball, otherwise that would have travelled down to the fine leg boundary.
Yeah.
41 dot balls out of the last 48 deliveries. You can add another one, so 42 out of the last 49. But that's fine, as long as they don't lose wickets.
It is fine, but that was also a freebie, and Abdullah could have really glanced it, if not for a boundary, then a couple of runs maybe, so he will feel like he's missed out on that occasion. And, well, interesting thing is that right now what we see is that one really quick bowler has been paired with a line and length bowler.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and forward comes Shafiq, blocking this out to cover resolutely. Tongue yet to concede a single.
John, would you pair Jofra with Josh Tongue in the same spell, or do you think that's a bad idea?
Well, I mean, short answer, yes. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem at all with that. They're both explosive bowlers, wicket-taking bowlers. What I love about Josh Tongue is his wide, and there's a languid drive from Shafiq, but he's beaten. That's a genuine player miss. And again, that shot, I can understand the attempted ramp over slips at the start of the over, but that shot there, yep, fine. If he middles it through extra cover for 4, fine. But edges that is going into the slip cordon or behind the stumps. He walks off now. That would be a really, really poor way to go out.
Absolutely, and I do feel like as resolute as they've been, Azan and Abdullah, they've also been lucky. They have thrown their hands at a few deliveries trying to drive them, and it's just evaded the outside edge each time.
Backward point in for the youngster. Oh, and he goes and plays a delivery, which again is back of a length, outside off stump. It's too wide to play at. If you're going to play at that delivery, try and score from it. But he's essentially not even going to get a run, even if he does connect. And it just feels like the concentration for both of these two. It's been a big ask, especially for Azan Awais, but concentration with 5 minutes to go until lunch just feels like it's wavering a touch as Atkinson again round the wicket, and this time Azan Awais does play inside the line and lets this ball go through.
Yeah, it is a probing length, but it's not too close to the stumps, is it? So should he be playing at that is a question that Azan Awais perhaps needs to ask himself. And, you know, both of these guys, it's their first tour of England. We have to kind of, you know, take that into account. But Abdullah Shafiq has played for Yorkshire, and Azan Awais has been Pakistan's most prolific domestic scorer in a bit. So let's see if they can manage.
Yeah, that was too wide. You don't want to be playing at that. That, on the other hand, you do have to get behind. Pushed out to Joe Root, runs in from mid-off. I mean, those last two deliveries that Gus Atkinson bowled, they've got to also travel up the slope, right? So, got to leave those ones alone. And Shafiq can leave on length. We did see a couple of balls castling the likes of Smith and Brooke. Older ball though, and these deliveries are sailing over, so you need to keep that in mind as well. As again, this is uncomfortable viewing if you're Pakistani and listening, I imagine. As again, Azan Awais kind of playing but not playing at deliveries at the same time, if you know what I mean.
This one comes in, and if I were England, you know, in that dressing room, if I'm Marcus Trescothick, I'm probably thinking they've bowled really well, but they probably haven't gotten the ball to nip back in as much as they should have, especially against Azan Awais, who was out first ball of the series in that fashion.
Here's Atkinson. Oh, he's edged and dropped a second slip. Tough chance, went fast to the right of Harry Brooke. He's got a hand to it, possibly two, but he's put it down.
Yeah, he should have snaffled that, and that's a very, very crucial reprieve for Pakistan right at the stroke of the lunch break. Azan Awais can count his lucky stars because this was about to be a really poor dismissal, but somehow he has survived.
That's what we've been talking about though, isn't it? Just feels like the concentration is just starting to go. They don't need to be driving. Atkinson is in, and this time again Azan Awais touch shorter into the body, and it's pushed out. A reprieve for Pakistan then. Azan Awais has been given out on field. He's successfully overturned that. The ball hitting the shoulder. That was to Gus Atkinson's second ball. The stump mic just picking up the sound of Harry Brooke apologising to Gus Atkinson there. Atkinson, who I thought bowled really well with next to no reward at Headingley. And he's been unfortunate here, because that was a regulation outside edge. Just feels like, I think it went too fast to Harry Brook, and he essentially, I think he could have gone with that one-handed, went with two, but a touch flat-footed, almost like he was on his heels. And he's put the chance down. 4, and is that an edge? Well, Josh Tongue believes so. I think that's the sound of the bat hitting the ground, and the umpire, Paul Rifle, has not given it out on field. Just going to go over and have a quick word with the square leg umpire, Palaka, but I don't see it seem to reach the keeper without any problem.
Yeah, I mean, even Abdullah Shafiq's reaction kind of tells us that he might not have nicked this, and
yeah, he's gone up for an umpire review, so Paul Rifle may be feeling the ball didn't carry.
it is a fascinating one, because, you know, even
During the third umpire, we have an umpire
reaction
review
from
for
England's
bump
cricketers
ball.
wasn't the sort where they
Let's go to front on when available.
felt completely convinced by that, but perhaps it's just the timing, right? A wicket right before lunch would completely change the complexion of this session, which is already a session dominated by England.
Okay, it's clearly bounced first for the bat. We've got Ultridge there just to confirm, see if there's any bat involved.
First
Bat's
glance,
obviously
it
grazing the ground.
looks like that the bat hit the ground over there.
That's how I saw it. I thought it was the bottom of the bat hitting the ground, and the bottom of the bat has definitely hit the ground. That was the noise to my ears.
The catch was fairly taken, so we don't need to worry about that.
Just a question of,
There you go.
a bit like the decision earlier, whether it's also hit the outside edge.
Just roll that back one
Oh,
frame.
it's going to be out, I think.
Yeah,
See the bat's above the ground.
seems like
and
he's
we've got
nicked it.
spike. Ball past the bat. Okay, really make my decision for the big screen.
Wow, that is an outside edge, and I think that Shafiq is going to have to go. The bottom of the bat definitely hit the ground, but the ball has hit the bat first. So Josh Tongue has struck just before the lunch break, and you've got to say that that is a poor shot from Abdullah Shafiq. They'd had their reprieve, they played and missed, and yet persisting with the drive just before the break. That is amateur hour stuff. Decent bowling from England, but they haven't had to work particularly hard for their wickets. And Pakistan go in at lunch. A session completely dominated by England, and they're 16 for 2.
Yeah, that's really poor stuff by Pakistan. Lack of game awareness, you'd have to say. You can look at what England are trying to do. The conditions are also such that the ball is new right now. You know it'll get soft eventually. There will be a period in this test match where England's pacers or seamers, they're tired, and you'll get opportunities to score. And it's just that lack of application, failure to dig in. And we've seen this story or movie play over and over again. And Abdullah Shafiq is not a youngster anymore. If Azan is making that mistake, you'd still understand, but Abdullah should know better, and this was a very poor dismissal.
Okay, that's the session. England started it 248 for 9. They made their way to 290 before Gus Atkinson was dismissed for 45. Josh Tongue unbeaten with 30. And when Pakistan came out to bat, they lost Shah Massood, caught behind from the bowling of Jofra Archer for 1. And you just heard it, folks. Abdullah Shafiq has followed him back, caught behind for 5 from the bowling of Josh Tongue. In and amongst that, Azan Awais has been dropped at second slip and overturned a on-field caught behind call. He's still there at the break, 8 not out from 44 deliveries. But England all over Pakistan here at Lord's at lunch. We'll be back for the afternoon session in 40 minutes' time with Pakistan 16 for 2.
to the final, which will follow straight after the semi-finals. Let's get our first two semi-finals in. Teams today, Kashmir Kings versus The Rock. So that's going to be our first semi-final. So very simple in theory. Good luck. Delivery, top of the course in second. So balls are there, just have to get the ball into the cage. And then once they get used to that, the pace tends to quicken up, and that really tests the catching ability. All this courtesy of our friend at Toyota, once again with their good for cricket raffle this year. We've also got their excellent catching game in the Coronation Garden, giving you a chance to win a beanie hat, or tickets to the Ashes next year. There's a live goal. Quite dramatic as well. So you can go to the Coronation Garden and take part in that. And like London buses, another one gone. Coronation Garden, then the place throughout the day for that. Yeah, part of the 10-up club there, and it will, that's our first player gone, with a beanie hat. Oh no, it's not over that easily, sir. You're just down on your own now. Oh, one player each. Both still with 2 lives. So one down for the Pakistan side. Yesterday's player went on for play went on quite a while. This one, a few lives have gone early. Good effort, good effort. Almost wondering if it was far too much effort, you know what's up the grabs, but it's can't be denied. That's looking tickets for day 4 of this match. Lord's website has full details. If you fancy joining us here on Sunday, it's been judged at white, a few tickets remaining for that. Still a little bit of cricket to come here at Lord's with Middlesex. And their final Rothsay championship matches of the summer. That's going to be the white. Also around the Coronation Garden you'll find Gray Nichols and also LCC represented in that park. A few other our partners up on the nursery ground as well. Those looking for places to visit throughout the day, including that brand new. Oh, it's a great effort, but it has been dropped. It's going to be wide as well. Once again in front of the water stand, give it up for our winners. Our ACB volunteer winners from around the country from last year who enjoyed their lap of honour. Well done to you all, making their way around. Congratulations for what you've achieved. While that's going on, we've got a win for Pakistan, so we'll give them a round of applause. But more importantly here, our brilliant winners of 2025 enjoying their lap of honour. Congratulations here, enjoying Lords today. Right, semi-final 2. Green flags. 2 lions. I thought it was it wasn't going to be 2 wardrobes. It's a very similar tops there on one side. Okay, best of luck to them. So we've got Pakistan through from our first semi-final. He's going to come out on top of this one. We are just about ready then. Same 2 lives for each player in 3, 2, 1. Away we go. That's not covered, so it's going to leave the whites. And that will also be a white. Oh, life gone. No, And saying Vitality Performance Centre up on the nursery ground. If you ask the cricketer that enjoys a Saturday or Sunday on the field, they have cricket bats tailor-made for you. And all the equipment you require will pop up there at some stage. It's on the nursery ground, the Vitality Performance Centre, new for 2026. As well as all the shops around the grounds. Good effort. I mentioned that book signing taking place in the museum throughout the lunch interval as well. Oh, that's a draw. So lots going on around this Lord's ground for you throughout play on day 2 of this Rothsay Test Series. Right, another update on the scores here. One down on each team, I'm told. Imagine keeping up with his hands while you paid the big bucks. Even if you can't stay till after 5. Right. That's a life down. So one player left on the England team. Are we set for an All-Pakistan final here? To remind you the additional playing hours in an extra over today to make up from yesterday. We usually go through until 6:30 and play came on until 7 o'clock. Oh, that's a great effort. It's a loss of a wicket. And tea this afternoon at 4:10 rather than 3:40. To wide. So every catch counts for Toyota again this summer. Well worth getting involved with their Good for Cricket raffle, particularly if you play local cricket, because all funds go back to club sides. And just the £5 ticket bundle, you could well win a Toyota car. So some money can't buy experiences and match tickets for next summer, so well worth getting involved. Search for that online to Good for Cricket. Oh, great catch. Good effort, and that means that we have our 2 finalists. It's going to be the Pakistan sides in both semi-finals that have won, so congratulations to them. So we'll get them straight back on. Okay, this is the final then. Same rules apply. Dropping short and won't count. That will though. As with that. Great dedication, good choice to both of these guys to get out onto the Lord's outfit, outfield to show us their talents. down to 1. Okay, so team has 2 players left, both down to 1 life. A single player still on 2. All to play for now. And that is it. Give it up for our Retro 92 kit Pakistan, who are our winners today. So Pakistan now fighting back. Guys, what's your names?
Let's say,
Where are you guys from?
Birmingham.
Birmingham, excellent stuff. Loving the retro outfit. Tough going there this morning.
Yeah. Did throw us a few patches and balls. Yeah, it was alright.
Do you guys still play cricket?
Kind of, yes. Got time.
Good stuff. Well done. How's it to be on the outfield court? Good stuff. Well, you've got Toyota hats for cricket there. Give them a round of applause. They're our winners then. Today, Pakistan winning, levelling up after England was successful yesterday on day 1. Right, resumption coming up at 5-2 this afternoon. It was a tough morning. Let's take a look back to highlights on the big screen. IT, the official investment platform leading in cricket, and in cricket giving away unnecessary runs can cost you the match, and the same logic applies to investing, which is why IT charges no annual fees and zero commission on stock shares and ETFs. Many platforms charge one or the other. IT charges neither, backed by over 50 years of heritage. Named Best Low Cost ISA at the 26 Boring Money Awards. IT is built for investors who believe their money should go further. IT Trade Invest Progress. When investing your capital is at risk, other fees may well apply. Following a huge 26 season featuring a blockbuster series at home and abroad, get ready to back England in the official range showing cricket and Castor. Designed for every moment of the summer, from high-intensity preparation to match-day atmosphere. The 26 England cricket kit brings together bold styling with elite-level performance technology. Whether supporting from the stands, the boundary road or the backyard, there's no mistaking your team colours. The collection delivers comfort and performance for players and supporters alike, featuring striking graphics inspired by England's Phillips brand of cricket. The range is made to stand out for every bowl, catch and boundary. And great teams deliver when it counts, and so does Remitly. Millions of people around the world trust Remitly to send money quickly and safely overseas. With Remitly's great exchange rates and low fees, more of the money you send makes it to the people that matter. Send it like a pro, send it with Remitly, the official money transfer partner of England cricket. Spectators reminded of the ground regulation. Please stay off the playing area at all times. Anyone ignoring this request will be ejected, liable to prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds. Sure we appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, particularly the players and match officials. Spectators should not engage in any conduct or act towards any player, match official, steward or other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates or threatens that person with any form of discrimination. And in the interest of safety and security, we kindly ask you to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended may well be removed. Now please keep an eye on the playing area during warm-ups and play cricket balls opposite hard into the crowd. Bad behaviour is spoiling your day. Contact our steering team quick and easily by texting or WhatsApping to 07401 056 737. And if you'd like priority ticket access for future England internationals, all you have to do is join the We Are Reading Cricket Supporters Club free of charge today. Your chance to meet the views and get early access to tickets. Find out more and join online at ecp.co.uk. And the We Are Reading Cricket team have been around the ground today. Let's see what they and you have been up to. Umpires returning for the afternoon session, Bill Rifle and Anadian Gallagher. England back to the field, led by Joe Root. To resume for Pakistan, Azan Awais on 8, and the incoming batter, Baba Azam. will be Baba Azam to take strike. There are 5 balls remaining in the 15th over. That will be completed for England by Josh Tull.
Welcome back to Lord's afternoon session on day 2 here. Second test match, and Pakistan 16 for 2. England bowled out for 290. So Pakistan's dreams of a 50-run lead on first innings, well, they started to evaporate towards the back end of day 1, almost extinguished at the start of day 2, and that wicket with what turned out to be the final ball of the morning session, completely dominated by England, means Pakistan, with it all to do as first ball of the afternoon session, sails harmlessly past the pads. Josh Tongue yet to concede a run, I think, in his new spell that started before lunch and is continuing after, but partly because he's been bowling too wide. He hasn't quite identified his lengths and his lines, but he still has a wicket in the wicket column. Harmy, did you lunch well? Actually, you lunched before lunch, didn't you?
I lunched before lunch. It was a really nice bit of beef.
Here's Tongue again, and this is defended by Babar Azam.
I did lunch well though, because you had a meeting, so me and Sam decided to go stretch our legs. We bumped into another one of talkSPORT's presenters, Mr. Butcher, at the bottom of the stairs, so we had to walk around halfway around the ground with Butch.
Oh, nice.
Climbed a few stairs to
Butcher? Mark Butcher's here?
Mark Butcher, yeah, to get to his hospitality duty.
Ah, right, okay.
Hospitality duty. Then we climbed a few steps to get to talkSPORT's finest, and we had 20 minutes with Darren Gough listening to him, brightening up the day.
So you coming back here. Pushed out to mid-on this time. Seems a bit hurried, does Babar Azam, at the start of his innings. How was Goughy?
Goughy was Goughy. He brightens up your day every time you're in his company. Goughy's always in a good mood when he's earning money. I think he's in with Engage. He was with a PCA yesterday. So he's gone from one side of the ground, so he sampled the champagne on one side of the ground to sampling the champagne on the other side of the ground. So Goughy's on good form. Offered Sam lunch, but he turned it down.
This is wide and driven handsomely through cover. There's a dive by Jofra Archer at cover point, diving to his left. Is that? No, it's Amelia Gay. Oh, my apologies. Jofra Archer is standing alongside Josh Tongue. A little tempter there, and Babar Azam is off the mark with 4.
Just what you want from Babar's point of view. He's coming back from a hand injury. You want to make sure you're testing it out against the big boys in the big occasion. Wide. It wasn't a half volley, but it was wide.
It was a 4 ball and duly dispatched. Better delivery. Tightened up his line there, Josh Tongue. And it's defended by Babar Azam. Through to the keeper. End of the over. 4 runs coming from it. It was the over that started with the wicket of Abdullah Shafiq before the lunch break. That saw all the players troop off. They're back now, with Pakistan having it all to do. 20 for 2.
Yeah, Josh Tongue hasn't quite got it right from the nursery end. I always like Josh from similar type of bowler from an experience point of view, and a skill set point of view to myself, and I just wonder if he would be better at the pavilion end, but Archer likes to bowl at the pavilion end. Gus Atkinson averages 9.5 at the pavilion end, so unfortunately for Josh, he's going to have to bowl at the nursery end, and unless something changes quickly, so he's got to get used to that slope and pushing it up the hill. He hasn't quite got it yet.
Here is Atkinson then, and this is just guided down into the ground past Jordan Cox and down to the boundary in front of us for 4. Azam just open the face a touch. It wasn't an edge. Moves to 12, and the score moves along. 24 for 2. You know, watching, I understood why. Well, actually, I'm going to disagree with myself, I think, Harmy. Just before the lunch break, put away the drives. Just get to lunch. They didn't do that. Azana Wace was dropped at second slip, and Abdullah Shafiq was caught behind on the drive. Atkinson again. Oh, that's a good ball. He draws the batter forward, who plays a line of off stump, and then the movement away from the left-hander. But such was the accuracy of Robinson and the heat of Archer at the start of the spell. Just thought, you know, this actually is where Bazball used to make more sense. What used to make sense.
100%. I mean, Abdullah Shafiq, you talk about sort of driving in the time and nicking off just before lunch. I'm not bothered that it got out. I'm bothered that he didn't hit it for 4. It was a 4 ball. It was a full wide half volley. He should have put away.
Here is Atkinson, and Azan Awais plays a cross-batted shot. Very little foot movement. He's going to get himself into trouble there. Thick inside edge. Flies out to leg gully. Deep backwards square. Or not deep backwards square, but backward square on the leg side. And that's a fortuitous run. Gets him off strike. He's 13. He's faced a lot of deliveries. He's learnt a lot today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's held up quite well. He's pushed it a few. He's missed a few. The ball touch wide at him at the start. He's a bit more of a dasher in one-day cricket, in white ball cricket, than just standing in the crease and poking and prodding.
Here's Babar Azam, and this is pushed up to mid-on. No run. You want to see the best play, but it's also exciting seeing new players come through, and I suppose this is what the post-lunch Lords crowd are going to hope to enjoy for a bit. The English fans, of course, predominantly, they're going to want to see wickets, but you also want to see quality, and Babar Azam has certainly got that, although has been quite some time since he scored a century in Test cricket.
Nearly 4 years. I mean, it's crazy. The guy's talent is ridiculous. I had him in the... When you talk about Fab 4, he was just outside for a period.
Here he is again, and he leaves alone on line and length, does Azam. Early on in his innings, he had all lunch to get himself ready. I suppose that's better, isn't it, for a batter?
Yeah, well, yeah, it does help if you know you've got 40 minutes to get your head around what's coming, than sort of sitting on the balcony. I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's better off not having 40 minutes to stew about what's happened, especially when you haven't got a century in nearly 4 years.
Over the wicket is Atkinson, he's in, and this is a beautiful punch drive, square of the wicket. And we talk about a touch of class. That's one of the shots of the Test match so far. That races away. Quicker outfield on day 2, but that would have reached the boundary yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just wonder, especially players coming against quicker bowlers here at Lords, and we keep banging on about the slope, especially batting from this nursery end. And your weight transfer is a little bit further back because of the slope. And when you're early in your innings, having a delivery like that, it's wide, it's full, and it's one that you should put away for 4. But sometimes if you haven't quite getting your movements and your balance right, getting used to the slope, that's a ball that could get you in trouble, and splaying it off the face towards a gully or a fifth slip region. So that there tells you that Babar Azam is in good touch.
Yeah, the economy of movement, the footwork. Oh, short delivery, and Azan always takes his eyes off this. Crouches low, but he's almost half presenting the bat at the ball, but goes through to the keeper. Yeah, the timing though as well from Babar Azam.
Flew up the hill, didn't it? You expect it to fly down the hill the other way, but there was no question that was gone for 4.
Azan away, 13 not out. Josh Tongue bowling round the wicket, gets one to nip back into the left-hander. Bowled at real pace, kept a touch low as well. That's a very difficult ball going down the hill, and again he's just getting a bit of a working over.
Good shape, really good shape from Josh Tongue. Just brought the ball back from outside off stump onto middling off. This ball's got a bit of swing in it. It's got the lacquer off. It's got a bit of shape in it. Ball's bouncing as well.
This is angling in on the pads, half an appeal, but doing a bit too much. And I suppose the problem for Azan Awais is, you know, he's been properly tested. He's been tested all over the shop.
Yeah, tested outside off stump, tested his technique when it comes to execution of shot, testing the ticker, testing the heart and the courage. You know, Ollie Robinson's bowling 80 mile an hour, but Josh Tung's touching 88. Gus Atkins touching 90 mile an hour, 88 mile an hour. Jofra bowled a good spell of heat, 94 mile an hour.
And again, he's a touch shorter, pushed out to cover. It's Root who's running in from mid-off to field. He shapes to shoot, or rather throw the ball at the strikers end, but then turns and hurls it at the non-strikers. And he's got Jofra Archer backing up. So another run, and that's another important aspect to all this, isn't it? That these two run well between the wickets. The art of rotating strike, I think, has been lost from Test cricket to a point.
Especially when you've got left and right hand.
Exactly.
Left and right hand, it's huge. They're giving Babar the square cut, they're giving Babar the backward point region.
Oh, what a beautiful delivery from Josh Tung. This has beaten Babar Azam.
Nicked it. He's either nicked it or team pad. Oh, he must have nicked it because that's LBW. He's nicked that.
Has it just dropped short of Jamie Smith?
Yeah, dropped short.
How was that dropped short?
No idea, but he's definitely nicked it. If it's hit the pad, it's LBW, he's out. All ends up. I think he's nicked this and it's just dropped short. Unless it's hit the pad on the way through.
I think it might have hit the pad. Well, we've seen that 4 times at replay and I still can't work out what's happened.
It can't have hit the pad, it's LBW.
It's hit the pad. Oh, he goes again and he's edging this one. Babar Azam so close to being dismissed to the final delivery, and Josh Tung has essentially bowled the same ball, but this time it's a thick outside edge. Jordan Cox has dived to his left, it's gone pretty fast. Babar Azam's short and sweet innings comes to an end on 8. Pakistan are where England were in the first innings. 3 down, just 30 on the board.
Yeah, that one, he nicked the one before and it didn't carry. He just nicked that one a bit harder, pushed at that one a little bit harder. And that's a good catch from Jordan Cox. They're relatively close. Excellent catch. Babar Azam in exactly the same position as though of the ball before. Good bowling from Josh Tung. Really, really good pressure bowling from the big England seamer, who has bowled around the wicket to the left-hander and caused them all sorts of problems. And he's bowled over the wicket to the right-hander and bowled it right tight on off stump. And asking Babar Azam, you've got to play this. You have to play it. You can't leave it. You got away with the one before because you had softer hands and it was a finer edge. And this time, Babar Azam's going to try and possibly drive it down the ground. And unfortunately for Azam, he's nicked it to Jordan Cox, who took a wonderful catch at third slip. 30 for 3, effectively, possibly, John. 30 for 4, because we don't know what Imam Ul-Haq's calf's going to be like. So Pakistan, like in Leeds, are in a world of pain.
Yeah, it's great for England, but less so for the neutrals or anybody wanting a competitive test match. 30 for 3, possibly 4, and some way off England's first innings score of 290. And it's very, very difficult to see how Pakistan can get close to that score. England's bowlers have just been all over them.
And this is why, you're right, for the neutral it's not very nice, but for me, for England, this is where I want to see England bowl them out for 120 now. Bowl them out for 120, roll them over. This is how you build a bowling attack. You know, you work as a partnership, you hunt in a pack, and this is what they've done, Leeds and now. Brilliant.
Round the wicket, Gus Atkinson pushed out to cover, and Joe Root throwing the ball at the non-striker's end. But Azan Awais makes it through for a single. He moves to 15. Yes, I understand that, of course, but this is a 3-test series. Pakistan 1-0 down, the man down, the captain's gone. A long way off England's first innings score. And you know what, Harmy? Yes, watching England knock them over for 120. We'll walk away and say they bowl well as a team. I want to see this England team forced into those third, fourth spells, because you need to find out about yourself. That's when you find out. It's not days like this.
It's easier to find out about the character when they're going well.
Really?
Yeah.
Short and wide, left alone.
So for me, I want to see England. I want to see England dominate and learn how to dominate, because when they get to the fourth, and if you're constantly getting the fourth and fifth spell,
yeah, but mate,
and
this
you're
is
bowling,
this
and
is the 8th team in the world.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
They're going to be going to South Africa.
Yeah, but when they come up
Are
against,
you telling me they're going to learn more just knocking Pakistan over 3 times?
No, but what they're going to get into is good habits. Good habits. So Robinson might not get any wickets. They might not get any wickets bowling like this, but they're building pressure and creating pressure.
Here is Atkinson. This is pushed out to backward point. No run.
When you're tested as a team, you come back to good points. And if you're constantly evolving in a good way, in a good manner, your third and fourth spell, you're still on top. So you might not be getting wickets, but if your third and fourth spell, the opposition aren't getting away from you. This is the challenge of a bowling attack that will bowl and hunt in a pack, and that's something I think England need to learn how to do.
Continue around the wicket. Atkinson defended. I understand that, but I still feel that you will learn more about yourself when you're up against it than when everything's going your way.
Yeah, but when you're up against it, you can look at your partner. You know he's going to be with you.
Exactly.
And
but to do that, you need to be up against it.
But I don't think the England cricket team's bowling unit over the course of the last 18 months, Australia and possibly just before, they've been a bunch of individuals. So even if Pakistan want to go and get,
I get that. I totally understand that, but I still think that you need to be tested, and they're not being tested. And of course, pushed out to mid-off. I totally agree. We've gone from best part of 2 decades where we had 2 attack leaders who were so strong, you almost felt, I know I did, under Joe Root's captaincy, I wasn't quite sure Joe Root was actually captaining them at times.
That is a big point against some of the negative comments of Joe Root's captaincy, which I think is relevant.
Atkinson again. This is very wide and kind of a semi-plays at this as Sal Shakil, who's yet to get off the mark. But see, we know, and I take what you're saying, right? Because you come into a Test series and suddenly you're like, well, who is our attack leader? Can't really be Jofra Archer if he's only bowling 4 over spells. Can't be Ollie Robinson if he has to miss 1 test out of 2 or 3. Josh Tongue doesn't take the new ball, so it can't be him. And Gus Atkinson is a reluctant frontman, right? So that's the feeling. So you're right. They come in, there's individual success. I mean, Bryden Carse has almost been the attack leader at times in the last couple of years. Who else has come into who else has bowled in this attack over the last few years?
But if you start taking 20 wickets, and what you're doing is you're identifying the role. Forget the person, identify the role.
Around the wicket, Yorker, and dug out by Azan Awais. Still there. He's faced half a century of deliveries, 53 balls for his 15. But still, whilst we may discover that this is a team that bowls for each other, enjoys each other's successes, we understand the specific roles in a way that we didn't 2 tests ago, or 3 tests at the end of the series, there are still some questions. And those questions would like to see answered at home against Pakistan, rather than finding them out on day 2 with South Africa at 450, and Ollie Robinson clipped away for a single, bowling at 75 miles an hour and looking pretty toothless, and Jofra unable to bowl, the amount of bowls, and got no spinner here, right? It's those questions. I don't want to get to South Africa not knowing the answer to those questions, and that's the point that I would make. The only reason you can find out a little bit more is if they are tested.
Yeah, I get that, but I think you've got to you're building your confidence, and you're building your attack, and you're building your group and their roles within the group And you find out, I think you find that out when you've got the confidence and you're flying in and everything's going swimmingly, everything's going rosy. But then when you come up against that brick wall, you still have them good feelings. You still have them good vibes about each other in knowing how to stem the tough periods and how you hide the ball, where you go to.
Driven, good shot there from Sal Shaquille, touch over pitch, there was a width there, and his unfurled square drive, which will give him 4. We've had a few questions in. This is a good one for Robert Blake 100. He says, Harmy, from your experience, what kind of training, if any, helps players handle pressure? Are there pressure simulated drills outside of match experience that work in any way?
I think sometimes when you do it when you're physically exhausted, and then you put yourself under pressure, because when you're physically tired, that's when mistakes come in.
Well, they're not physically tired, this bowling attack at the moment, are they? They haven't had to bowl many. Push back to the bowler. I mean, so in say in football parlance, we talk about penalty, practicing penalty kicks, and there's sometimes the coach will get the support staff and they're behind the goal.
Music on.
Does that really?
No, I don't think it does, and you can never
How can you do it?
You can never replicate for the situation. The one thing about pressure is alleviating mistakes, because what happens with pressure is you make a mistake.
Very short, very wild, and pretty woolly. And Jamie Smith hurls himself to his right. No chance. That would have gone to leg gully. Sails down to the boundary. Is that one of yours there, Holly?
Yeah, that was one of mine. Yeah, that was given wide. Rightly so, given wide. Nothing Jamie Smith could have done there. But I think when it comes to everybody deals with pressure in a different way. But it's normally the mistake. That's what the pressure leads to mistakes, and then leads to sort of dips in confidence and stuff like that. The best way I used to feel as though from a pressure point of view is if you can push your body and training to the max, and then try and execute what you feel as though your pressurized situation, it stood you in good stead going forward.
Fuller and driven again, but it's come off, sliced off the bat, off the inside edge. Fielded, is that Joe Root?
Joe Root
there at backward square leg. The batter has actually taken a couple of paces down the track. Root alert as ever, fires the ball in, but Sal Shaquille is back behind the crease. 41 for 3.
Pretty dozy bit of running that. I mean, Shaquille wanted one because there probably was a single on, but Oasis he was just ball watching.
Well, I was expecting the ball, I suppose, to go to the offside. Maybe that's very, very wide there from Josh Tongue. He's gone the other way now. And Sal Shaquille's left it alone, but I don't think he could have reached it even if he tried to hit it.
Yeah, there was two deliveries in that over that Shaquille was not reaching. Fortunately, Jamie Smith reached one of them. He was no chance of reaching the other one. Here's
a question for you. The score here at Lord's, Pakistan 41 for 3 with Sword Shaquille at the crease alongside Azan Awais, who's 16. Shaquille 4 not out. Babar Azam the last man to go for 8. Callum says, thoughts on England's chances in the 150th Test match? So by that it means that England-Australia, or Australia-England at the MCG. Just break away as Atkinson is in, and this is driven straight and fielded by Atkinson. No run. It's Azan Awais facing. So it's going to be a pink ball Test match at the MCG, a one-off Test match in March. You can win tickets, by the way, if you head over to talksportwin.com, UK only.
That was a great plug, that, John. Very good.
Thank you. But the question is there. Look, I'm not making it up.
We have a chance. We have a chance. With it being a pink ball, we have a chance because Ollie Robinson's now in the game, where he probably was in the game anyway, but brings him a little bit more into it.
Atkinson again, and this comes off a thick outside edge of the bat of Azan Awais. 2 runs down to deep backward point. So I imagine England could go in with this team, right? Maybe Bethel in and possibly Gay not playing. But essentially, a very similar team to what we're seeing here. They won't pick a spinner. Nathan Lyon will be spitting feathers on the outfield, because I don't think, or not even on the outfield, he'll be on the other side of the boundary.
High vis on, wouldn't he?
Yep. So
yeah, I think England have a chance.
There is Atkinson, left alone this time by Zana Wace, who's 18, 43 for 3.
Without throwing the England management team under the bus, I wonder if they got to Canberra for a game first and have a practice. But no, look, they have a chance. I think I look at the England cricket team, and I think they're evolving quite nicely. The young players that are coming in, the players that are playing now have got the relevant experience. They're getting experience. Come the start of next Ashes, and then after the next Ashes, where's Australia's cricket in their next generation in relation to ours? I think we're in a better place.
Full delivery on the pads, and Zana Wace tries to flick this through mid-wicket. He misses. There's a little appeal for leg before, but this ball going down the leg side. It was even an inside edge. Atkinson continuing to probe away, 43 for 3. I'd say England almost. I know England have just lost in Australia, so it's kind of a bit out there to suggest they're going to win. I think England's batting lineup is better than Australia's.
But we said that before the last Ashes, and we didn't prepare properly.
Defended. They did win, of course, at the MCG.
Win at the MCG. Look,
I think there's a song there.
There is a song there. There definitely is a song there. And if we win at the MCG again, I think that will give us great hope about the Ashes when it comes around again in it'll be 4 months after the 150th Test match. So I look at Australia, I look at English cricket, and the hierarchy at English cricket have been criticised, and rightly so, because of the preparation and everything that come. But I think what they've been putting in place over the last couple of years.
Oh, that's a flat-footed waft, really. An attempted drive from Zana Wace, release shot, and Atkinson again, who's bowling quite wide, getting a little bit of movement, and Zana Wace is fortunate not to have got a nick through to the keeper or slips. He did throw everything at the ball though, so it could have flown to the boundary. 43 for 3. What Australia team would you imagine would play there? Renshaw, you'd imagine he's going to get a run.
Yeah,
Travis
Renshaw
Head. I mean, they've got a bit of a
problem at 3.
I think
Smith.
McSweeney might come back.
Smith at 4.
Smith at 4. Green at 5. He scored some runs now against
Webster.
Bangladesh. I'm not sure they're going to continue with the Green Webster.
Yeah.
No. Also, I think you need another batter in there, don't you? It's going to be bowler friendly.
I'm sure there is.
Full and driven. Touch of outside edge about it. The ball will reach the boundary down at deep backward point. That wasn't where Sal Shakil was trying to hit it, but all along the ground. 47 for 3.
But I look at ours, and this is where, as much as I have stuck the boot into the preparation and some of the decisions made at the end of Bazball, but I actually think longevity of what England were trying to do and were trying to produce, I think will come to fruition in the next 2 or 3 years. I think Stephen Fleming's going to benefit from that. Before that Leeds Test match, we had 9 quality options from a fast bowler point of view. I spoke to Marcus North about it.
This is wide again from Tongue, who's picked up 2 wickets, but he's not actually bowled particularly well in his 5 overs so far.
That's fine, as long as he gets one in a good area every now and again from a wicket-taking point of view. There's not wrong with that. I've made a career of that. So, but when you look at it, what you've got these 4, and going in the squad, you had Fisher, Cook, and you had Carse, so there's another 3. You've got Baker and you've got Potts, so you've got 9 fast bowlers.
Fuller and driven. Sal Shakil picked up a boundary earlier on in the over through backward point. This time he goes in front of square, and that's exactly where he wanted to hit the ball. And Josh Tongue Gone for 2 boundaries in this over. I mean, look, if you've got an Ollie Robinson in your side, who's almost impossible to hit off a length, you've got Gus Atkinson, who again is pretty accurate. Jofra, you know, capable of just wonderful pace, exhilarating to watch, especially against left-handers. I think you've got the capacity to go with the Josh Tongue, haven't you? He's a wicket-taking bowler, but he can be a little expensive as well. This is pushed back to the bowler. No run. 50 up for Pakistan as well, I should say. 51 for 3.
Yeah, that's nothing. You want wicket takers in your team. I just think England went to Australia with the wrong mindset of they wanted too many wicket takers, and that sounds a bit stupid because you know that's the name of the game. You're taking wickets, but you have to have a balance between how you get wickets, build up pressure for them wickets. And we went to Australia with a bunch of individuals. Now we look as though we've got a bowling attack that will work together in all conditions with any type of ball. And if you go to the subcontinent with the Kookaburra ball or the southern hemisphere with the Kookaburra ball, Ollie Robinson doesn't have to play.
Continuing around the wickets is Josh Tongue, 5th ball of his 6th over. He's gone for 23, picked up 2 wickets, and South Shakil just defends this. He's 12, Azan Awais, the opener, is 18, 51 for 3, so Pakistan still some way adrift. Imam ul Haq may not bat. He's picked up an injury fielding, so it does look a bit bleak. And just to add to the problems, it's got a bit darker here at Lord's over the course of the last 20 minutes or so. There's quite... It's not low dark cloud, but I've seen it higher. There's some pretty bleak stuff over there. I haven't seen the forecast. I think there might have been a chance of rain later in the afternoon. I don't know if that's changed. Looks like it might be raining over there on the horizon. So we shall see. Tongue again, and this is glanced fine. 4 more runs from the bat of Saud Shakil. He moves to 16, and the score moves on to 55 for 3. Pakistan in first innings on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hassan Ahmed says, why are they bowling full to Saud Shakil? That is his strength.
Yeah, it has certainly been his strength. He's hit 2 or 3 lovely drives through extra cover. That was an easy leg glance, using the slope to his benefit. It does look a very, very stylish player. Does Shakil, 16 off 15 balls. He's made it look very, very easy. Azan Awais has made it a little bit more difficult. Finding the rhythm at Lord's has been a little bit trickier for the other left-hander.
This is pushed out to Archer, who is flat-footed, kind of throws 2 hands up at the ball at backward point, makes a bit of a mess of it, and somehow has misfielded that to the boundary.
Yeah, it's gone straight through his legs, isn't it? He's got a little hand to it, but it's gone through his legs. I think it bounced. I want to defend Jofra before I see it again here. I think it might have bounced just in front of him, and I think trying to predict that bounce to half volley into the hands. I hope I'm right. No, I'm not. It's gone straight through his legs.
Well, 6 England fielders were employed at backward point, Jofra Archer being one of them, as Azan Awais plays inside the line this time. And I'm not sure it's Jofra's natural fielding position.
No, it's not. But I'm trying to defend the lad here as much as I possibly can. Fielding on that side, looking at the stand over to our right.
Yeah, we saw a few catches go down.
It's not great against
New Zealand.
Yeah,
both teams.
Because what you have is if you look where Jofra is, and there's a slope going from sort of where we're looking at from right to left. He's looking into that dark patch of the under part of the first tier of the stand.
He definitely lost sight of the ball, didn't he? That's another good shot, actually, from Azan Awais. Good length delivery from Atkinson. Touch of width and crack to the cover boundary for 4. Azan Awais moves to 26. Score 63 for 3, Pakistan. Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. And also, you don't want... I'd rather 4 runs if I'm England than Jofra Archer busting a finger.
100%. 100%. I always used to use the theory that if I couldn't use my size 12s, the best thing would be to make sure it didn't bust any fingers or it went to the boundary. Somebody can throw it back.
Atkinson again, this time draws a defensive shot from Azan Awais. And the ball, there's a bit of bounce there for Atkinson. And goes through to the keeper. Away. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Oh, he's played at that.
Okay,
That's
we
it.
won't.
No, he's played at that. 2 nice shots the ones before, but he's played at that. Atkinson's beat him there. For me.
Yeah, I think you're right. He withdrew it after the ball had gone past, didn't he? I mean, he missed by
a long way,
so
but he still pushed at it.
Here comes Atkinson, and this just pops up in front of Emilio Gay, stationed at a straight mid-wicket. I'm not sure if it came off the bat first or just off the pad, off the thigh pad. 63 for 3 then, so Pakistan have recovered a touch. 30 for 3 when Babar Azam was dismissed. A real disappointment. He played 2 delightful shots, but won't be remembered for that, will he? He was dismissed early on in his innings, the captain back in the side. Really, Pakistan needed more from their skipper. Oh, and there's a good short surprise ball from Atkinson, and actually, Azan Waste plays that pretty well. He's using the crease well, plays defensively, full face of the bat, and sees out the over. 63 for 3 then Pakistan, couple of boundaries in that over. Might see a change in the bowlers, going to see a change in the commentary box. Manners and Bayram coming back after a quick word from Harmy.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson's going to come on. I'm just wondering if Joe Root's thinking of possibly with 2 left-handers himself, or possibly a little bit of Dan Lawrence. But he's definitely going to go with Ollie Robinson. I just thought with 2 left-handers he might just think about a little bit of change of tack. Josh Tongue bowled some good balls, but he bowled some balls that were comfortably hit to the boundary for 4. Atkinson possibly the end of his spell. What has he bowled now? He's had a decent spell here after lunch. So Ollie Robinson, who had a decent first spell without getting a wicket, is back on at the nursery end.
Here it is, Robinson running away from us from the nursery end, and that one is struck on the pad, and is a massive appeal for leg before wicket from Ollie Robinson. It sounded very woody to me. Maybe it's my imagination, but it sounded like he hit it to me. 63 for 3. Robinson is attempting to convince all and sundry that should be reviewed, and Joe Root sort of, I think with the metaphorical roll of the eyes, has said all right then.
Yeah, I think this is a good
original
review.
decision is not out. It's available.
I think this is one of the umpire's decisions of, I'm going to give it not out because I think he might have hit it, but I'm not sure. I think
So his instinct, Paul Rifle's instinct is 2 noises. I can't go for it.
To ball trick when available.
I can't go for it because it's close to the bat. I think there's been 2 noises. It might be both pads, which it is both pads.
No problem.
I
Just
think
waiting for ball tricking.
It's only height then, isn't
And
it?
it's only height now.
It's middle and leg, that.
It is middle and leg. And to be fair, Takil is very,
Original decision is not out.
he's vertically challenged, isn't he? So
Pitching it off.
Yeah.
Impacts the line.
Yeah, that's hitting. Yeah, do you know, it's important, Harmy, I think it's important that we say when an umpire has made a good bad decision.
I think we have to, and I think that is a good bad decision, because it's not a bad decision in the respect of he's given it not out because he thinks he's hit it. Now, the technology is there to prove the other, but I think Paul Rifle is possibly thinking inside edge, a little bit of height. I'm not gonna put the pressure on the batter by giving him out and making the stumps bigger. If he hasn't hit it and the ball is cannon into the stumps, the technology will prove that it was the wrong decision, but it's the right decision in the end, if you know what I mean. So I sometimes think when an umpire doesn't give it out, it's not a bad decision if it's overturned, and I think that is definitely one from Paul Rifle's point of view, that there was a lot going on there, but from an instinct point of view, manners are always gone. You know, whenever I talk about football, we talk about cricket, talk about rugby, talk about any other sports, you go off a player reaction. Player's first reaction normally gives it away. And Ollie Robinson knew the minute that ball hit his pad that was out. He had no question whatsoever in Ollie Robinson's mind. It wasn't a Stuart Broad who thought everything's out. It was a calculated Ollie Robinson who knew that was out, and he was 100% certain.
I couldn't lip read Joe Root, but I can face read, and he was. You know what? And he was talking to Robinson. He was saying something along the lines of, "You better be right."
Better be right, yeah. And he was. He knew he was. I think Ollie knew exactly. He knew exactly what he was referring there, because I think Ollie Robinson probably had the better angle, and he knew that Shaquille hadn't hit it. I think it's like you say, it's a good bad decision.
I've been doing some reading up and reminding of myself of Josh Tung's career, and it was horrendous to be reminded, or to remind myself of the list of injuries and the serious injury. Starting off with two shoulder operations on a damaged nerve in his bowling shoulder, and he missed a whole season 2024, just signing for Nottinghamshire with hamstring issues. And here's Robinson bowling to Mohammad Rizwan, and strikes him on the pad. First delivery, I think it was maybe outside the line, but Rizwan, so still no Imam ul Haq, he's still injured. But you know that he was a one county man right up until 2024. He began his career with Worcestershire, as you know, and signed a 4-year contract just before his series of injuries. But two little nuggets that I didn't know is that he made his first appearance for Worcestershire for the under-10 team. Didn't know they had an under. Here's Robinson, bowls. Rizwan leaves alone outside the off stump. Does every county have an under-10 team?
He might have been 10 playing for under 11, so I'm not
but
sure.
So he made his debut for the Worcestershire under-10s at the age of 6.
Age of 6. Oh wow!
And so I thought you'd enjoy that one.
Big lad. He was a big lad as a 6-year-old.
And
is he as big as Sam as a 6-year-old?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No. But here's another one that you'll enjoy, possibly even more. When we were talking about his attributes as a number 11 batter, and he made his career best today, 30. Here's Robinson again, bowls. Rizwan defends straight back to the bowler, and there's there's no run. So when he was playing for Worcestershire, he played in the Birmingham League, club cricket, with the highest score of
obviously
156.
156. Wow.
in the Birmingham League.
So obviously he mustn't have been allowed to bowl, so he's playing as a batter while injured.
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. So but here's Robinson again. Rizwan defends up towards the mid-off, and there's no run. See, the thing is, I just think that if you think like a batter, yes, it's club cricket, and it's the Birmingham League. I'm not being disparaging about that at all. I think the Birmingham League's still one of the 5 strongest leagues in the country, isn't it? I would imagine.
I would have thought so. Birmingham, London, Manchester.
But
Yorkshire.
if you score runs, so if you think like a batter, you're more likely to score runs. If you think of yourself as a non-batter.
That's where I went wrong.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly my point. See, if you that's another beauty from Robinson. Fizzes past the outside edge, very nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Behind the stump, standing up. 63 for 4. Pakistan in trouble here.
So if I thought like KP, I might have averaged 15.
I think you would have. I think if you'd thought differently, you might have scored 3 or 4 half centuries.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, but I mean the ball was too hard, and
you needed a rest.
If you constantly bowling at people's head, they were gonna reciprocate by bowling at yours. So I was there for a good time and not a long time, wasn't that? I was brave to a point, but I wasn't stupid.
But Josh Tung, just so resilient. He also had a massive pectoral injury, and it's been such a journey for him, and the resilience and the determination, the guts that he's shown is really to his credit. Here's Atkinson bowling to Azan Owais, who drives beautifully through extra cover. That's a super shot. It was over-pitched from Gus Atkinson, but wonderfully put away. England maintaining their attacking fields with 3 slips and a gully for Gus Atkinson to Azano West. That's a beautiful shot. Bedham Kazi's joined me. Steve Harmison's gone off to find himself a cup of tea. Talking of resilience and determination, Azano West at lunch had 8 off 44 balls. Now, it doesn't matter that it's Test cricket. Here's Atkinson again, bowls. That's very wide, driven in the air, past gully. Dan Lawrence briefly saw it, but only when it was behind him. In the air, slightly airy, iffy from Azano West, but he picks up back-to-back boundaries, and he is reaping the rewards of that patience that he showed against the brand new ball.
Absolutely, Manners, and 8 runs off 2 balls here. The first 4 were really good looking. The next 4 a bit streaky, but I mean, it's been doom and gloom for Pakistan on day 2. Lost Babar Azam pushing at a delivery, lost Abdullah Shafiq, who really should have been looking to play out till lunch, and then Saud Shakil's also gone. So
here is Atkinson again. That's very wide of the off stump, possibly deliberately. He's saying, okay, well, you're going to drive it one that wide, I'll give you one a bit wider and see if you drive it that one. But no, the 21-year-old left it alone. Pakistan 71 for 4.
Yep, really good presence of mind by Azano West, not getting suckered in to that drive. Quite sure that was intentional by Gus. And I mean, this is his time to really, impress not only Pakistan selectors, but this is an audition on the global stage.
Driven now by Azan past Joe Root at mid-off, and the England captain is in pursuit, and he is in hot pursuit, sprinting to try and, I think, probably befuddle the batsman with a turn and quick throw in, but they've gone through for 3, and they made them quite comfortably. Changing the subject, if you don't mind, Berham, where are Naseem Shah? Where is Naseem Shah? Is he fit? Is he playing? Is he still a Test player? And what about, I don't know, other potential fast bowlers? Haris Rauf.
So Rauf doesn't particularly, play red ball cricket as such, and
treading on eggshells there. What do you mean he doesn't particularly play red ball cricket as such?
Because he does play a bit of domestic, but he hasn't really been picked too often to play for Pakistan. The one time he did play a Test match, he got injured.
Sounds like he's not very enthusiastic for red ball cricket. Is that what you're implying? Here is Atkinson again, and pushed away defensively by Rizwan to cover, no run.
I feel like there's just a lot more money for him playing T20s. I mean, the Melbourne Stars would pay him a really good, salary, I assume. And as for Naseem Shah, he's cranking it up at the CPL.
Is he really?
Yeah, he took a really good wicket yesterday. I saw a clip online.
But he hasn't made himself unavailable for Test cricket.
No, but he's also someone who was primarily a reverse swing bowler in Test cricket, and he does average 35 runs per wicket.
3 slips in the gully. Here's Atkinson again. Bowls Rizwan, pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. You know where I'm coming from, don't you? I'm just hankering after some good old-fashioned Pakistan pace, and there isn't any, and I'm missing it.
Apart from the few times where Muhammad Ali is really putting in every ounce of his energy and grunting, I don't think there has been.
It's 135 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, look, Naseem used to be quite quick. He has lost a bit of pace, but then again, what Pakistan should have done is take Shaheen, take Naseem, tell them that we will put you in rehab. We will give you your diet, fitness plans. You will work with us for 3-4 months. Don't play anything else, and we will prep you for the England tour. That's how, professional setups go about these things and preserve their talents for the important games. But I feel like the ploy or strategy this time around from Pakistan was just to look at the domestic performers, as far as bowlers are concerned, and they pick them.
Here's Ollie Robinson continuing from the nursery end, and Azano West pushes that defensively up towards mid-off. I'm not the only one hankering after the old days of genuine Pakistani fast bowling. I was chatting to Ramiz Raja a little bit earlier today, and he too is missing. He said I'm so put off by the medium pace that we're selecting at the moment. He said, in my day, We had bowlers bowled at 150, 2 lengths, Yorker bouncer, reverse swing. Here comes Robinson in swing to Azanawais, who pushes it up towards mid-off. And he said, that the idea of going into a session of a test match in a holding pattern, let's try and control the scoring rate. He said it was a complete anathema to us. We were always on the attack. And yeah, sometimes it didn't always work, but we had bowlers who would, it was head toes, 150 kilometres an hour, reverse swing, always on the attack, always looking for wickets. Here comes Robinson, and it's pushed away by the left-hander to mid-wicket. No run once again.
Well, you speak of the bowling manners, and of course that conversation is always going to be there, because Pakistan's heritage in cricket, you could say, is it's got everything to do with fast bowling. But we've got this little picture in front of us of Zaheer Abbas, and I reckon Pakistan could do with a batter of his quality as well right now.
Quarter.
Because, Babar Azam was supposed to be the best bat, and he went out pushing.
Yeah, disappointing, wasn't it? Keeper standing up, 3 slips back, leg slip as well, as Azanawais pushes that one up towards mid-off. 21-year-old's doing very well here, and apart from the fast bowlers and the mystery wrist spinners, from Abdul Qadir as a very young boy, but so many leg spinners, Mushtaq, Yasir Ali, and the Yasir Shah, sorry, I beg your pardon. There's always been at least one mystery wrist spinner, punched off the back foot now by Azanawais up towards mid-off. And so I just think that, it's not a criticism, because these players are who they are and they do what they do, but as a squad, they just look a bit sort of opaque.
Yeah, they haven't shown us much to counter that, right? And look, I'm not saying that there isn't any talent over here, and this is probably the best lot of players that Pakistan have available to them, but surely you set them up for success in a better manner?
Here is Ollie Robinson again, and that's beaten that past the outside edge of Azanawais, and nicely taken by Jamie Smith standing up. Azan 37 from 75 balls, 74 for 4. My question, we're jumping around a bit here, sorry, I'm working you hard, but so my impression perhaps is that, somebody like Naseem Shah, is there an old-fashioned approach that, well, you haven't played enough first-class cricket, you haven't shown commitment to the red ball game, you haven't done this, you haven't, you're going after the money too much, whereas other teams are sort of saying to their best test players, as long as you do the business, you can go and play in the major league, you can go and earn your money, that's fine, whatever, but if you're committed to test cricket, then all we're interested in is that you get the job done. We don't necessarily care about you not maximising your income potential, that kind of thing. So I think there's a bit of a sort of old-fashioned sense from the Pakistan PCB, maybe. I'm asking you the question, you're the expert. Here's Jofra Archer back into the attack, pushed out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Well, Pakistan, the cricketers at least, have had some NOC troubles in the not too distant past, so there's that, and I don't think Pakistan's cricket board has done particularly well playing that balancing act, right? Because look, you're a professional athlete, you're going to have a 15-year career if you do well, and you would want to maximize your income, but the other boards, like for instance Australia, the way they dealt with Mitchell Starc, he wasn't playing the IPL, but he was getting a fair load of money from the Australian cricket board to not play.
Here is Archer again. That's driven by Mohammad Rizwan. It's a lovely shot. Nice save as well from Joe Root, diving to his left at mid-off. Keeps them down to a single. So that's one thing. England Cricket Board and Cricket Australia have the money, so they can pay Jofra Archer, although he did play in the IPL. But they have very rewarding central contracts. I'm thinking more of Cricket South Africa and New Zealand cricket, for example, that don't have that money. So they do have to allow their Marco Jansen, I don't know, there's a number of them in both countries. They do need to let them go off and earn their money, and and they look after them. And if the player is here is Archer around the wicket again, bowls as Ace pushes up towards mid-off. There's no run, and so New Zealand cricket and Cricket South Africa don't bother with the NOC, by the way, if you don't know, if you're listening or watching us, is a non-objection certificate that the host, your employer, basically, the host administration has to issue to a player in order to let them go and play in an overseas T20 franchise competition or any other competition. Here's Archer again around the wicket, bowls to Ace, beats him outside the off stump. We've had an awful lot that have gone past the outside edge, whereas the PCB kind of adopt this schoolmasterly approach, don't they? And they say, well, no, you can't. We're not going to let you.
You have to treat your assets like adults, and you don't have to have that taskmaster approach all the time. You need players to be able to, play enough leagues and prioritize the important bit of cricket that they need to play for your country.
Here's Archer again. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Very confident from Jofra Archer. Not out, says umpire Alahuddin Palakar. And now England are thinking about reviewing. They've had a successful review to get rid of Saud Shakil, and now they're thinking about this one. I think Jamie Smith is said to Joe Root. I don't think so. Did you notice that Jamie Smith's keeper, right? So he's got a big say in whether to take the review or not. And did you see that Jamie Smith pointedly avoided the eye contact with Jofra Archer and went straight to the captain and said, no.
Well, at least he was a bit, decisive on that occasion, because at times I feel Jamie Smith is just completely at sea. And, well, Jofra channels his inner Stuart Broad on that occasion, a bit of a celeb appeal. It was sliding down leg, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. In my opinion, I think anybody's opinion who saw the replay. Tries the Yorker now, does Jofra Archer, and it's nicely dug out by Ace for a single up to Joe Root at mid-on, to Gus Atkinson at mid-on, I should say. And Pakistan now 76 for the loss of 4 wickets, with Mohammad Rizwan on 1 and opener Ace on 38.
Coming back to our earlier conversation, Pakistan is the 4th richest board, globally, Manners. So, I mean, they've got to find a way where they can prioritize or maybe, incentivize red ball cricket. And I'm not just saying, at test level. You have to incentivize domestic red ball cricket, and that way you perhaps can get more or convince more upcoming talent to play that format. Because right now, if you know that you can play a league and bowl 4 overs a day and get more money, why would you not want to do that?
Here is Ollie Robinson begins a new over. Beats... He can't keep playing and miss. He can't be playing all the time. He can't be. Surely, as Ace. I mean, he did. He played at that one. He's playing and missing an awful lot. So, Cricket South Africa, for example, and New Zealand cricket are the same. They've kind of invested their... because they don't have the money to compete with the big buck salaries of T20 franchises, certainly the big 5 anyway. They've invested their money in strength and conditioning and biokineticists, and they talk and they work with their best players. Here's Robinson again, bowls. This time he does play with the bat. Ace pushing it out, square of the wicket on the offside. So take Marco Jansen, for example. He's a really key all-rounder for South Africa, and he's played now basically almost back-to-back T20 cricket for 7 months. But he is completely committed to playing Test cricket as well. And so Cricket South Africa have abandoned that old school theory that you need to play 4-day cricket. You need to play red ball matches in order to show your commitment and be ready for Test cricket. Robinson in again, that hits the inside edge onto the pad. So, I mean, with Jansen, for example, he won't play a red ball game this year outside of the Test matches, but he will follow a very scientifically mapped out strength and conditioning and biokinetic approach in which he will bowl Test match type spells of 5, 6, 7 overs with a red ball in simulated conditions.
That's a very interesting approach. But Marco Jansen is not the correct case study either. We all know he's special. He's like S tier.
There's Robinson again down the leg side. Beautiful take from Jamie Smith. Really good take that. He was left alone by the batsman. 76 for 4.
So how would you manage that same sort of approach with someone like a Khurram Shahzad or a Muhammad Ali? I would still think there is some merit, like, for these guys to find county gigs, play as much red ball as they can, because in Pakistan, even if you were to get that sort of setup with these strength and conditioning and biomechanics people, I'm not sure if they could pull it off.
Here's Robinson again around the wicket to Azan Oais, and he's flicked it away down towards long legs. Nice leg glance just for a single. Well, but I don't mean to sound flippant, but there's only one way to find out.
You need professional sporting systems to go for radical ideas and then implement them. If you do not have that sort of setup in place,
if Naseem Shah can bowl still 145 kilometres an hour and he wants to play red ball cricket, I say find a way.
If you'd ask Shaheen and Naseem, they just want to play all cricket.
Yeah, Mohammad Rizwan on strike. Here's Robinson again to the one-time Pakistan captain, and pushed square the wicket on the offside to cover Emilio Gay Fields. No run. 77 for 4. The over comes to an end. Ollie Robinson has interesting figures. 8 overs, 1 for 7.
Going at less than run a ball, or run an over, sorry. So that's very impressive, but you also expect that from Ollie Robinson. Doesn't miss his mark, has the ball on a string, nipping it in either direction. He's had a lot of success at Lords in recent times. Just that test match versus New Zealand, comeback test. Gets what, 3 wickets in that over? His first over back?
Yeah, it was an impressive one, wasn't it? I think New Zealand were 5 for 3. Pushed away by Azan Oais. Archer begins a new over. It's Root who fields at mid-off. It's a cloudier day now than it was throughout the morning session. It really was bright sunshine, beautiful, lovely blue sky. There is, on the weather forecast I saw, a shower predicted for a little bit later on this afternoon. Just an isolated shower that may or may not hit St John's Wood. Tomorrow is a very different story. It looks extremely wet in the morning session at the moment. Forecasts can change. Here's Archer again. Azan Oais pushes that into the gully, fielded by Dan Lawrence. I'm trying to be constructive. I'm trying to think of ways in which Pakistan can look a bit more like the Pakistan teams of old, and have their best players, their most dynamic players, fit and available.
Robust structures back at home, consistency in those structures where you don't change the format every year, and yeah, just have a pool of players who you invest in and do all of those things that you're saying as well.
Here's Archer again. Beats the outside edge. Beauty from Archer. Back of a length. Hits the seam. Nips away down the hill, down the slope, and past the outside edge of Azan Oais. Loving his mental fortitude, though. I mean, he's played and missed. Gary Morgan will be able to tell us exactly how many times he's played and missed, but you would probably agree with me that it'd be 12, 15, 20?
Maybe even more. It's been happening since the morning session. And look, you can admire his grit, but he has gotten a touch lucky as well. Can't deny that. And there is one last thing I want to add to that conversation, but here's Jofra.
Up to the crease and again beats him outside the off stump. Jofra Archer's also laughing now. He's just kind of thinking, well, what do I have to do? It's either hits the middle of the bat or it beats the outside edge.
The last thing I'd like to add to that conversation that we were just having is consistency in selection. Insecurity creeps into Pakistan players' minds, and then they play for their spot. And it's not a very happy position to be in. Those cricketers aren't particularly empowered. And I feel like that ultimately also has a role to play. What
about consistency of administration? The PCB's had 5 chairman in the last four chairmen in the last 5 years. Driven this time by Azana Wacewell. Archer can't believe it. Past the edge, beats the edge, beats him with a short ball, and then pitches one up, and he's driven through cover for 4. Delightfully, may I say.
Yeah, that might be his best drive of the day. Offered the full face of the blade, played it underneath his eye line, looked very, very balanced, and he's into the 40s. Azana Wes. This could be an innings that could potentially at least keep Pakistan in this game, and he got a reprieve when he was on 8. So he's cashing in on that, I suppose, making hay.
There's rain in the air. I said there was a shower predicted for later this afternoon. I think it might be arriving. Here's Archer again. That's a beauty! Back of a length, hits the edge or the glove. Azana Wes immediately says to the umpire, "We'll review that, thank you very much." It's hit something. And England is celebrating, but they may have their celebrations cut short. Azana Wes immediately reviewed it, so that suggests to me that it's hit him on the shoulder, his shoulder, rather than the shoulder of the bat or the gloves. Unless there's a faintest of touches that he didn't feel. And, well, this will be interesting, because it is raining. I think the ground staff are bringing on the hovercraft. So the players are leaving the field while the review's taking place. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, you see something new every day these days. Yesterday we had bad light stop play and it wasn't stumps yet.
Yeah, definitely clear gap.
But look,
okay, we'll go back to Pelly's on ground.
Whether that's out or not, it was an absolute rip snorter of a delivery, and I reckon Azana Wes was correct to review it. I do not see any spike
I think it's come off his
on
rib
ultra
cage.
edge.
And it is raining quite heavily at the moment, so that forecast shower was supposed to come at 5 o'clock on the weather forecast that I saw, and it's here and it's heavy. I tell you what, this is suddenly really heavy, and the pitch is going to take quite a soaking before the cover even gets onto it. Not out is the verdict, so it's come off his rib cage and just kind of flicked. Not sure if he's got a chest protector on or not, but it obviously made a noise that was quite loud when it passed by. England certainly thought they'd got their man, but Azana Wes knew immediately that he was not out. The rain is streaming down our commentary box window in front of us. 81 for 4 Pakistan, and Azana Wes, I'm particularly pleased that he's made some runs. I mean, I thought it was awful that he made the wrong sort of history at Headingley last week when he became just the second Pakistan batsman to be dismissed with the first ball of a test match. So I'm glad to see him score runs. The only other thing I would have really liked to have seen was Mohammad Abbas earning his name on the honours board here at Lord's, but that didn't happen as England fought back to make 290. Mohammad Abbas finishing with 4 for 73. Quite torrential rain, and I can't help wondering whether this might not be in Pakistan's best interests if the pitch has been freshened up.
Absolutely not, and came out of nowhere really, and it's way more than a shower. But well, England have dominated on day 2. First they added all those runs for that last wicket partnership. 47 runs added by Josh Tongue and Gus Atkinson together, and England got to an above par total. 290 runs were far too many. Pakistan lost early wickets, and the only thing worth writing home about for Pakistan today has been Azana Wes, and man, as even he got a bit fortunate, right? Dropped on 8 by Harry Brook in the slip cordon. Pakistan need a moment of inspiration. They also are not sure if Imamul Haq will be fit enough to bat or not, but this is a test match still in which they could at least fight toe-to-toe with England. And I feel like Pakistan supporters, all they really at this point care about is a competition. Like, result aside, they'd like to watch their team compete at the highest level, and they're not entirely out of it yet. But if you think about it, Imam, if he's just not fit enough to bat, we are looking at the last recognized batting pair as well in Rizwan and Azana Wes. And yeah, like if it's gloomy out here at Lord's, it's not particularly bright and sunny in that Pakistan dressing room either.
Trailing by 209 Pakistan still, so you know they I mean they will pass the follow-on target, but it just kind of puts things into perspective. They're a long way down. 81 for 4, that's potentially 81 for 5. and England are very, very much dominating. And, you know, just very quickly before we wrap, we'll take a short break while it's still raining and the ground is being covered. I mean, I think Babar Azam got it wrong during that last partnership. You know, yes, there were drop catches, which never helped, but, you know, why have you got Muhammad Ali bowling to England's number 11 at the beginning of the day with an extra cover and no third slip? Josh Tongue immediately nicks one straight through the vacant third slip position at catchable height. You know, and it's like, that's not advanced captaincy, is it?
No, and he had some good spells of captaincy yesterday, but if you remember, there were a few edges that ran past that vacant slip, third slip fielder yesterday as well. So, look, you spoke about consistency in administration. It's been chop and change all around. You talk about captaincy, you talk about coaches. I mean, I think chairman might be like secondary over here. The amount of coaches we've seen, you know, get hired and then get sacked. Jason Gillespie has been very, very vocal about this. Gary Kirsten was hired as white ball coach, and he actually left his role without coaching Pakistan in an ODI. So that's just been, you know, the story. And when you have so much volatility and you're going for short-term fixes and short-term gains, you will never have long-term results or any sort of consistency.
Right, that's it for the moment then from Lords. We'll take a short break. Pakistan at 81 for 4, still trailing by 209 runs. It's raining. The rain actually is clearing away, so it was just a short, sharp, hopefully very brief shower, and we'll be cleaned up and ready to go very shortly. But for now, we'll take a short break.
is no further rain, play will restart at 3:30. So 3:30 resumption, providing no further rain. The teams ball will now be taken at 4:40, and our scheduled closing play time is now moved to 7 o'clock. Restart 3:30, tea now at 4:40, and our scheduled closing play is 7 o'clock. So restart at 3:30. Give us some latest scores in the Rothesay County Championship matches taking place. Current round of games starting off at Chelmsford in Division 1, where Surrey playing Essex in reply to Surrey's 183. Essex 213 for 3 means they lead by 30. Dean Elgar is 108 not out. Match laid by Rain at Edgbaston. Notts taking on Warwickshire. Notts batting first, 172 for 5. Joe Clark is 81 not out. At Scarborough, Yorkshire playing Leicestershire. Yorkshire batting first, and they've reached 202 for 7. Match also delayed by rain down at Cardiff. Hampshire against Glamorgan. Low scoring game. Hampshire 162. Glamorgan in reply 149 for 8 when it rains. And down at home, Somerset against Sussex. Somerset will hold out for 202 in reply. Sussex have just been dismissed for 250. The leader 48, John Simpson, is 64 not out. Match laid also by rain at Derby. Derby against Middlesex. Derbyshire batting first there, 79 for 3. High scoring game Northampton. Kent against Northamptonshire. Kent batting first, and they've reached 341 for 9. Zach Crawley made 89. And Worcester, Lancashire against Worcestershire. Still in the first innings there, Lancashire batting first, 135 for 8. Match laid by rain at Chester Street, Gloucestershire against title chasing Durham. Gloucestershire dismissed for 137. Durham in reply, 297 for 7 when the rain came. David Bellingham made 122. umpires returning to the field, more rifle, Aladin Panika. Today's third umpire, Chris Gaffney, fourth umpire, Rob White, and match referee, Rangjan Manigal. Two for Pakistan, Zara Weiss on 43 and Mohammed Rizwan on 1. Mohammed Rizwan to take strike and to continue from the nursery end for England, Ollie Robinson.
Welcome back to Lords. We're back. The players are out there. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Steve Harmison, with the match situation temporarily paused after a sudden, sharp spell of rain, which I think caught the ground staff hopping, like it did at Headingley, actually. Suddenly it was crazy out there, but it seems to have passed us. Well, not seems to, it has passed us. We might get a bit more, but as things stand, there's blue skies to the right. The floodlights are still on. The game situation is Pakistan well behind. 81 for 4, with Rizwan 1 not out and Azan Awais at 43. Awais has been given out twice so far. Caught behind on both occasions. This first ball of what will be an hour and 10-minute session between now and tea. It's bowled by Ollie Robinson and is left alone by Rizwan. Azan Awais, caught behind on 2 occasions, only for the ball to have hit shoulder and thigh, or nothing.
Didn't hit it. Yeah.
Certainly didn't hit it with the bat on either occasion. Robinson turns. He has picked up 1 wicket so far. He's gone for just 7. Jamie Smith up behind the stumps. How well is he kept behind the stumps, by the way? And this is pushed out to Amelia Gay at cover, who will no doubt be hell-bent on scoring some runs in second innings, but it is a peculiar position to find yourself in. And I've had this argument with Jarrod over the years, but I think, and Amelia Gay is definitely going to have 1 more test match. You'd feel, possibly more, hopefully more. But I have watched batters for England in what you know will be their last test innings, clipped away for a single, unless they score a lot of runs. And there's a peculiar, I don't know how to describe it.
There's normally an air of sort of false confidence, but still giving off confidence that Emilio Gay normally has as a person, but the last 2 innings I've seen from him, I don't get that. I really don't feel as though he's given off the confidence as though he would have when he plays for Durham, which concerns me a little bit. I still think he should be given at least a winter at it.
Round the wicket comes Ollie Robinson, bowling to Azan Awais, who's 43, pushes it out to cover. No, what I'm saying is that I remember watching Nick Compton bat here against Sri Lanka. I guess that was what year was that? 2014? No, it wasn't 2014. It was the following series. And he had had a wretched run. He was under a lot of pressure. And he walked out to bat. and everybody knew that if he didn't score a lot of runs, his international career was over. Robinson again, and defended again by Zeno Ace. No run.
But at that time, opening the batting for England was like a revolving door. We were trying to find. We went from Sir Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook to everybody else and Sir Alistair Cook. So they didn't. I don't think they got a huge amount of time. Not that I thought Nick Compton deserved a little bit more time. I think the one in that period that probably deserved a little bit more time for me was Michael Carberry, who had the disastrous Ashes and didn't get a chance to come home.
Robinson again down the leg side. There'll be runs here. It's not often he strays down the leg side. Robinson, I've done a bit too much, but it started straighter, so the movement was pronounced. Actually, that nipped back and down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. 86 for 4. Michael Carberry I wouldn't say he had a disastrous Ashes. I think England had a disastrous
England
Ashes.
had the disastrous Ashes. I don't think Carberry did.
I don't think Carberry did either.
I thought he was hard done by.
I felt like that as well. He was coming up against Ryan Harris, Mitchell Johnson.
And it was prime Mitchell Johnson.
Prime Mitchell Johnson. The team was falling apart. If you look at the stats, he faced, I think, 2 or 3 balls less than David Warner in that series. In a way, he did his job, but David Warner scored about 100, 200 runs more than him.
Yeah, and that's why I said he's unlucky not to get to come back in the summer, and I think that's where, as much as Emilio might be struggling for a little bit of confidence and does need that sort of 3-figure score, I still think he should be given at least part of the winter to prove that he's an international cricketer.
Jofra Archer bowling from the pavilion end, and there's a flat-footed drive from Rizwan, thick inside edge onto the pad and away. Rizwan, I don't know about you, but I find it quite a baffling batter to watch. He's seemingly always trying to get onto the front foot, but never seems to get there.
No, it's good because his weight transfer and his body position is about getting forward and going into the ball, but his front foot doesn't take him with him, and that's why sometimes he loses his balance.
Over the wicket comes Archer, and again this is pitched up, no real foot movement, driven up to mid-on, no run. 86 for 4.
So like that last ball,
yeah,
you know, he hasn't moved his feet that well. It's a modern day player, the way they play. Jordan Cox doesn't move his feet that well, but his straight transfer going into the ball is what makes him a bit more solid in defence. Cox is more solid in defence than Rizwan, but you can see why Rizwan is such a good limited over and white ball player, because chest head is always going towards the ball.
Floodlights still on here at Lord's. Third flat-footed drive in a row from Rizwan against Jofra Archer, and this time French cuts the ball past the stumps for 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, that was off balance inside edge, but Jofra looked good. Mark Wood's been in the back of the box, and we've been talking about Jofra and talking about when he gets his knees pumping and bit between the teeth. Sometimes when he looks laboured, he gets accused of him not trying. It's not he's not trying, he is trying, he's always trying, but he looks so good when his knees pumping. Right now he's like that.
Archer again, this time left alone by Rizwan. I don't think there's any real feeling about Archer anymore, though, is it? It's
I hope not.
Quite a tired kind of accusation. I mean, there's a bowler who's talking nearly as well as he bowled, working for Sky at the moment, and people used to talk about Stuart Broad's, bounding in, pumping, legs pumping. Nobody ever used to say that when his legs weren't pumping, he wasn't trying.
Yeah, and that's just sometimes the body language that Jofra gives off. He's naturally different. He's very laid back. The Caribbean culture, I think it's lazy punditry sometimes.
He's on the pad. It's a little appeal for leg before. Ooh, a little mix-up as well. There's a comfortable single there. Both batters met in the middle of the park. Awais was more than halfway down the track, but sent back. 90 for 4 then Pakistan. Yeah, so going back to the point I was making about Nick Compton, I think Nick Compton might be back at 3 actually. But anyway, whether he's batting as opener or at 3, doesn't really matter. The point
Might be playing with Adam Lyth being opener.
not in that. No, because it wasn't. It was against Sri Lanka. I think. I don't know. Let's have a look. Trying to get on the front foot is Rizwan, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket. There's just this exquisitely painful feeling of watching a bowler run into a batter, knowing that you could just about to see the last ball a batter will ever face in international cricket.
Yeah.
It's quite evil.
It's not nice, is it?
No, it isn't
not
nice. It's horrible.
But this is what we talk about, John, that cricket is a team game played by individuals. And the individual, the mindset, cricket's cruel. Cricket is a cruel sport. Really is. And mentally, physically and mentally, it's a cruel, cruel sport. Because your team might be going brilliantly, but all of a sudden you might be averaging 15 or 20. You might be averaging, a bit of a false start there from Ollie Robinson, but you might be averaging 15 or 20 with a bat. So your team's winning, but you're not. It's like Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay out there, they've won in effectively 2 days, but 3 days in Leeds. And they've now got Pakistan 91 for 4, with the lead at the minute of 199. But Emilio Gay's worried about his players.
This is it, right? Robinson is in. There's a shout for leg before wicket there, and Jamie Smith is almost, well, he's meeting Ollie Robinson halfway down the track. It did nip back, seemed to me to hit about a quite high. Are England going to review this?
I know.
I can hear the stump mic. I don't think this is high. Then England do review.
The third umpire.
Keeper was after it. Bowler was after it.
Is not out. It's Fiddler
I think they're just worried about the inside edge, aren't they, John? I think Ollie Robinson's reaction. I was on with Manners before, and I was talking about in professional sport, you look at the player's initial reaction, and their initial reaction straight away. The last time it was out, Ollie Robinson. This one, he wasn't so sure.
Clearly no bet again. You can go to ball trip and you're available.
It's hit him in the box. It's hit him between the legs.
No
Has that just flicked the front of the
Oh,
top
it has,
pad?
you know. It has. It's flicked the top pad. That changes it a little bit. Still high. Remember, it's being given not out. It's going back up the slope.
It's height that's going to save the batter.
Is not out.
It's hitting him in line. 3 reds and he's out. Mohammad Rizwan's got to go for 7. Pakistan have lost their 5th. 91 for 5. And Ollie Robinson has taken his 2nd wicket. Well, Jamie Smith was absolutely sure, wasn't he? There was a bit of criticism about Smith in the last test in terms of how much input he was making to the decision review system decisions. And his ability to stand up behind the stumps has been questioned. Well, he's answered pretty much all the questions. He's caught brilliantly behind the stumps. He made sure Jofra Archer didn't push for a review, which England would have lost.
Which is the right one.
Which was correct. And right there, right now, he has pushed for that review almost as vehemently as Ollie Robinson. Actually, maybe even more so. And he's proved to be correct.
Yeah, he was 100% correct. And I think that was Jamie Smith, where the one before, from Ollie Robinson's point of view, it was all Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson wasn't even entertaining anybody else. He was Joe Root. That's out. I need you to review this. This one, I don't think Ollie Robinson's reviewing this. I think if this is Ollie Robinson and Joe Root, I don't think Ollie Robinson's reviewing it. When you watch his reaction again, but I think it was Smith that's come into the conversation and gone, hold on, I think it's hit the pad first before it's hit the back leg. If that's the case, it's a whole different story. And I think because of that, the minds all the minds put together of getting to a good review. So, well done, Jamie Smith. I think his keeping's been very, very good. He's looked more flexible, looked very robotic in the winter. Whether he was a little bit bigger, as in physically, he's gone in sort of a little bit heavier, as in weight heavier, and not had the flexibility. Getting runs in the first innings does help a hell of a lot.
Well, I was going to say as well, he scored some runs.
Yeah.
I wonder whether there has been some discussions with Jamie between tests to say, Jamie, we need you just to take ownership a bit more.
Yeah, possibly.
Because that seems to have been the case a bit in this test match. Robinson then, 2 wickets to the good, and he's bowling to the new batter, Ali Usman. I don't think that's taken the outside edge. It's looped up over first slip and down to the boundary for 4. Has that gone as runs or as leg byes, Harmy?
I think it's gone as byes. I think it's hit Jamie Smith on the index finger or the thumb. 4 byes.
Yep, you got it.
I think it's hit him on the index finger or the thumb, and it's hurt. It really has. It's a good hit, this.
Well, it's just showing the difficulties of keeping behind the stumps, isn't it? It's hit his right thumb.
Ouch.
I mean, he's not bowling at 90 miles an hour. We know that about Ollie Robinson.
No,
but he
but
wouldn't be standing up behind the stumps. But it's still going at good pace.
Ball's still hard. It's still hard.
95 for 5 then. And Smith isn't standing up behind the stumps for this this delivery. Robinson is in. There's an outside edge from the bat of Ali Usman, but played with soft hands, and it just dies in front of Jordan Cox at 3rd slip. Dan Lawrence in at 4th slip. Amelia Gay in the covers with Joe Root at mid-off. You got Jofra Archer at mid-wicket. Is that Josh Tongue at mid-on, and then down on the boundary
Gus Atkinson.
is Gus Atkinson at more long leg.
Seen Ali Usman face 2 balls so far. I don't think he's going to last much longer playing the way he has towards Ollie Robinson.
He's quite far out the crease and lays bat on ball. This time pushed out to Amelia Gay, running around from cover point to point where he fields.
Hard hands coming forward, trying to smother the bounce. Sure, Ollie Robinson just possibly just pulling his length back a touch and bowling a little bit wider of outside off stump. Might see the end. Might see him look for that outside edge, putting deep square back. Don't believe that Ollie Robinson's going to bowl him a bouncer, but he might to push him back.
Here is Robinson. Again, he's getting onto the front foot. Pushed out to point. Ali Usman yet to get off the mark. Pakistan, it's just been a case of same old really. Quite sorry state of affairs. Trailing by 195. Does have any real chance? If they got within 50, maybe, of England's first innings score, 60 at a push. But even then, do they have the bowlers to bowl England out cheaply?
I think they have the bowlers, but have they got anything left in them?
Those spells.
Yeah.
I was thinking that this morning
10,
with that
11 over spells.
Yeah, that extra hour they had to bowl this morning, almost entirely into the legs of Abbas and Ali. Shahzad didn't bowl, did he? This goes past the outside edge again. Ali Usman's played the same shot pretty much to every single ball. This time misses the ball by some distance. Now, you're not going to want to be bowling again, are you, if you're Mohamed Abbas or Mohamed Ali at any point today? And it's looking like they might, because can you see Pakistan batting out 54 overs today?
I can see Pakistan being, I think some might argue that will Pakistan be still batting at tea time? I mean, if Jofra gets his tail up here and gets away off strike and gets Ali Usman on strike, I mean, it might not end well for Ali Usman, especially if he's going to come and put his sort of 12 studs down the middle of the pitch and try and get forward as much as he can.
Here is Archer around the wicket, and it's Azan Awais who has opened the batting for Pakistan. He's faced nearly a century of deliveries. He's hit 7 fours. He's been given out twice, overturned twice, and he's 43 not out. He has a century to his name. This is perhaps his best innings, or certainly one of his best innings. He's only played 6 test matches, average in the low 20s at the start of the innings. It's pushing towards 30, and he gets set and is ready, and he does have a curious way of playing at balls very defensively that he should be leaving all day long, and after they go past the outside edge, withdrawing the bat and pretending that he's playing the ball underneath his eyes.
Absolutely, and that's the prime example. He's he's played at that and removed his bat very, very nonchalantly, but he's had a go at it, and there's no reason whatsoever to be playing at that. That started wide, seamed away, gone down the hill, and ended up wide as well. So there's no value. If you're going to go at that, go at it hard and try and hit it, try and lash it. Probably end up going over the top of the slips.
3 slips guided, backward point in place, and this has Azan Owais hopping a touch, defended out to cover. Broadcast update. I'm not sure if you're aware that Namibia were playing South Africa in a T20, but I'm on the CSA media group and I just had this message through. Broadcast of today's T20 between Namibia and South Africa has unfortunately ended. Not because the game has,
no,
but due to poor incoming picture quality from the venue.
Oh,
so there you go.
Toys R Us Wi-Fi again.
Here is Archer. He's picked up 1 wicket, looking for a second. Runs here, getting good pace. Ball hitting the bat hard. Misfield by Josh Tongue. Running back at mid-off. He just apologises to Archer. These two have got a bit of a bromance going on, haven't they, Josh Tongue and Jofra Archer? It's quite nice to see. Oh no, it's Robinson actually. Either way, it's another couple of runs. Azan Owais moves to 45, 5 away from 50.
Some interesting scores going around in the county championship. Not many of these games will finish with the forecast there tomorrow, but there's
Archer again. Oh, runs here, and it'll just be a single down to long leg. This is Archer targeting the pads, and this is Azan Owais looking a touch more comfortable. He moves to 46, 97 for 5. I mean, I'm watching the...
Your mob are struggling.
Well, they have been struggling. Go on.
Big games in the county championship. Yeah,
how's the Notts Warwickshire game going? Because that lost the first day, didn't it, to rain? So
Notts are 170 for 5. So it's a good start for Warwickshire, but with the rain around tomorrow, that might not be. Yorkshire 244 for 8.
Over the wicket now to Ali Usman, who's yet to get off the mark. He will get off the mark. Archer feels he's come close to a wicket here. Jabbed square of the wicket by Ali Usman. Did you see a replay? He did nip back, but he's got in line, in position. Looks like a comfortable single to me.
Yeah, he got in position. You just wonder if Jofra just pulls his length back, bowls a couple of bouncers. Will he be that keen to get forward as quickly and as early as he does? And that indecision will be, Jofra will be hoping that ball that he's just bowled, after a couple of bounces in a set-up in the next over or the over after, that ball there would probably get him into a bit of trouble.
Just having a little look at Azan Owais' record as an international cricketer. He's yet to play at home.
Yeah.
He's played a couple of test matches in Bangladesh, scored a century in his first innings. Since then, he's only gone past 50 once. That was in Port of Spain. In the match that Pakistan won against the West Indies, apart from that, a couple of ducks in there, including that first ball of the series. Bowled by Ollie Robinson at Headingley, one against West Indies as well. Short delivery and fielded behind the stumps by Jamie Smith. So yeah, this is an important innings. And there was some chat that he might have been the one to make way. Pakistan might be set with a selection conundrum for the 3rd test match. Imam ul-Haq, of course, picked up an injury in this, but Shah Massoud has not scored many. He's not a natural opener, although he did open for quite a while for Pakistan. Scored a century against England at opener. But he's looked short of runs. That's quite a close slip cordon. And that is a delightful delivery from Ollie Robinson, who on another day will be wheeling away, having secured the outside edge of the bat of Ali Usman. As it is, he just starts his walk back to the top of his mark. That's almost unplayable. Pitching middle and off and then moving away from the right-hander, who's trying to smother the turn. I mean, 77 miles an hour.
It's a beauty. It is a beauty.
Brilliant ball.
It's not getting many wickets, that ball, unfortunately.
Well, closest fourth slip, by the way, and this time Ali Usman showing the pressure of the situation. He's just pushing at a ball that also moves a fair amount away, doesn't it?
Poor shot. But he's bowled, I mean, he's 78 mile an hour. He's bowled one bouncer or one short ball, and all of a sudden Usman's positivity when it came to the forward defence seems to have gone out the window. God knows what's going to happen when Jofra bowls him.
This is on the pads, a bit straighter, but Ali Usman is quite far down the track. Hit him quite high on the pad. Yeah, look at that big step down the track.
That's close, you know. I'd like to see that again. I reckon that's close. Remember the slope as well. I think that's close. It's closer than you think. Nobody really appealed.
Nope. Oh, he did take such a gigantic step down, didn't he?
Too far forward, yeah. You know, we're just seeing a pitch mark of Robinson. It's just a great corridor. It's a brilliant corridor for a seamer to be in. The pace he's at, his ability to make the ball bounce.
Smith back up behind the stumps after wearing one at the top of his thumb, and runs here. 100 up for Pakistan. Ollie Robinson angling this down the leg side, and it fair on races to the boundary. A smattering of applause here at Lord's. It's been real hard work for Pakistan. They're already 5 down. They've got Zain Awais at the crease. He's 4 away from 50, but they need a lot to draw themselves close here. It's looking a bit desperate. The floodlight's still on. It's very bright actually now. 4 slips in place. Keeper up behind the stumps as Ollie Robinson searching his 3rd wicket, and again just gets this one a little bit too leg side, and there'll be 1 leg by added to the score. 104 for 5 then, Pakistan.
Trying a little bit too hard now, Ollie Robinson. He's gone for the $1 million ball there. He's gone for the big in swinger. Josh Tongue getting warmed up. Jofra's coming to the end of what's been I think an energetic spell. He's bowled some quick bowls as Jofra. Awais he's been brave. You know, his concentration has been fantastic. Yeah, he's played at bowls which he shouldn't have, but he's still there and he's still given Pakistan a fighting chance.
Oh, inside edge, back onto the stumps. Archer's struck his 2nd wicket. A nothing shot from Ali Usman, and his short stay has come to an end. He's trying to jab the ball with a horizontal bat. Ugly shot, thick inside edge. That stumps a mess, and again, poor from Pakistan.
Very poor from Pakistan. That was that from Ali Usman. That I'm expecting a short ball. I'm waiting on the short ball coming. There was no rocking forward. He's expecting the short ball. Archer's gone sort of back of a length, angling back towards. That's a shot of a number 11, to be fair, not a number. Yes, he might bat number 8 in Test match cricket, but if that's what's coming in at number 8, and Pakistan are 100 and, well, he came in at number 7 because obviously Imam's not there, but 104 for 6. I mean, there's not much time left in this Pakistan innings. England have been ruthless with the ball. Archer's been very, very good today. But Pakistan really have been terrible, really have, and that's another illustration of a guy at one end who might be playing away from his body and flashing and, you know, wafting at things, but when the heat's been on, his ability to, you know, be brave, hang in for the team, and give his team some sort of fighting chance. Everybody else from the other end have either played a big shot or really not fancied facing Jofra Archer, and Pakistan have been really, really poor. So I don't expect Pakistan to be out there much longer when it comes to the batting, especially if Imam ul Haq doesn't come out, which it doesn't like he is going to now. But great from Archer, excellent from Robinson, and as a team, John, yes, you wanted England to be tested, but unfortunately think the next challenge that England are going to face when it comes to red ball probably will be closer to Christmas time, because this Pakistan team are going down with a whimper.
Well, you asked for 120 all out.
Close.
And you might get your wish. Get off the fence, Harmy. Yep. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but there seems to be a sense of anticlimax here at Lord's as Archer comes in, and first ball gives Haram Shahzad the hurry up. No foot movement again. I'd like to see the speed of that delivery. Oh, he steps away as well.
God, I'm just thinking that there. It's 89 miles an hour. You just saying not mince me words. I'm not going to mince me words. If Jofra Archer bowls the next ball on the stumps,
how did I know you were going to say that?
Pakistan will be 104 for 7.
If anything, he needs to make sure the ball doesn't move.
Yeah.
Just bowl full and straight. Archer in. He does go full, but not straight enough. Dug out this time from Haram Shahzad. Yeah, that doesn't bode well, does it? That's a number 11.
Yeah, we've just seen a number 11 shot, and another number 11 has just come in, and he doesn't strike me the air of confidence does Haram Shahzad. He looks as though he is thinking, oh my word, he's bowling 90 miles an hour. Jofra looks a long way away there.
Here is Archer again, and you can describe that shot.
I'd rather that. I'd rather them do that. You know, if you're going to stand there and back away and have a swing. I mean, that again,
wasn't even a swing,
that
was
wasn't
it?
a swing. It was a prod. But I'd rather you have a swing than just stand there and wait for the inevitable castles, stumps everywhere. Because if you do have a swing, if it is on the stump, you do have a swing. The likelihood is it'll go either, plink it through mid-wicket, or you'll edge it down a third. You have more of a chance then of making, England potentially have to move on the slips, because but at this minute in time, it's just so easy for England.
The bail.
And that's being that I'm trying to be as respectful as I possibly can to batting, but to Pakistan's batting. But it's been so poor, and England have just done the basics very, very well.
Azana Wace is just helping knock the stumps back in. One of the bails has blown off. Harry Brook, you can hear his Yorkshire twang, can't you? Speaking, might be something lost in translation there, but Azana Wace is 4 away from 50, and he might want to get those runs quite quickly. Plays that shot again. It's a real nothing shot. As length delivery well outside off stump, and it's almost like he's playing the wrong line, but then pushing at the ball at the same time.
He's definitely playing the wrong line. Again, it's just a waft. There's nothing. There's no real foot movement. That's an opening batter, and he's squared up. Both shoulders are facing down the pitch. Both pads are facing towards Jofra Archer.
He's got 3 slips and 2 gullies and a backward point, and he's playing that. Round the wicket comes Archer, and again a play and a miss. Might have to get Gary Morgan to send his Azana Wace's full shot percentage in the innings. He survives another over though. Pakistan are still out there, but they're starting to resemble that knight from the Monty Python films with no arms and no legs,
no arms,
but without the fight.
Yeah, no arms, no legs, and no fight. I mean, they're going down really with a whimper. And it's so frustrating when you bowl at somebody like Awais, because you bowl at the stumps and he defends it. You bowl it outside the stumps and he whops at it or plain and misses at it. So it's just one of them days when it comes to being a fast bowler against Pakistan's opening batter. But to everybody else, England have been very, very good.
Gary Morgan sent me the scorecard, or part of the scorecard, from Nick Compton's last Test match. He did bat at 3. Can you work out or remember? You might have seen it. Alistair Cook opened. Can you remember who he opened with? Robinson targeting the stumps and targeting Haram Shahzad. who seems to be just a little more comfortable facing Ollie Robinson at 77 miles an hour than he was Jofra Archer at 90 miles an hour, and who can blame him?
Absolutely. I'm trying to think. If it wasn't Adam Lyth, Mark Stoneman was later. Carberry didn't play at home. I'm trying to think who else. Sam Robson? Before Sam Robson?
No, it was after Sam Robson. Robinson again, edged and caught, simple as you like. Flat-footed prod. Haram Shahzad pushes at a ball in and around off stump. Brook, I think, with the catch. And Pakistan now 105 for 7.
Yeah, this is good from Robinson. Really good from Robinson. Good from Brook. Confidence builder after dropping one earlier. It's in a good area. It is. It's in a good area. Ideal towards a delivery towards a number 11. And around off stump, and Shahzad's just obliged by giving the slips field and practice. Another good delivery from Robinson, angling it towards off stump, utilising the slope very, very well. Just held its line, thick outside edge, and a good catch from Harry Brook. And I think if Ollie Robinson gets another couple in that area, he himself could get challenged to get back onto that honours board like he was at the start of the summer.
I tell you
Who was
what,
the opener?
Alex Hales,
I would never have gotten that.
2016.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Here's a question for Gary Morgan. What is the lowest amount of runs conceded by a bowler whose name is on the honours board here at Lord's?
Ooh, that'd be a good one.
He's taken 3 for 8.
I bet you this will be close.
Are you coming in, Manners? Is that why you're there, yeah?
I think Jimmy got a bag for
I'll let you ponder.
very few.
Manners is coming back in. I'm sure Gary Morgan will answer that question at some
I'm
point.
sure he will. But no, it's been good from England, good from Robinson, good from Archer. Archer's put them in this position as well. And sometimes when you're a bowling unit, bowling in partnerships and working together, you've got a fast bowler that works them over, and a pitch-up bowler, an accurate bowler, swing bowler who asks that question outside off stump. It's nice when both parties come to the party and get rewarded. Archer's got 2. Robinson's got 3 now. I think now it'll be a challenge of keeping the stumps in play from the bowler's point of view, whether it's Robinson, whether it's Archer, towards the batters who isn't OAS. Could be all over very quickly.
4 slips now on the back foot, punched away by Mohammad Abbas, the new batsman. Behind square on the offside, and they go through for a single. Mohammad Abbas in a sleeveless sweater is off the mark, and Pakistan, well, I don't know, this will sound a little bit patronising, but you know, they saved the follow-on. And I mean, you know, at one stage there's possibility that they carry on tumbling without Imam ul Haq. You know, they're a batsman down. They're now a long way still behind the game at 184. That's the deficit at the moment. 106 for 7. And frankly, the fact that the weather forecast is shocking for the whole of tomorrow, it doesn't really look like it's going to have any material effect. That's a short delivery, top edge hook. Emilio Gay underneath it, takes the catch. Azan Oais, the 21-year-old left-hander, will not have the consolation of a half-century. Top edge hook shot. On the one hand, you have to admire his desire to counter-attack and to try and do something in the company of the tail-enders. On the other hand, there is a time and a place for bravado, and there's also a time and a place to be selfish. And frankly, I would have preferred it if he'd finished not out and got himself a 50. Behram Kazi.
Yeah, Manners, I mean, a red inker would have looked nice next to Azan Oais's name, and gets suckered into that shot as well, because the field is set for the pull, and he's been baited and trapped, and you know, he'll be kicking himself, because it's been a pedestrian show with the bat from Pakistan, and the one batter who tried to dig in and, you know, looked better than everyone else has now fallen for 46 off 102. Azan Oais making that long walk back to the pavilion, and Pakistan practically down to their last wicket now, because I highly doubt Imamul Haq will be coming out to have a bat. Don't think we're going to get to see Stratton hobble.
Yeah, I was thinking more about maybe tomorrow and perhaps Sunday. Yeah, the strap and hobble would be pointless at the moment, wouldn't it? That really nothing to be achieved, and potentially a considerable amount to be lost if he aggravated that calf injury. So 106 for 8, effectively 106 for 9 in the absence of Imamul Haq. And well, Ollie Robinson 4 for 9 in 12 overs. That, I mean, I don't know what adjective to use. It's almost comical. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 9. Robinson in, bowls to the new batsman Muhammad Ali, and he pushes it away behind square on the offside and is off the mark. And Robinson reaches double figures. That's 10 runs conceded in 12 overs. Quite extraordinary. Yes. 4 for 10.
Still going at less than a run and over. And I mean, in the games that he has played this summer, Ollie Robinson has been unplayable. Twice at Lords versus Pakistan and New Zealand, and he was the star of the show in the Headingley Test as well. Ran away with the Player of the Match award. And look, if he can figure out a way to be durable, I suppose England have finally locked down that leader of the attack role.
Here is Robinson. Can he get onto the honours board for the second time this summer? Almost off an inside edge. Just trickles that one back past the off stump and towards the keeper. The two cheapest fifers on the honours board here at Lords, 5 for 13 and 5 for 15. Tim Murtagh for Ireland against England in 2019. And Giddins for England against Zimbabwe 26 years ago at the turn of the millennium in 2000. Pakistan 107 for 8 in 35 overs. Muhammad Abbas and Muhammad Ali with 1 run apiece. And I suppose for this Friday afternoon crowd, they'll be looking forward to the prospect of watching England bat again today. And I don't know, Bedham Kazi, I watched quite a lot of Test cricket over the last 4 decades, and I can't readily recall a team even remotely hauling themselves back into the Test match from a situation as far behind the game as this.
I mean, you know, and a frequently used phrase is boys against men, but in this series it's basically been infants against men. That's how poor Pakistan have been. They were good in phases yesterday, still leaky though, and today they've completely just waved the white flag.
Here's Archer again, down the leg side, flick, and I don't know whether that came off the pad or the glove or the bat of Muhammad Ali, but Joe Root diving to his right, got his hand to it at leg slip, and there doesn't seem to be a great deal of disappointment shown by Joe Root. Was it off the bat? I thought it was off the pad. What did you think?
Well, I did hear a woody sound, but I suppose the replay will tell us more. Yeah, I think that was off the bat, Manners.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the lack of disappointment is the fact that it was probably going to be immaterial. Here's Archer. Not to Archer. He would like another wicket. That's actually a lovely shot. That's punched away through the offside, up the hill, which helps to slow it down. Gus Atkinson in pursuit. And they'll go through for a couple. Muhammad Ali moves on to 3. These runs, everything all feels a little bit immaterial. Do you know, I sense that there is a sense of kind of shock around Lords. There's a buzz, and you know, not buzz of excitement, not buzz of anticipation, not buzz of expectation, but a curious buzz, a buzz of wonder. Down the leg side from Archer again. And left alone by Muhammad Ali. Steps inside it, allows it through to Jamie Smith. There's a kind of just a sort of a murmuring, like, what's gone on? What's happened? It's been an extraordinary collapse, and the wickets have just keep tumbling.
Yeah, they continue to fall like a house of cards. Pakistan, it's been their issue. And there are many issues with this team. The fielding has been all over the place. The bowling attack has come under scrutiny, and the batters just haven't held the fort at all.
play and a miss outside the off stump. Peel for leg before wicket. Missed it with the bat, or did he? Was there an inside edge? And again, it sounded like two noises, but Jofra Archer's appealing, and Joe Root is at leg slip, asking him, well, what did it look like to you? And Archer has just made the inside edge noise, hasn't he? And Joe Root said, look, they're 9 down. Let's have a review anyway. We've got one, let's use it.
Original decision is not out.
Archer is actually making the noise. He said to Root, no, I think he's hit it.
Ollie Robinson wouldn't be too pleased with that. I think he'd want to get on that honours board again, Manners.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you know, I guess they're 9 down. I think this will show us quite clearly that there was an inside edge. We could hear it as much as anything else.
Or can we?
Or can we? Because I reckon it's out.
Yeah, it's pad first, there's a gap on the left-hand side, so you can get a ball trick when available.
This is going to be out then, isn't it?
I think there's a spike on Ultra Edge that I can spot from here, but I'm not sure if it's off the bat.
Well, I think that third umpire Chris Gaffney has said that there's a clear edge. He said there's a clear edge, and well, I'm glad it's clear to him. Maybe he's got a higher definition TV screen than we have.
Pitching outside of impact.
But I think it's
okay.
It is hitting the stumps. Of that we could be certain. But it was given not outs. Reverse swing that from Jofra Archer. Pretty impressive, but
yeah, 2 reds and a yellow. So Muhammad Ali will survive. Well, for how long is the question, but you know, the few shots that he has played, he's looked better than some of the frontline batters from Pakistan.
Yeah, he's had a few more half volleys than Archer's down the leg side once again, and Muhammad Ali steps inside it and allows it to go through to Jamie Smith. With the ball reverse swinging like this for Jofra Archer, that's one of the reasons that Joe Root's got himself in that leg slip, and he's given Muhammad Ali a life. Joe Root is signalling to Josh Tongue to warm up. Now, surely Ollie Robinson's not going to come out of the attack with 4 for 10 to his name, is he?
Well, they don't play for milestones.
Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. Archer is in again. Muhammad Ali pushes that one up towards the mid-off, and there's no run. Like I said earlier, there's a time and a place. I mean, you know, on the one hand, you can admire Azan Owaisi, you know, for having a go at a bouncer, because, you know, you play for the team and yeah, all of that sort of thing. But I think in this particular instance, he's 21 years old, in the infancy of his career, and there's no point throwing your wicket away in a lost cause. Absolutely no point whatsoever. And well, I have to no, Robinson is going to bowl. Okay, so maybe actually Josh Tongue's going to come on, replace Jofra Archer. But Robinson would never come off with figures of 4 for 10 from 12 overs, even with his creaky body, prone as it is to niggles and upsets. Here's Robinson then looking for a 5th wicket, bowls full and straight. He's targeting that front pad of Mohammad Abbas, but Abbas is up to it this time, blocking it resolutely defensively down the pitch. No run.
I reckon Ollie Robinson has 5 more deliveries here to complete that 5-wicket haul and get his name on the honours board yet again. He did that not too long ago versus New Zealand, because I reckon Josh Tongue, being the tail hoover that he is probably going to wrap up this innings in the next over.
4 slips now as Robinson comes into Mohammad Abbas again and beats him outside the off stump. It's just too much movement for Ollie Robinson. He's such a skillful bowler, you half sort of wonder whether he can control the amount of movement with his wobble seam deliveries. Right, Ollie, wobble this one a little less and you might find the outside edge. But he has the lowest bowling average. You see that stat earlier. He's got the lowest bowling average of any England bowler at Lord's, with 20 or more wickets, averaging less than 10. That's going to come down even further with figures of 4 for 10. If he makes it 5 for 10, his bowling average might never be matched by anybody else playing Test cricket here at Lord's. Next one is defended away by Mohammad Abbas on the offside, no run.
Yeah, uses his crease, Mohammad Abbas. He'd know a thing or two how to counter Ollie Robinson, because he's just a very similar sort of seamer himself. But this is quite disappointing from a Pakistan perspective, because, you know, every now and then I go downstairs, catch some fresh air, and I meet people, and the tickets aren't cheap over here, manners. People are paying 150 quid for a day, and you know the Pakistani rupee is not particularly strong, so I feel for them.
Here is Ollie Robinson again, and that's down the leg side, and there's a speculative appeal with no belief whatsoever, no conviction at all. It was off the pad, little flick of the pad. I'm hoping, Behram Kazi, that the majority of Pakistan supporters who have paid 150 quid for a ticket to come to Lord's are earning English currency and are working and living in England, because otherwise that would have been a massive investment to come over from Pakistan, pay that amount of money, and you know it could be rained off tomorrow.
I think for most other test matches it would be, but if there are some travelling fans, it's for the Lord's Test because of, you know, the fact that it's the home of cricket, and Pakistan generally does well here, or has done well.
Robinson in again. Mohammad Abbas turns it away behind square on the leg side for another single. Pakistan move up to 110 for 8. Yeah, it's very similar to South Africans and New Zealand supporters when they come over to, you know, every cricket lover wants to come and experience a Lord's Test match, at least one. And I tell you what, there's a lot of floors and sofas being slept on by younger supporters.
I mean, I've bumped into some travelling fans and they were quite cheerful yesterday. I don't think that would be the case today, and I feel for them.
Here's Robinson again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And well, can I just tell you that in other news, Namibia are about to thrash South Africa in a T20 international in Windhoek. They're playing the first match in a triangular series also involving Zimbabwe. South Africa, of course, have rested their top 20 players, or they've given their roughly their top 20 players time off to count the dollars they've all earned in the last 6 months. They've got a South Africa A team against Bangladesh. They've got a South Africa emerging team against Bangladesh. So there's basically 3 squads. So they're picking from a 4th squad, and they sent a young team to play in that triangular. But there's some big names now. Devolt Brevis is one of the recognisable batsmen. Anyway, Namibia made 163. Hang on, there are a couple more. Thanks, Scotty. Luandre Pretorius off the back foot, chopped away out towards mid-off. Funnily enough, he's trying to cut that through the offside, was Mohammad Abbas, and got through the shot too early and almost holed out to mid-off. But there's Dwan Janssen, otherwise known as the other Janssen, Marco's twin brother, been captained by Bjorn Fortuyn. But Predelin Subrayan's played international cricket, as has Connor Esthuizen. Anyway, it's a young and very inexperienced team, and they're about to be comprehensively beaten by the hosts, Namibia, in the first of that triangular series. Bowled in! Archer through Mohammad Abbas's swing. Archer denies Ollie Robinson a second 5-wicket haul of the summer. Pakistan have been bowled out for 110.
Yeah,
well, they're 110 for 9 actually, but yeah, effectively all out with the absence of Imam ul Haq. We're just waiting to see whether Imam is going to appear. No, he's not, because the 2 batsmen knew that, and they are walking off the field. So Jofra Archer, I mean, I shouldn't say denies Ollie Robinson, because Archer has picked up a well-deserved 3rd wicket for himself, and finishes with 3 for 26. Ollie Robinson 4 for 11 from 13 overs, quite extraordinary. And well, the deficit is 180, Behram Kazi, and it's very hard to see how Pakistan can possibly fight their way back. Let's say they bowl England out for 150. They're still going to need 330 to win.
Yeah, look, unless the surface flattens out big time, I do not see it happen. And, you know, really good reverse swing bowling by Jofra Archer. Abbas never really stood a chance, and ultimately his furniture was disturbed. I was having a conversation with Sam not too long ago, earlier today, and, you know, he asked me, how much do you think they're going to get? 180? And I was like, that might be a bit too high, and they've conceded a lead of 180. So I suppose that number was correct to a certain extent. Different context.
Well, the news from Lords is that tea is now being taken. That's the third time it's been moved today from its initially scheduled time of I think it was 4:30, wasn't it? Then moved to 5 o'clock. Now it's been moved yet again. Pakistan have been bowled out for 110, leaving England with a lead of 180. Ollie Robinson 4 for 11, Jofra Archer 3 for 26, Josh Tongue 2 for 27, with a top score of 46 from 21-year-old opener Azan Oais. And England will bat again in their second innings with pretty much a free hit in terms of expectation, and there won't be any pressure. It'll be a tough third innings for Pakistan's bowlers. We'll take a tea break ourselves. We'll head off in search of some Earl Grey and some scones and clotted cream, and we'll be back with live ball-by-ball commentary in just under 20 minutes' time.
I appreciate there is still a full session to come. Those of you looking to use the Jubilee line, you see that you are already advised. You may wish to make alternative arrangements. There are severe delays on London Underground this evening, and you are advised to use Baker Street as opposed to St John's Wood and the Jubilee line. That is due to a fire near the Wembley Park area. Jubilee line has severe delays, and that is not expected to change throughout the course of the evening. So please check your travel before leaving us here this evening. Right, time to reveal a winner of our back competition today. This was for the juniors, and it's a congratulations to Henry Horsfield, who's up there on the big screen with his winning back. Going to see New Balance and our good friends at the Vitality Performance Centre. So congratulations to Henry, who is the winner of our earlier competition for the youngsters. Right, we are taking tea then here at Lord's in between innings to remind you that the resumption time will be at 4:41. Time now on the big screen for some highlights from this afternoon's play. Umpires back to the field. Paul Rifle and Ian Gallagher. Today's third umpire, Chris Gaffney. Fourth umpire, Rob White. Match referee, Ranjan Managali. Scorers, Adam Meehan and Kevin Mitchell. Pakistan, next to the field by Baba Azad. Turn the batting for England, Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay.
Welcome back to Lord's. We're into the final session of the second day of the second test between England and Pakistan, and England are about to start their second innings with a lead of 180, with Pakistan having been bowled out for 110, or effectively bowled out. They 110 for 9. They only lost 9 wickets. But Imam ul Haq was absent, injured, and never appeared with his injured left calf. Top score of 46 from Azan Oais, the 21-year-old left-handed opener. He was out top edging. I think bouncer might be too kind to Ollie Robinson. He was out top edging a long hop, which Robinson's pace, really, he could have hit it almost anywhere, but he top edged it to deep square leg. Anyway, the long and short of it is that Ollie Robinson has produced the 4th lowest runs per over bowling figures in the history of Test cricket, with 13 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 11. And Jofra Archer, 11.2 overs, 3 for 26, and 2 wickets for Josh Tongue, 2 for 27. It's all been rather miserable as far as Pakistan are concerned. Mohammad Abbas try and put a smile on their faces in the final session. Bowling the first over to Ben Duckett, pushes it away defensively out on the onside. It's his situation, Behram Kazi, not unlike my memories of playing chess at school, when you realised quite early on that you weren't very good at chess and you were absolutely certain to lose, and all your instincts were to just knock the pieces off the board and have a, I'm talking about, you know, the age of 8 or 9 years old, when you just learnt how to play. And I don't mean to be unkind to Pakistan, but it's they have just not done themselves justice. I've no doubt that they're a much better cricket team than they've shown in the first two Test matches. Duckett plays the next one defensively out on the onside, but in the sense that there's no way back, that I think is what I was referring to. You know, checkmate is looming.
I don't see a way back at all, and to call that Pakistan batting performance pedestrian would be, you know, unfair to the word pedestrian. I feel like it's just zero resistance and no application and just an absolute lack of fight.
Here is Mahmoud Abbas, and pushed out towards mid-off. They set off for a quick single, fielded by Babar Azam, who's trying to show some enthusiasm, charging in and attacking that from mid-off. So actually, I mean, without over-analysing this, although analysis is what we're paying you for, but lack of commitment, you know, is one thing. Lack of effort, and I don't know whether that's strictly fair. I mean, you know, we can't be certain that they weren't trying and that they weren't committed. More worrying, if that's the case, is there really such a disparity in skill levels between the two teams? Emilio Gay pushes this one out on the onside, no run.
You know, there's a lot of talk in cricket and professional sport about mindset and mental strength, and I'm not saying that all of that stuff is incorrect. Of course, at some point when you're playing at the highest level, mental fortitude matters, but I do not think it matters more than skill. And what we have seen in this Test series between both England and Pakistan is a major skill deficit, and perhaps that's also in these conditions, but Pakistan have been very underwhelming.
Here's Mahmoud Abbas again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Emilio Gay. He was unlucky in the first innings, playing a perfectly legitimate leg glance, and stunning catch from Mohammad Rizwan, one-handed. Yeah, I you know, the thing about Test cricket is that even just playing 2 days of it, as we've had here, is it's a tough game. You know, you can't fake it. You can't. Thousands of players have retired from Test cricket. Here's Abbas again, and Emilio Gay pushes it square to the wicket on the offside. Wants a single. Babar Azam prevents him, charging in and doing the defence. I mean, it's like, take the most recent, Kane Williamson. You know, it's I love the game. I respect it. It's the pinnacle of the game, but there comes a point where it's too hard, and basically that was it. You know, he's got 3 young children, and it demands a great deal from you just to turn out and run in and bowl. And I don't think that Khurram Shahzad and Muhammad Ali are not trying or not committed. There have been times, there have been teams where you can sit and watch and say, there's 3 or 4 players who don't look completely committed and aren't giving their everything. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen any Pakistan players about whom I've thought that.
I think you could make a case for lack of commitment with some of the really shoddy fielding that we saw in the previous Test match. You know, when you're down and out and losing, at least put in the dive, and we saw them not putting in that dive in the field. But over here, they've just simply been outclassed. They had no answers to Jofra's rapid spell, and to be fair to Jofra, you know, some great bumpers, reverse swing, and Ollie Robinson has just been unplayable. Pakistan have not cracked that at all.
They're not the first team to have struggled against him. As a new over begins from Khurram Shahzad. Pakistan with 3 slips. Azan Awais at first slip. Substitute, the man who captained the team at Headingley. Salman Ali Agha at second slip in place of Imam ul Haq. Abdullah Shafiq at third slip. Must be Saud Shakil in the gully. And left arm spinner Ali Usman at cover. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. That's Mohammad Abbas. Here's Khurram Shahzad once again. Bangs it in short and pushed away. Out towards cover. And Emilio Gay thought there was a single there. Ben Duckett didn't. Emilio Gay almost ran a whole run because he came halfway down before Duckett sent him back. You know, can you say that Khurram Shahzad is not running in at full effort, not exerting himself. I can't say that. I maybe haven't seen enough of him, but you know that plenty of times you see bowlers who aren't giving it their all.
I don't think there's been any lack of effort from the bowlers. It's just been lack of execution, especially Khurram.
Here he is around the wicket, bowls, driven in the air and caught. Well, Ben Duckett has smashed that one to mid-off. Is it Shan Masood who took the catch?
Babar?
That was Babar Azam, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I thought he was a bit short for Shan Masood. But it's on the up, and that's a gift, actually. That's a soft dismissal. I think for sheer effort alone, Khurram Shahzad deserves a bit of luck, and that is a bit of luck. It's a loose shot from Ben Duckett, but I guess it's the kind of shot you play, A, when you're Ben Duckett, and B, when you're leading by 180 on the first innings.
Absolutely, and England probably just, want to come out and have a bit of a hit, because they would know that this test match has pretty much been wrapped up. But look, Ben Duckett has had a bit of a lean patch with the bat in test cricket. There is that 100 that he scored versus New Zealand at Trent Bridge, if I'm not wrong. But that is the only knock that he has to show for in the recent past. Had a dreadful time in Australia in that Ashes series. Lost his way a bit in Noosa as well. And yeah, look, I still rate him, but he would be feeling under the pump as well. England, not so much, because they are, 181 ahead at this moment. And coming back to Khurram Shahzad, look, the only major criticism that I have, and it is a big one, is that he hasn't been able to land the delivery in the same area 2 balls in a row. And we're not talking about some raw youngster over here. We're talking about someone who's played over 70 first-class games. You should be better. You've also played for Worcester, if I'm not wrong, in the county championship. And he was supposed to be someone who could be accurate with, his skill set of seaming the ball off the deck and swinging the ball in the air. And he has just been all over the shop. He himself would be quite disappointed with his performance, but, I backed him a while back. I thought that he could be someone who could be a good new ball bowler for Pakistan, and he hasn't shown that to us on this tour.
Jordan Cox is the new batsman at number 3, and his first delivery he plays with soft hands. A bit edgy, I have to say, between third slip and gully, down towards the third boundary, but it won't reach the boundary. Ali Usman in pursuit keeps them down to a single, and Jordan Cox off the mark. Emilio Gay yet to score. Ben Duckett gone for 1. England 1 for 1. 3 for 1 now. They came back for the second. And I remember speaking to you where you very kindly helped me out with a chat before the series began, and you spoke, I wouldn't say lavishly praiseworthy terms of Khurram Shahzad, but he was certainly somebody that you were expecting a lot more from. That's in hindsight.
People compare his bowling action to Dale Steyn, but I mean,
it's a little flick on the onside, but I think it's come off the pad of Jordan Cox. He runs the first hard. I think it'll be a leg by. It'll be confirmed by umpire Paul Rifle now. There's a lot in the run-up that is Dale Steyn, for sure, and whilst it's not a replica of the delivery action, it's not dissimilar, and I think people misunderstand and wince when they hear him compared to Dale Steyn because of the numbers and the reputation, and that's not the comparison. Nobody's saying he's going to be a new Dale Steyn. They're just saying that he bears a resemblance to him when he's bowling. That, that's okay. It's not sacrosanct to say that somebody bowls like somebody else. That's made contact with the thigh pad, I'm imagining. Back of a length, and there was a nick on Emilio Gay. He looks completely unperturbed. There was some noise from the slip cordon, but I think it was reactionary rather than anticipatory. 4 for 1 England, leading by 184. The sun's out. It's a nice afternoon again.
I mean, apart from that shower that we had closer to or in between the lunch and the tea break, it's been a very nice day at Lord's. Sun's been out mostly, And I mean, yes, you can liken the action to Dale Steyn, sure. I'm not expecting him to transform into Dale Steyn. I think what people would just have, expectations of is efficiency, some good accuracy, and he's not been able to deliver that. And if you are a stock bowler, then you should, or that stock bowler sort of repertoire should reflect in your numbers. And it hasn't. He's been very leaky.
Mohammad Abbas less leaky. Now he's got 2 slips and 2 gullies, effectively. There's a little gap between second slip and the first of 2 gullies. On the back foot goes Jordan Cox, pushing that one up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Babar Azam. 4 for 1, England. Ben Duckett gone for a single. I was on the train down from Leeds to London. Had a weekend in Leeds all by myself because my hotel room was booked, and it was a very nice hotel, as you know, because you took over Harmy's room. And so I had some canal runs and walked. I went to Leeds Museum, which was full of stuffed animals. Pushed away defensively out towards mid-wicket. It is Shan Masood who does the fielding. And on the train, there was some logistical difficulties, I think it's fair to say. I sat on the train all set to go, and the announcer came on and said, "This train is cancelled." She didn't say, "Here are your alternatives." So everybody just filed out onto the platform looking bewildered and confused, especially me. I had no idea what to do. A kindly lady saw my distress and said, "You need to get the train to York and then get the connecting service." On the back foot, punched away through the offside for 4. That's a lovely shot by Jordan Cox, it really is. But it's too short and too wide at a harmless pace. I mean, Mohammad Abbas knows that. Nobody needs to tell him. He's taken 904 first-class wickets. He knows that's too short and too wide. It was a 4 ball and Jordan Cox put it away for 4. So eventually the train gets, the 3rd train I was on, gets moving. And the good news was that it had a buffet car. So I went to get myself a coffee and a brownie. And they were very good, actually, both of them. Here's Mohammad Abbas once again running away from us. Beats the outside edge, beauty. Little bit of away movement, and then hits the seam and nips away down the slope. And they served it to me in a paper bag. And on it, it said, "How many blokes called Dale can you fit in the Yorkshire Dales?" Which amused me. I thought that's a good touch of humour. And I took a photograph of the bag and I sent it to Dale Steyn because I was bored and I'd already been travelling for 4 hours. And I never expected a response. Here is Abbas in off the back foot. Punched away through extra cover by Jordan Cox. Another loose delivery from Mohammad Abbas. 4 more runs. England move on to 12 for 1. And so I finished the brownie and the coffee. And I put the cup and the wrapper in the bag, and I threw the bag away. Half an hour later, Dale Steyn replies on WhatsApp with a smiley face and says, "Can you bring the bag back to Cape Town for me? It's now in the waste paper basket." So I think that's okay. I'll go back to the buffet car and ask them for another one. Well, then I realised that there's a different motif and a different amusing statement or comment joke on each packet, on each paper bag. So I went to the trash, obviously, to retrieve the one that Dale Steyn wanted. Half volley, leg stump, poor delivery, pushed away for a single. And there's just a time for 1 run. Jordan Cox into double figures. Emilio Gay yet to score. England 12 for 1. Mohammad Abbas none for 9. Leading England now by 193. Anyway, I retrieved it, folded it up, and it'll be in my suitcase. I don't know what he's going to do with it.
Well, hopefully he's not listening to this. He might reject that wrapper. But I'll tell you what, I'm not sure how many Dales you can fit into the Yorkshire Dale, but you cannot fit a Khurram. He would not fit
into the Yorkshire Dales. You need a couple of dogs, don't you, really? If you're going to be in the Yorkshire Dales, you need to be dog walking or hiking. 3 slips in a gully. Here's Khurram Shahzad up to the crease and hits on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Very loud, very confident, animated from Shahzad. Not so much from the slip cordon. Can you understand what they're saying?
That looks quite out, and Rizwan is convinced. He said that he feels that he's a goner, Jordan Cox. Maybe I've just reverse jinxed Khurram Shahzad. Perhaps he's going to produce his best spell of the series right here, right now. And Pakistan will probably even be appreciative of the minor victories. I know this test match is more or less gone, but if they can roll England over for, let's say, 100 runs, at least there will be some positives that they can take to Birmingham.
Just run it through.
Yeah, that's back leg.
Yeah, clearly no bet. You can go to ball trick when available.
I wonder why it's at this point I start to think, before we get the decision, why did he give it not out?
Looks very adjacent.
No problem.
Back leg and not too high either. I would have raised my finger for sure.
What made Paul Rifle give it not out, do you think?
Not sure.
Original decision is not out.
Yeah, Jordan Cox is walking off.
Pitching out.
He's given himself out.
Yeah, 3 reds. Off you go.
Paul will get you back on screen.
Well, Khurram Shahzad was absolutely convinced, as was Mohammad Rizwan. I did say that the rest of the slip cordon weren't particularly animated. Maybe they all just thought it was so plumb. Anyway, Cox has gone. England are 13 for 2, but they are leading by 193. So anyway, this test match is moving forward very, very rapidly.
I suppose Khurram Shahzad does perhaps fit into the Yorkshire Dales. I might have to eat my words. Good start for Pakistan in the 3rd innings, but England are 193 runs ahead, and I mean, if they perhaps, roll them over for, say, 80 runs, 90 runs, if they're chasing anything below 300, Pakistan could perhaps dare to dream. That'll be it for manners, and I'll be joined by Jon Norman, who is making his way to the chair. Sun is beating down on Lords. Looks very beautiful from up here. Hello, John.
Hey, Bayram, it's good to hear you still optimistic about Pakistan's chances of what would be an incredible victory. But 13 for 2 in 2nd innings, although England were 26 for 2 in 1st innings and still managed to hit 290. I wonder what the tale of this pitch will be at the end of the 4 innings.
I mean, if we're super optimistic, it flattens out like the World Test Championship final.
First ball pushed into the covers from Joe Root. Shahzad, who didn't bowl this morning, Mohammad Abbas and Muhammad Ali entrusted with prizing out the final England wicket. In the end, they were both unsuccessful, and it was Ali Usman who dismissed Gus Atkinson in his first over. And maybe Khurram Shahzad with a point to prove. He's picked up the wicket of Ben Duckett, caught horribly at mid-on, and a genuine inducker has trapped Jordan Cox in front of the stumps. How many LBW decisions have been reviewed successfully in this test match? I think there's been a couple as he's continuing, and this is too wide to tempt Emilio Gay, who is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries and he's been standing at the other end for much of the fun. England lead, though, still dominant, 194.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be quite fascinated to know what are the most number of LBW decisions in a 3-match test series, because it feels like we've seen plenty of leg before wicket dismissals already, and we're halfway through this series. And good response by Khurram. He's been unbowlable at times, but this is the best he's looked all series.
Round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and well, he doesn't complete the delivery. Was that Emilio Gay that... What happened there?
I think he just lost his run up.
Oh, so it was the bowler.
Yeah.
Because so Emilio Gay must have noticed that before I did. I couldn't work out whether it was the batter withdrawing from the stumps that stopped him running, or the bowler just, as you say, lost his run-up. The latter. Goes again, and this is pushed through mid-wicket by Emilio Gay, who is off the mark. He'll be feeling a little bit better about things, but pressure on England's opener. You will know he needs a score, preferably today, and then he can try and enjoy Birmingham a little bit more. Otherwise, if he's out cheaply here at Lord's, there'll be a lot of chatter, especially with Jacob Bethel set to come back into the squad for the South Africa series in December. Jordan Cox, despite that dismissal a few moments ago, has done enough to impress. Dan Lawrence, of course, has scored a half-century.
You've also got one of the Roux brothers breathing down his neck, Emilio Gay.
This time it's, well, it's not runs, square of the wicket on the leg side because it's fielded. And Emilio Gay remains 2 not out. What, Thomas Roux or James Roux?
I think James Roux was the one who was selected, but I quite like Thomas Roux. I feel like he's a very talented cricketer, keeps wicket as well. I've seen some of England's under-19 games, and him in particular, along with Caleb Falconer, and I think there's this left-arm quick. Is the name Lumsden?
Yeah, Manny Lumsden.
3 really talented players.
And again comes Shazad, and this is too wide. And Emilio Gay in no hurry whatsoever. Pakistan's innings again. How many overs have they faced in total across 3 innings? Less than 40 overs on 2 occasions, I know that much. Both first innings, they just have not managed to bat through those sessions.
Sheer lack of resistance, and you know, at least on this day, all they really needed to do was dig in. They had to somehow try and survive the day and come out tomorrow and potentially think of, you know, scoring against a softer ball. But none of that has gone according to plan. They even lost Imamul Haq to injury, a calf strain, and it keeps getting worse for Pakistan on this tour, honestly. And you know, there have been some pundits back in Pakistan who have been quite offended by some of the criticism by England's media, and there's no defense really.
It's Mohammad Abbas bowling from the nursery ground end. He picked up 3 wickets early on in the piece in first innings, bowling from this end, and he's bowling to the England captain Joe Root with the keeper up behind the stumps, and he's targeting off stump. Joe Root defends back to the bowler, no run. 16 for 2, England in second innings. So Root early on in the innings at the crease. I mean, this is part of the problem. He hasn't been in the field for a particularly long time, but you know, as captain, this is the problem. When can you switch off? We spent 4 hours dealing with off-field incidents at the weekend. Press duties on Monday or the Tuesday, I think it was. This time, Root is pushing at a ball that's going away from him, and it's dropped behind the stumps by Rizwan. No run.
I mean, it's a ploy that's really worked well against Joe Root in the recent past. We saw Alex Carey come up with the stumps, and England struggled, particularly Joe Root and Harry Brook. New Zealand repeated that trend with Tom Blundell doing a fantastic job keeping up to the stumps, and now we see this same sort of routine once again with Rizwan coming up to the stumps.
Abbas again. Oh, he struck on the pad. I think the reason for the excitement is that the ball has hit the pad before going on to hit Joe Root's bat. Rizwan's really keen, but Mohammad Abbas, I think, less so, because he thinks Joe Root's got outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, I've watched the replay.
Oh, they've reviewed.
Oh, they have. I feel like we'll see impact outside off. If Pakistan are lucky, maybe they'll get like umpire's call and retain the review.
Review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's fairly risk out of front on.
Bubba Azam had to race to signal he wanted to review. I'm not sure about this one. Just looking up at the big screen here at Lord's. Well, it's definitely hit the pad first. Well, I think it's hit the pad first, but I also think
we'll just confirm that with Aldridge. I want to see side on. It looks like it's pad first, but just confirm that.
Our initial belief that
Maybe outside
Root
the
have got
line.
outside the line of off stump is going to
Yeah,
bear
definitely.
fruit. In
Pat,
fact,
just go to
the
ball tracking.
fielders are starting to make their way back to their marks. They're not going to wait for the third umpire decision. It's Chris
Original
Gaffney.
decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impacts outside. We'll get Pelly's back on screen here.
Massive cloud above Lords now. Perhaps Pakistan can maybe get that ball to talk.
Well, floodlights aren't on yet, but it suddenly has got quite dark. There's a bat again, and this is cut. Oh, there's a run-out opportunity here. Joe Root has played this straight to backward point. He's run down the track, as has Emilio Gay, who suddenly realised where the ball's gone. He's told his captain to head back, and Joe Root has made his way back. He's had to dive to make his ground. The throw was wayward. Be interesting to see whether that was a run-out opportunity. Is that Arga?
Now that's Ali Usman. Very poor throw. But no, Root would have made it.
I wonder if a direct hit. Would have had him short. It would have been close.
Yeah, touch and go.
It wasn't though. It was quite wild in the end. Two slips in place of the gully. Quite a deepish backward point, and Joe Root batting. 1 from 6, and look, this is the game within the game. Keeper up behind the stumps. Bowler operating 77, 78 miles an hour. We've seen Matt Henry bowl this line. We've seen Nathan Smith bowl this line. We're now watching Mohammad Abbas bowl this line. Against England, that is. And I still can't say for sure that Joe Root has got an answer.
Throw in Scotty Boland and Michael Deesa into that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When in Australia. This has got the angles wrong. Runs here off the thigh pad. Fielded at fine leg. Is it off the glove? Oh yeah, he is. It's off the glove. You're right, Harvey. Well done. So it'll be runs. 2 of them. 18 for 2 then, England.
2 runs closer now, Joe Root, to overtaking Sachin Tendulkar's run tally in Test cricket. He's still roughly 1,700 runs away, John, and that's last I checked. Maybe he's even closer now. Do you reckon it's something that's ever on his mind? Does he personally want to overtake Sachin? Is that something that drives Joe Root? Because it might as well not be, right?
I don't think it drives him, no. But for sure he's aware of it. Still quite some way away. And also any professional sports person knows that, you know, the fickle finger of fate is always hovering. A broken finger here, a hamstring there. It's difficult to see a loss of form resulting in him, you know, being dropped. But here's Shazad. Oh, edged! Oh, I think that has just dropped short of second slip. And who's that at third slip jumping across?
That would be Abdullah Shafiq.
Well, I think Shafiq had to go for it. We'll have a little look whether that's a drop. Tough chance. No, it's dropped well short of second slip. Third slip's jumped across and has actually made the right decision. But it's gone in front of him as well. So good bowling from Shazad. He's still continuing to ask questions. Emilio Gay would have had his heart in his mouth because that was a thick outside edge, but it didn't carry.
That's the best Shazad has looked, at least.
Here's Shazad again. This time Gay forward, blocking it out to cover, no run. 18 for 2 then England in second innings. We've had 12 wickets today. Imam ul Haq didn't bat, so Pakistan's innings ended with Mohammad Abbas, 9th out for 110. Big lead on first innings of 180. And they added just 13 before Jordan Cox followed Ben Duckett back to the pavilion. And now Emilio Gay, with all the pressure of the world on his shoulders, in gloomy conditions, and floodlights have come on here at Lord's. And Shazad with his tail up, bowling round the wicket. And this is pushed out to Ghali, no run.
Yeah, Pakistan showing a bit of fight with the ball. It's just the batting and the fielding that has really let them down in this test match, I reckon. Because, sure, that last wicket partnership earlier today, and it's incredible how England are batting again, but that lasted for 47 runs. Had they bowled England out for 250, we could have given the bowlers a passing grade, I reckon. But it's just that there's just been this very, very big gap between both teams.
Shahzad. Oh, there's a good delivery from Shahzad, but Emilio Gay is driving on the move, and he's very lucky not to have got an outside edge on that. That's the kind of delivery where the fielding team believe that they should have got the wicket on moral grounds, let alone anything else. Oh, it's just nervy. You can feel the nerves. Emilio Gay was speaking to Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison on a Following On podcast at the start of the summer. Shahzad is in, and Emilio Gay takes a big step down the track and blocks this out to point. And Emilio Gay spoke so well, one of numerous cricketers we've had on the show that have spoke to us in their car, full of the joys of spring. He was confident, eloquent, straightforward, scored runs at good time, and now this. And I was talking about tests for the England cricketers. Emilio Gay is being tested right now, right here, right now. Can he beat the test? Pushed out to backward point.
In many ways he's batting for his spot as well, because the competition for the opening spot is quite high, I assume, with Jordan Cox doing well at first drop, and I've been told that he has opened the batting at domestic level, and it's a tough place to survive, and it's a tough role as well. You play your home test matches in England as an opening batter. I mean, apart from Alistair Cook, throw Andrew Strauss in, Marcus Trescothick, and I mean Ben Duckett as well, I suppose. Not a lot of people have been able to lock that role down for themselves in at least this millennium.
Mohammad Abbas then continuing yet to pick up a wicket in second innings. He's bowling to Joe Root. Need I mention the wicketkeeper is up behind the stumps. You can only imagine how this game would feel if Pakistan had bowled England out for maybe 70 fewer and themselves had scored 60 or 70 more than they managed. 50-run deficit, say 40 or 50 run, England 2 down. The whole feel of this test match and the series would feel so different right now.
They could have dared to dream.
Bass again, this is on the pads and pushed up to mid-on, and Joe Root sets off very, very quickly indeed.
Poor effort in the field over there by Muhammad Ali. Could have been more sprightly, could have perhaps had a shy at the stumps, but you know, Pakistan are probably feeling it out there. Loads of expectations to just be competitive, right? Like, that's where Pakistan fans are at right now, I feel like. Results are even secondary. They just want their team to be competitive and put on a show, put up a fight. And they haven't particularly been able to do so. Not in the slightest.
Can their bowlers somehow perform a miracle here at Lord's? Round the wicket comes Abbas and beats the outside edge of Emilio Gay's bat. Comprehensively beaten there. And this is the angle of attack that, like a lot of left-handers in cricket, is where an opposition team feel they have the best opportunity. Bowling round the wicket, aiming the ball at off stump, forcing the batter to play, and having a bowler good enough to get the ball to straighten and go past the outside edge.
With Emilio Gay, I just feel like, and I'm no expert over here, but the way he plants his front foot, more often than not, he ends up squaring himself up.
3 slips and a gully in place, and he's actually taken a step down the track here. This is fired in a touch too wide from Abbas, and Emilio Gay lets this one go through. No run. 19 for 2, lead over Pakistan of 199. So many left-handed opening batters have struggled against this angle, though, right? I think you make a good point. I think there's a couple of technical problems that Emilio Gay's got, but Andrew Strauss struggled against it. David Warner struggled against it. Two very different batters.
Shan Masood.
Looks like Mohammad Rizwan is going to come up behind the stumps. He's just putting his helmet on, putting on his right glove, and he's in position now. Mohammad Abbas running away from us. This is driven by Emilio Gay. Doesn't quite get to the pitch, but carries on with the shot. And there's only 2 fielders in front of the bat on the offside. Gets it between both of those and away to the boundary for 4.
It's an elegant shot, full face of the blade as well. That should give Emilio Gay some confidence. And it is a good game situation, right? To really come and kind of score some runs, and you're not particularly feeling the pressure as far as the test match is concerned. It's just that after getting a couple of 50s early on in his test career, he's been short of runs, and that part is completely different.
Here's Abbas again. This time a touch straighter in and around that big front pad, and Gay gets forward and blocks this out. So end of another over. How many has Mohammad Abbas bowled in second innings? He's bowled 4, but it's Khurram Shahzad, who's 3 overs, have picked up 2 wickets. He's gone for just 5, and he's bowled really well, and there's been no surprise. Well, there is some surprise, I suppose, but he did not bowl this morning. Mohammad Abbas and Muhammad Ali bowled that first hour, and of course both bowled good quotas yesterday as well. So Shahzad, apart from quite short innings, hasn't had a lot to do today, and just that freshness in his legs is just showing, and we're just seeing some consistency to his bowling, which hasn't always been evident over the last couple of tests.
For the very first time, I would say, in this test series. He was all right in the West Indies. He was good in patches, would produce that magic ball every now and then, was targeting the stumps a bit more. His lines weren't as erratic, but he should get some confidence from this spell, and I mean, maybe if he can get another couple of wickets, that would be great.
Here's Shahzad, and he's just strayed a touch onto the pads. Joe Root is too good to pass up this opportunity. Pushed firmly through mid-wicket and up to the boundary for 4.
He did remove Joe Root at Headingley when Root missed a flick and he was pinned LBW. Perhaps that's on Khurram Shahzad's mind, perhaps that's what he's trying to do, but you're also talking about Joe Root. He could flick the ball with his eyes closed most days.
Lead of 207 then, England with 8 wickets in hand. Pakistan might be without Imam ul Haq in second innings as well as they were the first. And it's squared up a touch here. Root trying to play through mid-wicket again, but fielded at mid-off. So, better delivery from Shahzad. Shahzad, he got rid of Root in the first test, didn't he?
Yep.
That Root just played round a straight one. Essentially, he was trapped LBW. He was out LBW in the first innings of this match as well. It has been a recurring theme for England's greatest. As this time, it's overbalances a touch. Pushed back to the bowler. Shahzad forcing Root to play.
You mentioned earlier how, you know, overtaking Sachin's test run tally might not be a driving factor for Joe Root, and you also mentioned how sport is just the nature of the beast is such that you could get injured, but Joe Root doesn't get injured, does he? He's barely ever gotten injured, and sometimes I feel he might just be the kind of bloke who one day wakes up and thinks to himself he's lost the love of the game.
This is a clip to square leg. I think anyone who's just picked up the captaincy for the second time probably feels quite far away from that eventuality occurring. Could well happen. How many tests has Joe Root played? Let's have a quick look. He's played 167 test matches, and in that time he's been dropped once, and he missed a test match because of the birth of his second child, I think. That was in 2020. The time he got dropped was the Ashes, 2013-14. Defended up to the bowler, back to the bowler. So yeah, look, he's had a, if it was to end today, he's had a phenomenal career. I suppose what's fun, Bayram, from our perspective, is trying to work out if it happens, against who and where.
I mean, English cricket revolves around the Ashes. I would assume it's after a successful Ashes series. That would be a good time to hang up the boots, but...
Oh no, I'm not talking about hanging up the boots. I'm talking about going past the record. So that again, and this is guided down to Gully.
Well, this is his 168th test, right? So what's also fascinating is that Sachin plays 200 on the dot.
Yep. Well, that test series was pretty much created.
Yep.
Was it a 2-test series against West Indies? It was created just for that. Just for that moment.
Didn't they reject a tour to South Africa so that Sachin could retire at home?
That I can't remember. Manners will know. But pretty sure the West Indies were brought over to India so Sachin could play his 200th test match at home. I think. I'm sure that there'll be listeners or viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel who can confirm. Well, but yeah, so 167 matches, test, 300 test innings. 14,000 runs. So, what did you say he's got? About 1,700 to get?
Yeah, roughly. But if he plays 200 test matches, I reckon he gets there.
Oh, you'd think. Yeah, I don't think it would take 33 test matches to score 1,700 runs. If he's averaging 50...
Well, it's one thing to average 50, it's another thing to, some instances you don't get to play 2 innings in a test match, right?
Oh, absolutely. You could be not out, it could inflate your... I think, let's say, well, how many tests do you think it would take Joe Root to score 1,700 runs, would you say? Abbas continuing, there's an edge from the bat of Emilio Gay. But it drops well short of a diving Gully. 27 for 2, England in second innings. India bowled out for 110, so a deficit of 180 on first innings. So England's lead now 207. Well, shall we say he scores 100 runs? Let's try and do easy maths, right? Let's say he scores 100 runs a test. Let's just say, right, because it's going to be almost impossible to work it out otherwise.
I actually think he has a mean score of 80 runs or there and thereabouts per test. So there's a figure for you.
All right, so how many test matches, how does 80 go into 1,700?
No! So let's assume...
22? 22 tests. Okay, let's say it's 20 test matches, right? Let's say 20 test matches.
Let's say it's 40 test innings. Let's go with that number.
Well, it'll be easier to go with 20 test matches, right?
Sure.
England have got 3 test matches against South Africa to come, then 2 test matches against Bangladesh, so that's 5 of them. Then they play the anniversary test match against Australia, so that's 6. Then they play another test match against Bangladesh, 7. 5 tests against Australia, so that's 12. Another edge. And again, it goes to a diving Gully. Faster this time, flatter. That's actually a smart stop, but caught on the bounce. Well, so how many tests is that?
That's 12 test matches, but let's assume that Joe Root bats 20 times in those 12 test matches. He can't cross 1,700 runs in 20 innings. I do not think that's possible, even for Joe Root. So I reckon he would have to play one more cycle of the World Test Championship, and that should do it.
Well, can I just throw something in there? Do you know what comes after the Ashes? This is in and around off stump, thick inside edge. Gay coming forward and he's running back for a second. Fielded at fine leg. They have a 5-test series in India at the start of 2028. So that would essentially be tests 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17.
Let's say he plays 15 out of those 17, right?
No, I think he should play 17 of the 17.
He should, but let's be a bit realistic just in terms of his age and everything. Maybe he wants a break in between. Maybe he doesn't play the Bangladesh test, right?
I can't see him miss. He's missed 2 tests in 14 years. I don't think he misses a test. He's certainly not going to miss a test just because he needs a break. I think he plays all. I think he plays them all. No. Pushed out to cover, no run.
Even if he plays all 17 test matches, he would need to score 100 runs per test match to get there, and that is still very, very optimistic. I think he needs 23, 24 test matches realistically. And that is like form withstanding.
Trying to think who and where England go after India at the start of 2027. Well, they'll have 6 tests at home. I guess it'll happen then, that summer.
Also, surely he plays the 2027 ODI World Cup, and I don't see Joe Root retiring from Test cricket before ODI cricket.
Actually, 2028. Who's touring in the summer of 2028? West Indies for 3, I guess. And then who? Pakistan, maybe? No. 2 years from now. It's difficult to...
If he plays out the next cycle, John, that means that he has till mid-2029.
I think he gets it. I think if he passes Sasha's record, I think he does it in 2028. I think in all likelihood, the summer, England's summer. Did you hear that in the stump mic there? Amelia Gay has just been beaten by another beautiful delivery from Mohammad Abbas. The ball has that beaten past the outside edge. He's come forward, he's playing defensively, and the ball, I think, has gone up the hill, past the bat, and Amelia Gay has just said, oh my God.
Yeah, he's quite vocal whilst batting, and you know, I do like Emilio Gay, the character. He's really in front of, you know, the camera. He's quite eloquent, speaks well. He does technically qualify, you know, to play international cricket for 3 different teams. If this stint with England doesn't work out, he could always go play for the West Indies, I reckon, or maybe even Italy. But right now, this has been just tough going for him, even in this innings.
In his last 20 tests, Root's average is 44.58. This is from Gary Morgan. 891 runs he would score going at that rate in the next 20 tests. This is pushed into the leg side by Joe Root. Slow going at the moment. Looks like somebody's having a snooze in the crowd. I'm surprised Harmy isn't having a little snooze after the amount of tea that he's scoffed in the last 40. It's always about half an hour after you eat. You have that sugar crash. And you eat it and you know it's going to happen as well, didn't you?
There's one way of getting beyond that.
Eat some more.
Eat some more, that's it.
England's batting.
And I've learnt from the best. He's sitting behind me.
England's... No! Here's that guy again pushed out to point. England's display feels like they're suffering a sugar crash right now after all the excitement, the easy pickings of all those Pakistani wickets.
Yeah, it's not
they got
baseball,
all a bit excited.
It's not baseball, is it?
Now they're like, oh yeah, just feeling a bit sluggish.
Feeling sorry for themselves a little bit. I don't know why they're feeling sorry for themselves. Yeah, it's not baseball coming out crash bang wallop. Yeah, this is a bit different with Joe in charge, and it's crazy, isn't it? You know, all of a sudden people will be criticising.
Around the wicket, and Emilio Gay, with very little foot movement, rocks back and just wafts at this. Do you feel the pressure from Emilio Gay right now? Because I think I do.
I think Emilio does as well. I think if there's a surface he doesn't want to be batting on, if there's a bowler, Mohamed Abbas, he doesn't want to be facing, this is it. He wants a couple of freebies. He wants a little push into the offside to run down the hill towards the tavern stand, or he wants a little one off the clip off the legs just to get him going.
She's out again. There is a little clip off the hip, and he's hit it straight to the fielder. That square leg.
But while you're there, like we've seen with Owais in the first innings, while you're there, you've got the ability to change it with a couple of balls, a couple of good shots, whether it's a short wide one or a over pitch one, when the bowler does strive that little bit more and it just gets you on your way. So while Emilio Gay is 8 and he's 8 not out, he's got a chance to change the narrative of what's around him, which is, unfortunately for Emilio, he's under a little bit of pressure.
Here is Emilio Gay beaten, pressing forward, covering off stump, and the ball whistles past the outside edge. You know, when we were on comms earlier today, and I was saying, I don't want England to get to South Africa being asked questions that they haven't already answered this summer, right? This is what I'm talking about from a batting perspective. If Emilio Gay can get through this, right, then come South Africa, we know, right? He's been there and he's got through it.
He's got to get 3 figures though.
Well, he's currently 9. And this is pushed to square leg. A little bit of a miscommunication between Emilio Gay, who's 8 actually, not out, and Joe Root at the other end, who's 9. Joe Root is battling as well, because he's still got this problem that he needs to get past. Keeper up behind the stumps, nagging line in and around off stump. Will it nip in and hit him on the pad? Will it go past the outside edge?
He's got 14,000 runs to go and tap Emilio Gay's gloves. Emilio Gay needs that 100. Not so much in this innings, but as soon as he possibly can.
He does need 100 for sure.
To get that off, to get that sort of that confidence of belonging. Test match cricket, you've got to get that confidence as an international cricketer of the sense of belonging in the dressing room, in the middle, in the environment. And Emilio Gay, you're right, 100%. If he gets through this difficult passage, goes on to get a score, whatever that score is, 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever,
low scoring game,
still needs that one big score, 3-figure score, just a sense of belonging in international cricket.
And if he was to get that, he's still some way off it. Muhammad Ali has been brought into the attack, keeper back, and I think that might be to Joe Root's liking. Muhammad Ali, though, yesterday got a couple of deliveries to nip back big time, castling Jamie Smith, who was set, and Harry Brook, who was less so. But so new challenge for Root. But this is it, right? If Emilio Gay can bat out the day, then come those testing times at Birmingham or in South Africa, you know that he has done it. Whether he's the answer long term, who knows? But at least we would have found out. You don't want to be finding that out at the Wanderers. Runs here. Root hasn't hit this as crisply as we've seen in the past. The ball has been cut down to third, and Rizwan has collected the ball some way in front of the stumps, turned and just made a mess of the stumps, but Emilio Gay's comfortably home. Root moves into double figures, and the score moves on to 33 for 2. Emilio Gay is 8 not out from 29 deliveries, and now he's going to face Muhammad Ali, who, of course, well, it wasn't Muhammad Ali who dismissed him in the first innings, it was Mohamed Abbas, wasn't it? A brilliant catch down the leg side, and it was a wonderful catch. They're the kind of dismissals that seem to follow you when you're under pressure as well.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, that was nearly a dozy bit of batting. Wow.
Oh my days.
Oh my word, that would have been catastrophic for Emilio Gay.
We talked about that shot at the stumps at the striker's end. Emilio Gay did not didn't ground his bat. It's a touch more bounce as you'd expect from Muhammad Ali, who's bowling good 5 or 6 miles an hour quicker than Mohammad Abbas from the nursery ground end. Yeah, let's revisit that, because Mohammad Rizwan threw down the stumps. Emilio Gay was behind the crease with his foot. Just. Going to see another... No, we're not going to see a replay of it now, are we? No. Either way, that really would have been disastrous. 33 for 2. England in first innings were 36 for 3. They recovered to 290. Muhammad Ali is in, bowling to Emilio Gay, the left-hander, tall left-hander from Durham, or he moved to Durham last season, and this is defended out to the covers. No time pressure on England and no scoreboard pressure on England, but you wouldn't necessarily know it from how the game has gone. I'm just seeing a replay of that run out.
His heel was down, his toe wasn't down. He was well in the crease, but it was just a little bit dozy.
He wasn't expecting Rizwan to turn and throw the ball down at the stumps, I don't think, but just shows as he gets behind the line of the ball and defends it with a very straight bat. Again, it's just another indication he is so caught up in his own game and just trying to battle through this little passage, isn't he? Also, Root called for 2. When Root hit that through between third slip and Gully, or Gully and backward point, his immediate call was 2. Maybe Emilio Gay was surprised to be called back for 3. Either way, it would have been a terrible way to get out.
Yeah, he called the 3 though. Gay was positive with a run. It was Gay was the one that wanted the 3.
Wrapped on the pads, Muhammad Ali wants it. Rizwan's as interested, but slip cordon looking as indifferent as a teenager in the sixth form common room. Another no ball there in this over. Pakistan have bowled a few of them. Pakistan have wasted 1 review so far. They're not going to waste this one.
No, I think it was high, but because it was high, and you can imagine it pitched just outside leg stump as well. Coming over the wicket is Muhammad Ali, trying to get the ball to swing back down the slope into the front pad of Emilio Gay. So length was dragged back and it was just a bit too high.
There's Ali again. This is on the pads and pushed firmly towards the fielder in a Carl Hooper style wide brimmed hat at mid wicket. No run. End of the over. And England find themselves 34 for 2.
But just that delivery there, and his reaction to that delivery and the way it was played, he's just clipped one off his legs, and it's a good shot. It's in the middle of his bat. He's put a straight bat. He's gone to mid wicket, and he's looking through square leg, and he's sort of practicing the shot, flicking his wrist and flicking his hand through that square leg vacant area. And I'm like, no, you played the right shot. If you try and get that through square leg, that's what they're trying to get you to do. And if you do that and your timing's just off, one, you might close the face and nick it. And if you don't close the face and nick it, you might miss it, and that's your LBW all over. So keep playing with a straight bat.
Root lets this one go. Khurram Shahzad bowling his 6th over. Really good spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Joe Root must have been at the non-striker's end so many times in his England career and Yorkshire career, watching a batter battle. What can you do? You can't bat for them. What can you do to just try and alleviate a touch of that pressure, or just try and make it easier? You're not going to be farming the strike. Forward and pushed out to cover. rotates the strike, takes a single. He looks happier without a keeper breathing down his neck.
Yeah, well, you can do that, which is rotate the strike with a left and right hand combination, which will make it easier. So there's one thing. You can also talk the batter through the simple game plan situation. It's not as though you go down there and play the game for them, tell them. You talk about the game in a simple term, which is if, you know, like I've just mentioned, if Emilio Gay is playing sideways, you could go down and say that was a good shot, mate. Sometimes in Test cricket you can play a good shot and you won't get any runs for it, but because you balance your head and everything's in good position, keep playing that way.
Around the wicket comes Shazad. Short ball, and Emilio Gay ducks under it. Goes through to the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan.
So you can give a batter confidence by just going down the wicket and mentioning that he's played a nice shot there. It was good balance. Keep thinking that way. You know, the motivation of playing down the ground. And sometimes, like I said before, you can play a good shot and not get rewarded. You can play a bang average shot and get, you know, fall through. Fourth slip, fifth slip, that's not there at this moment in time, but you could play a good shot down the ground to mid on and mid off at the middle of the bat. That's where you go down and compliment the batter and keep telling them to keep doing the basics.
Also, can't be too far off a little bit of spin. No. Again, defended by Gay. Karama's bowled, as I say, 6 overs. Mohammad Abbas has been taken out the attack. Muhammad Ali brought into it. Shazad might have
this
one more.
I think it's this one.
Could well be this one.
Yeah.
And then you've got Ali Usman. So, different challenge, of course. Still can bring its pressures, but maybe you'd imagine Emilio Gay is going to feel more confident facing a slow left armour than Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think so. There's not much left, I think, in some of these Pakistan seamers.
Shazad again. He's forcing Gay to play, who's doing so, but pushes this back to the bowler. No run. Something
else that you can do if you're Joe Root is just remind Emilio Gay of all the hard work he's done. Tell him, you know, pat him on the back about the respect of you have for the bowler bowling a good spell, and you get through the end of this over and it'll get a little bit easier because Pakistan might have to turn to spin.
I'm turning to Manners. One ball left of Khurram Shazad's over, and it's played nicely through point, firmly and with some conviction by Emilio Gay. There was a touch of width there, but could have easily left that ball alone, but didn't. Through with a shot and has cut that to the boundary for a nicely struck 4.
It's important you don't leave them alone. They're freebies. They are freebies. If you get out to that, well, then it's a poor dismissal from a batting point of view. If they are on offer, no matter how much you're devoid of confidence and scratching around because the ball's doing a little bit, when you get something with width on it, you make sure you cash in. All your hard work for the last, whatever it is, 38 balls, there probably hasn't been 38 balls, 20 balls out of that 38, where you've either played and missed or you've had to work hard to protect your off stump. You make sure you cash in when that 4 ball's on offer, and that 4 ball was an offer, and he cashed in, Manners.
He did, yeah. You'd bowl too short, and it does. Oh, that's a Yorker length delivery, and it's steered away by Joe Root down to the third man boundary for 4. That's beautifully played by the England captain. He's literally just squashed it down to the boundary. Yorker length. I mean, I don't think he's bowling wide Yorker, and it wasn't that wide, but Root has just squashed it down into the ground and guided it between second slip and gully to the boundary for 4. That's actually beautifully played. Enormous skill. That is a very much a one-day shot. Could have left it alone, but why do that when there are some easy runs to be had if you're good enough? Now plays defensively as Muhammad Ali bowls a little straighter, closer to the off stump. Root 17 with that boundary. Gay has 12. England 43 for 2 with a daunting lead of 180 on first innings. So overall they're 223 runs ahead now. Do you take the weather forecast into consideration when it's on day 3?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, especially with the forecasters in this country who couldn't get yesterday's weather right. So you never know what could come tomorrow. It looks as though there's going to be a rain all over the country tomorrow, but you never know.
Here's Muhammad Ali. It's wide outside the off stump, so wide that Joe Root couldn't reach it, although he wanted to. He thought there's width on offer here, 2 slips and a gully, but he wanted to chop it through the offside. He just couldn't reach it. I wonder whether that goes down as a play and miss, because play and miss implies that the bowler has beaten you, not that he's bowled a wide long hop and you missed the square cut. He couldn't reach.
Is that a play and miss because I couldn't reach it? Is there a difference there? Could that be another tick in a stats man's column?
You know, you do get stats men who are quite, and women who are quite sensitive about this sort of observations. They call it criticism. Outside the off stump now, Root I think leaves alone and just thought about having a little dab at that. But there are others who say, yeah, of course there's a subjective degree of subjectivity about the, you know. I mean, many years ago, the first player I saw who never ever shouldered arms, who always played inside, when he was leaving it, his way of leaving it always was to play inside the line of it. His name was Mark Benson. He used to open the batting for Kent.
Umpire as well.
Yeah. That's he one.
yeah.
But you know, he is Muhammad Ali again, and steered once more again beautifully by Joe Root past the diving gully. Saud Shakil dives, couldn't get a hand anywhere near it. But again, it's frustrating, and some people say, well, is he really? It's like it's a one fielder gap, isn't it, between second slip and probably fourth slip, very kind of narrow gully. And is Joe Root good enough to hit it in that gap? No, he's not. But it doesn't matter if he hits it to gut. It's all the way along the ground. He's in complete control of it. If he gets it slightly wrong, hits it straight to gully, he fields it. Doesn't matter. So no harm done. But it's, you know, more that often than not, more likely to go either side of that man at fourth slip. And it's another easy 4 runs for Joe Root. Here's Muhammad Ali again, and steered away, punched out towards square cover, fielded by Azan Awais, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. Root's into the 20s, 21 from 25 balls, and he looks like a man who's made the decision that batting can be really hard work on this pitch. There's a lot in it still for the bowlers, and so without going mad, I think Joe's just made a pragmatic decision that you can get stuck quite easily, and so rather play a few shots.
Yeah, it's getting stuck, but it's also scoring in the areas you feel as though there are less risk. That one there, gone aerial. If there's a full slip, takes a catch. But what he's doing is at this minute, with the way Muhammad Ali is swinging it, with the length that he's bowling it, his boundary option is behind square on the offside. It's not in front of square on the offside with a big booming drive, because then it's going to end up at slip. So what Joe's doing is basically letting the ball come as late as he possibly can, trying to stay side on and playing as late as he possibly can, and his boundary option is down to third.
Karam Shahzad in once again outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay, he certainly does shoulder arms. He couldn't lift his gloves and bat any higher above his head as he decided to leave that one alone. But back to the subjectivity of false shot percentage, for example. It's not a perfect science by any means, because you don't have the time or the ability to fully analyze. I mean, sometimes a batsman who is playing defensively and the ball hits the inside edge, he would say, well, I'm giving the bowler the inside edge, and so I'm going to hit the inside edge because I'm not giving him the outside edge. So that's exactly what I was intending to do. It's not a false shot. 3 slips and a gully now for Karam Shahzad, so no extra cover. Pakistan trying to give as much support as they can to their bowlers. I mean, I think the bigger the game is better for the increase in analysis and statistics that we've had. But like I said, you know, people shouldn't treat it as a definitively a science, a perfect science, because it's not.
No, it's not. It's not a perfect science, but it is. It's a good gauge to what. You know, I think it makes the game better. It makes people understand the game easier.
Tucked up now, Emilio Gay, as he plays Kulam Shahzad out on the onside, but he was cramped for room, cramped for space, ball angling into him. Did we just see a graphic on the TV that said there's been more seam movement at Lord's this year than there has in the previous 5? Is that what that said?
Yeah, from 2022 onwards, the seam movement in the degree of seam movement in the game, and I think 0.6 in 2022 to 0.5 for the majority of the time after that, and it's nearly 0.8 of the seam movement in degrees in what it has here. So there's a lot more seam movement for the batters to contend with.
Pushed away defensively by Emilio Gay behind square on the offside. So the degrees of lateral movement, I'm not sure I fully understood, but you don't need to. You don't need to understand what a lux is. That's a measurement of light. As long as you know that there's more light or less light.
Yeah.
So there'll be more seam movement this year than in the previous 5.
And you don't want. All you need is, you know, if it goes over sort of 1.5 degrees movement, then that misses the outside edge of the bat. We're only talking small margins from actually hitting the middle of the bat to hitting the outside edge, which is what the bowlers are trying to achieve.
Pushed out towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. It's like spin. My favourite interview was with the great he's got Indian leg spinner, modern era, 500 test wicket. Oh gosh, Anil Kumble. Sorry, been a long day. Sorry, and he and it was put to him during an interview, a slightly naive question from a reporter. I think who'd been given the question by over in Bullion. Oh, that's edge, thick edge, definite false shot from Emilio Gay there. There's no one saying that he controlled that. Thick edge past the diving Saud Shakil at 4th slip stroke gully, and down to the boundary it goes for 4. And the point of this person's question was about the number of wickets he's taken. He said, statistics show that you turn the ball less than any other Indian spinner in the last 20 years. Kind of like, how do you explain the fact that you've taken 400 test wickets? And Anil Kumble, absolutely straight-faced, without batting an eyelid, just said, how much do you need to turn the ball?
Exactly. That's exactly right. You know, you put somebody in a position, you work them over, you get them in a position, so whether you're turning it, seaming it, swinging it, or whatever, you've worked your magic to get a player in a position for some indecision and poor execution of technique or a shot. So it doesn't matter how much it spins, how much it swings, how much it seams. It's your skill level, and this is where Warne was unbelievable, and your unbelievable accuracy to set a batter up, put him in a position, and then make sure you knock him over. And it doesn't matter how much it spins, or seams, or swings.
2 slips and a 4th slip. Here's Muhammad Ali is in once again, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Root. England are 51 for 2, leading by a massive 231 for victory. I mean, it can be a great help if you can spin the ball a long way. You know, Shane Warne could bowl right-handed batsmen from behind around their legs by turning it a foot and a half on day 4 and 5 sometimes.
It would, but it used to drift to get it to go around your legs. The ball started around about middle stump and it used to drift towards the leg stump, past leg stump, and sharply spin back. And the accuracy that he had with it and the attention to detail that he had was unbelievable.
Muhammad Ali runs away from us from the nursery end, And it's driven by Joe Root. I think he was trying to whip that through the onside, you know. I think he was playing an on drive, and I think it's just swung a little bit, hit the outside half of the bat and trickled out towards cover.
Yeah, it did. He got a leading edge to it. It's a good job he got that leading edge to it, because he was in front of all three. Muhammad Ali has got a good bit of swing going here. He really has a good bit of swing. I think I'd be tempted if I was Babbitt to just pop me mid-wicket back and me cover point back to the boundary and say, the way Muhammad Ali is swinging it, I want him to be bowling at Emilio Gay at this moment in time. Under these conditions, it's a little bit gloomy. Lights are on, and get Muhammad Ali to be bowling at Emilio Gay.
Beaten outside the off stump here, Joe Root, playing an orthodox, perfectly conventional and sound defensive looking shot, but it's just swung away from him. And at what point does Emilio Gay need to be concerned about how much he's stuck at the moment? I don't think he should at the moment. I mean, we saw Azan Awais, another left-handed opener for Pakistan, make a very, very slow start. He played and missed a lot. Yeah, overall false shot percentage of 42.3%. He finished up making 46 from 102 balls before top edging an Ollie Robinson long hop to square leg, deep square leg. But here's Muhammad Ali again. It's over pitch, leg stump, flicked away up the hill by Joe Roots. Timed it beautifully. It might not have enough on it to reach the boundary, and there's an enthusiastic chase out to the boundary by Shan Masood, and they've gone through for a couple. Just a couple. That's actually very well fielded. Joe Root moving on to 23. But Emilio Gay's 16 off 44. That's fine. It's numerically doesn't matter. He's an opener. Absolutely fine. It's more how he's feeling, and he does look stuck.
Yeah, he does look stuck. He's going to turn. Nobody will care if 16 off 44 turns into 50 off 125 and 100 off 190 balls. Nobody will care if he gets like that.
Absolutely not. The ball is still new. It is swinging at the moment. Muhammad Ali in again. Root drives, fielded by the bowler off his own. The end of his follow through. 53 for 2. England's lead 233. And Joe Root 23, Emilio Gay 16. The men out. Ben Duckett for 1. Loose shot, poor drive really, driving on the up against Khurram Shahzad in just the second over. Babar Azam held the catch at mid-off, and Jordan Cox LBW on review. Khurram Shahzad for 11. Peculiar decision from Paul Rifle to give that one not out. Couldn't work out on what basis he had given it not out. It was crashing into middle and off, well below the top of the stumps. This one is cut away to Ali Usman at backward point by Root. Sort of a half push, half cut. 53 for 2. How do you think Ben Duckett's feeling about being caught mid-off in the second over?
Yeah, that was a surprise from Ben Duckett. He does, obviously, he wants to be on the front foot and he wants to play the expansive way. And what he was done for, lack of pace. Thinking it was coming on that little bit more, nipped away, so he's sort of bounced and got the splice, they sort of plinked it from a higher part of the bat. But I'm sure he'd be disappointed that not seeing off that sort of first 4 or 5 overs where he could potentially cash in. The good beauty about Ben Duckett is if he does play and miss, if he does play a couple of false shots, he puts that to the back of his mind very, very quickly. And it only needs 1 or 2 deliveries to get him off and running with a little square cut on the offside, or a sort of clip through square leg on the leg side. And all of a sudden he's putting pressure on the opposition. I think that's why Bazball enjoyed that Crawley and Duckett partnership, because they might not have got 100 after 100 after 100 in Zach's case, but the putting the pressure back onto the opposition was massive. And in this game situation, it possibly is, if you could go down that Bazball route where positivity in the early part against a new ball and really take the game away from Pakistan. So I'm not saying, bring back Bazball. I'm not. I'm just saying you can see the evolvement of this team from the last 4.5 years Bazball era to the Joe Root era in the space of what? 6 innings, 5 innings, 6 innings that we've had so far, and 7 innings that we've had so far is while Joe Root's been in charge.
Yeah, I think that the team often, or if not always, reflects the character and personality of its leader. Harmy, we spoke earlier during the day about the one major talking point that was around the game of cricket in England, internationally anyway. That was the Brydon Cast predicament that he finds himself in. The other big off-field talking point yesterday involved sport and politics, and anybody says that the two should be kept apart is a dreamer. And I like dreamers. Nothing like a good dream. May not always be realistic, but there was talk yesterday that the Pakistan team might not come out to play after lunch yesterday once Sky TV had broadcast an interview, a 19-minute interview conducted by Michael Atherton with the sons of former Pakistan captain Imran Khan, who of course became an influential political leader in Pakistan. He's currently in prison. And there was a judge issued a court order in Pakistan that instructed the authorities to allow or to transport Imran to a private hospital for care. He's in prison and is unwell, and that court order was ignored. Anyway, the PCB issued a statement or a complaint to Sky, asking them not to screen the interview. Sky went ahead and did so anyway during the lunch break yesterday, and it was I mean, can you imagine the ramifications and repercussions if the Pakistan team, the players, have been instructed not to continue with the test match? Pushed away behind square on the offside to Shahid Shakil at gully, no run.
Yeah, I've been in that situation, played in that game, didn't I? In 2000 and whatever it was, 7, 8, 9, some of the 7, 8, something like that. When
it wasn't a political situation.
It wasn't a political situation. It was a bit of a threat. I thought it was going to be a false threat by the Pakistan cricket team, who didn't take Darrell Hare seriously.
Well, it didn't take kindly to him anyway.
Didn't take kindly to him, and Darrell was, well, if you don't come back on the field now, I'm going to call the game off. We're not coming back on the field. Well, that's it. The game's called off.
Drive here from Emilio Gay up towards the mid-on. They scamper through for a single. That's good. That's the right thing to do, Emilio. Get yourself at the other end. If you can't score at the striker's end, then watch for a little bit, wait for the ball to get softer.
Yeah, absolutely. And give yourself a chance of rotation of strike and hope and put bowler under pressure of moving line and length. And to be fair, when Pakistan took Darrell Hare's decision with a bit more seriousness, when they did try and come back on the field, Darrell he held his ground. No, you decided. That's it, game over. My test match is finished. And it was farcical what was going on. Pakistan made what I thought was a false threat, and Darrell took it seriously, and fair play to him.
Chopped away towards gully, fielded by Shahid Shakil from Joe Root, no run.
I haven't seen the interview with the two Khan sons, so I can't comment on that, and I don't want to sort of get in the ins and outs and nitty-gritty of sport over politics. But
it wasn't about his imprisonment, it was about his health and the treatment.
This is what I was going to say. I think a lot of people who have signed, I've seen people talk about it. I've seen an interview with Greg Chappell last night, and one or two other ones, and it seems to be a humanitarian thing rather than a political thing.
Karim Shahzad in again, short, pulled away by Joe Root. Lovely swivel pivot and pull down towards Muhammad Ali for a single. 20 former international captains have signed a petition at the instigation of Greg Chappell. 20 And Pat Cummins has added his name to that list overnight.
Yes.
He's the only current captain who said he issued a statement saying that he wanted to add his name to the list to make it 21. Just all of them calling for the appropriate health care.
Yeah, healthcare, the human being is always, for me, is always more important than anything else.
Here's Kuram Shahzad again, steered away to Saud Shakil, the squarer of the two gullies.
I don't know the ins
56-2.
and outs of it. I'm not bright enough to understand the politics of it. The way you sort of read it, and the reason why a lot of these influential characters, the 21 international captains, past and present, they're trying to apply pressure and appealing on the humanitarian grounds, and I don't see what's wrong with that. I think everything else should be stayed within, the boundaries of Pakistan and their own people.
Edged along the ground, and it's gone straight through the hands of Salman Aga Ali at second slip, the substitute fielder. All the way along the ground, wasn't a chance. Soft hands from Emilio Gay, not much bounce from Kuram Shahzad, and he's nutmegged. He's nutmegged Salman at second slip, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. Emilio Gay will take him however he can get them.
Absolutely, take them however you can get them, Emilio, and keep just building your confidence that way. So yes, it was an indifferent day yesterday, both on and off the field. One I've experienced before, as in when the game got cancelled at the Oval. It's not a good look for cricket. Thankfully, the threat was just
pushed away behind square on the offside, no run. 60 for 2, lead of 240.
I wouldn't say it was a cry for. It wasn't a sort of a baseless threat, because I think Pakistan might have gone through with it if they had to, because of obviously the political side of what's happening. But at the end of the day, thankfully, we have got cricket, and hopefully just by, I think, highlighting what the situation is on a human element for Imran Khan by 21 test match captains, then something might happen from a positive point of view.
60 for 2, Pakistan. Do you remember during the various off-field crises that and I'm not talking about, pedalos and everything, I'm talking about World Cup games in Zimbabwe, that kind of thing. But do you remember when you were told as players not to say anything, just like be prudent, leave it to us, we'll do all the statement making and talking. Here's Joe Root pushing behind square on the offside. You as players knew that you could make your feelings known, not go out and do a press conference, you know what I mean? But I'm saying however you chose to do it, you would be able to let your feelings be known.
Well, 18 hours a day for 4 days in that Zimbabwe incident, when Nasser Hussain was, I've actually got a bone to pick with Nasser, because I'm going to launch him off the balcony soon. He had the nerve to say, I was standing next to Philip Tufnell, Nasser had the nerve to say that Tuffers would bat 7 in this Pakistan team and I would bat number 8.
Oh, that's the wrong way around, evidently. Here's Muhammad Ali, that bounces and beats Joe Root, and I'm not surprised as well. There, he's made it stand up, as Muhammad Ali.
He's only saying it in jest, obviously.
Yeah,
but
he's saying that Pakistan's tail's not very good.
Yeah, the Pakistan's tail's not very good. He was having a go at me about my batting prowess, and bigging up, I think, Tuffers' batting prowess. But anyway, during that time, what I think you need in them situations is a very, very good leader. Very, very strong leader, and a very good leader who you can voice, like you said, your opinions, talk to him and tell him behind closed doors what's going on. And fortunately, in that situation in Zimbabwe in the World Cup 2003, we had one in Nasser Hussain.
Muhammad Ali again, that's out, surely. LBW, big appeal, huge appeal. Joe Root kind of knows. He's saying to Emilio Gay, was it going down? And I think that Emilio Gay, albeit only in his 5th test match, is saying, I'm sorry, skipper, it didn't look like it was going down to me. Thinking about the review, but I'm afraid I couldn't help myself. I've given it out straight away. It just looked absolutely 2/3 of the way up middle.
Yeah, I think they have reviewed it. They have reviewed it. I think Joe's thinking it might have nipped back and gone up the hill. But unfortunately, when Joe sees it for the first time, I think he'd be off quicker than what Jordan Cox was. This just looked out. This looked an absolute beauty. Middle of the knee roll, going up the hill, onto middle and leg stomp. The beauty from Muhammad Ali. Nip back up the hill. Oh, what a beauty delivery that is. Joe's got it covered.
No
He really has it. He has the one going down the hill covered. He really has. But unfortunately, it's nipped back up the hill. Muhammad Ali has bowled it beautifully away swingers all day. Pitching out line. Oh, it's all red. All 4 red. See you later, England captain Joe Root. Beauty from a beauty delivery. Joe Root's got the away swinger covered that Muhammad Ali has been bowling for the last 20 minutes. And that one has nipped back up the hill. Pitched a good foot outside off stump and gone up the hill. Sensational delivery from Muhammad Ali.
Especially given the dozen away swingers that he's bowled in his previous 2.5 overs. So Joe Root's gone for 24, and England are 60 for 3, but still leading by 240. Can I just, before you leave, the reason I was asking you about players making their feelings known, even if they've been told not to say anything, is that I can tell you categorically, with a couple of former players working in the Pakistan players working in the media centre and a couple of Pakistan journalists who are very close to the team, I can tell you, I think with as close as you can imagine to categoric certainty, is that the players were not the ones who wanted not to come out after lunch.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Quite the opposite. It was the administration of the PCB who were threatening to instruct the team not to come out after lunch.
And then you need a strong leader. Is Babar Azam that strong leader? I'm not sure, because I don't know if Babar Azam is that strong leader. It's difficult when cricket and politics shouldn't mix, and like you said before, they do. It's not very nice. It never ends well. It didn't end well in Zimbabwe with us. I've gone on record, and as much as I take the mickey out of him a lot, he will always have legendary status in my eyes, Nasser Hussain, because I did have a strong leader in that time, and he was back in our team, and I felt as though I had a voice in that group, and I was the second youngest, but Jimmy Anderson was the youngest, I was the second youngest, then Hoggard, and we had a voice, and the captain was listening, and the captain was on our side.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, and that could be out LBW as well. Up goes the finger. Harry Brooks reviewed it straight away, so maybe there's an inside edge, but otherwise it's 2 wickets in 2 balls. Is he inside edge?
He's not hit that. He's not sure.
He's reviewed it straight away.
Wow. For LBW. Original decision is out.
It looks as though he's late on this. This looks an absolute beauty. This looks the same delivery.
He has. He's bowled him another nip backer up the slope.
It's an absolute beauty.
Wow.
Silence.
Height. Lords is as quiet as you ever.
He smashed it. He smashed it, Lords. It was Lords is like the Crucible. I thought we were in the Crucible for a second. He's got a big inside edge on it. I thought he was late on it.
Yep. Okay, we'll go back to Pelly's on field.
Yep, well, absolutely. Do you know who was ghostwriting Nasser Hussain's column in the Daily Telegraph during that 2003 World Cup?
No. You. Yeah, you were, that's right. You've told me that before, yeah.
And so he came down to write the column about the decision about whether to go to Zimbabwe. And he often we just did it on the phone, but he said, we need to meet. And he looked at me and said, what do you think we should do? I was like, I wasn't expecting that. Here's Muhammad Ali in again, bowls Harry Brooks on the walk towards the bowler, and it's too wide. He leaves it alone outside the off stump. Did I ever tell you what I said?
No.
Eventually, when I had the courage, because I was quite intimidated by Nasser. I said, I think you should go and all carry 25 kilos of grain on airport trolleys.
Right. You did tell me that, yeah. But no, he was a brilliant leader in
Original decision.
in that aspect.
Yes,
He was accused of, I think the ICC accused him of swearing. I think at Malcolm Speed. He didn't swear at Malcolm Speed. He didn't speak kindly to Malcolm Speed, but he didn't swear at him. I think he was basically saying somebody outside got to give us this information.
Pushed away behind square on the offside, fielded it backward point by Usman Ali. Sorry, I kept you longer than you.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to get in when he was having to go at my batting prowess upstairs before.
But Kazi is set to join or replace Harmy in the commentary box. Harry Brook yet to score. Emilio Gay 21. Rarely have England been or had less cause for concern at being 60 for 3 than they have now, because they have a first innings lead of 180, and so effectively they're 240 for 3, which is considerably more comforting than being 60 for 3, or even if they had a lead of 50 and they were 110 for 3, that'd be a way back for Pakistan. Emilio Gay's battling hard, taken a leaf actually out of Azan Oasis book, both left-handed openers. Emilio Gay considerably bigger physically, but he's fighting hard, and he's 21 not out of 49 balls. Pakistan have actually bowled well in the second innings. I'm afraid it's a little too late. But Mohammad Abbas is back into the attack now with a new batter at the crease. He's at non-striker's end at the moment. Beram.
Yeah, I mean, look, the floodlights are on. It's getting a little dark here at Lord's, and sure, you could say that Pakistan have done all right with the ball in the third innings, but being 240 runs behind already, I just don't see a way back for them in this test match, and that has been the case for quite a while now. Had they even, conceded a lead of around 40, 50 runs as opposed to 180 runs, they perhaps could have dared to dream, but this is just too much for them.
2 slips, 2 gullies almost. That's driven through the extra cover region by Emilio Gay, and it's running down the hill, and that will reach the extra cover boundary. Oh, that feels a lot better for Emilio Gay, and he's just sort of, I don't know whether he's just rearranging his necklace under his shirt. Maybe he was doing that just. But it looked for a moment as if he was kind of thumping his chest as if to get himself going. Beautiful shot.
Bucking himself up. And look, he's also, played and missed a lot, but he's still out there, and every run matters. And some of the runs that he has scored, especially when he's cashed in on any width offered, he's looked quite good scoring those runs.
Around the wicket comes Mohammad Abbas, and Emilio Gay goes onto the back foot, pushing it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. So 2 slips, and then it's almost like we've got 2 slips, an orthodox gully, and then a man directly in between the 2 of them. And I don't know what the shuffling of the slip cordon is all about, because we've got Abdullah Shafiq at first slip now, and we've had Azan Oais at first slip for the majority of the first 2 tests, and he's the plug. Oh no, he's not. I was going to say he's plugging the gap between the second slip and gully, and now he's been told to go to extra cover.
The plug has been pulled away from the socket.
So now Pakistan are doing without first slip. Abdullah Shafiq's moved to second slip. Salman Agha's at third slip. They literally don't have a first slip. So we've got second slip, third slip, and a gully. Oh, short. He's gone to short cover now, and Emilio Gay pushes at this one from Mohammad Abbas outside the off stump and walks away demonstrably furious with himself. You see that? He's given himself a right telling off.
Yeah, quite agitated with himself, Emilio Gay over there, but he must realize that if he gets a half century over here, then that's less pressure on his shoulders when he walks out to bat in Birmingham. And it is a very important series for him, of course. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes with all of this.
Here's Mohammad Abbas once again, and Emilio Gay. Well, I reckon he's tried to leave that and hasn't taken the bat out of the way in time, and in the end he's inadvertently fended it into the gully. Am I seeing that right?
Yep, I think he was in two minds over there, Manners, and still not happy with himself. Nearly runs himself out as well, but made it back to the crease, and I mean, the shy at the stumps did not hit the timber either.
Have you been to Birmingham? Have you done an Edgbaston test?
As a fan, back in 2019, Pakistan versus New Zealand, ODI World Cup, Babar Azam 100.
Here's Mohammad Abbas, and forward comes Emilio Gay, pushing it out towards cover, and there's no run. 64 for 3, Emilio Gay 25, Joe Root gone for 24, Jordan Cox 11, Ben Duckett 1. I think because Edgbaston for so long wasn't a great cricket ground, it doesn't receive the credit that it is due now. It's a brilliant cricket venue, and a wonderful place to work. I think you're really going to enjoy it.
I'm looking forward to being in that press box and commentary box. And I had been to the Lord's Media Centre back in 2024. I was covering Jimmy Anderson's last Test match, but you know, every other venue I've been as a fan, Headingley in Birmingham or Edgbaston, but not as a professional.
Here's Muhammad Ali again. He's bowling well. This is the best spell. This actual spell is the best. That's another away swinger. It's left alone by Harry Brook. But I did repeatedly say at Headingley that I know he can be a lot better than this, but it's taken him a long time. And it's too late now, unfortunately. But he's bowling beautiful away swingers and nip backers. I mean, you just don't know which. You can't see it out the hand. You can't pick it.
Absolutely, and it's the nip backer that's got him a lot of success, but you know, it kind of befuddles batters because he's also taking so many balls away from the bat. So good work by Mohammad Ali in this Test match.
Tremendous work. It's a thick outside edge now, but again, soft hands, weight coming forward, bat angled forward, and although it hit the outside edge, outside half of the bat, it was bounced a couple of yards in front of third slip. Who's at third slip now? Saud Shakil's at back, or is that Ali Usman at backward point? So is that Azana Weiss back at first slip? Abdullah Shafiq at second? No, as Salman Agha at second.
I'm not sure who the other bloke is.
I think there's another substitute on, isn't there?
Yeah,
I think that's what's confusing me.
I see two floppy hats. One of them is definitely Salman Ali Agha, and I think Azan Awais is the other guy. Azan is probably at second slip. Got Salman at third, I think. Maybe.
Oh, I thought Salman was at second. He's been there for most of the time that he's been on for the injured Imam ul Haq. Flicked away by Harry Brook to square leg. And no runs, gone straight to Mohammad Abbas. 64 for 3. Harry Brook yet to score. Emilio Gay 25.
Yeah, England effectively 244 for 3 and kind of miss Ben Stokes, the captain. A declaration wouldn't have been too far away, Manners.
Day 2. I mean, it doesn't, you know, Harmy said, we look at the weather forecast, and although, you know, you cannot afford to make very many, if any, cricketing decisions based on a weather forecast, but it does look very bleak for tomorrow. Here's Muhammad Ali again, and Brook off the back foot, punched behind square on the offside in front of backward point, but his timing is so sweet. And he hits the middle of the bat. He hasn't hit that, has he? Has he allowed the ball to hit the bat? But it's looked like he's hammered it through point for 4.
It made a very loud thump off the bat, the ball, but he's basically just steered that through that vacant area on the offside, and he's off the mark with a boundary, Harry Brook. And, you know, Muhammad Ali did dismiss him with a nip backer in the first innings, breached his defences. He'll want to prove a point, Harry Brook.
3 slips waiting in anticipation of the away swinger that Muhammad Ali's got going so well at the moment, and that one stands up, but quite quick as well. Bounces a bit more than Brook expects, and he's almost turned chest on as he has to push it away defensively into the offside. He's also, apart from the movement through the air and off the pitch, he's also bowling at as lively a pace as he's produced throughout the series so far.
I mean, it looked like a really quick one, but I think that was just around 81, 82 miles per hour. He has cranked it up to 85, 86 at times, but I mean, it's still taken Harry Brook by surprise. It's hurried him a bit. Let's see how he fares now.
Here he is, 3 slips gully, 3 on the offside. Oh, that's short down the leg side. It was an absolute freebie, and Harry Brooks distraught. That may be too strong a word, but he's very disappointed that he's missed out. Worst ball of the spell, probably, from Muhammad Ali. It's short down the leg side. Harry Brooks has rightly or justifiably just tried to hit it for 6. It may have been. He was a bit late on it, though, which is, again, a reflection of the pace that Muhammad Ali's bowling. But he tried to hit it for 6. There's nobody down at long leg. It was a free hit, and he's missed out.
Yep, I was just about to say that no protection in that area. He just needed some bat on that. Harry Brook got none, and he could be, you know, deceptively quick, Muhammad Ali. You don't think it'll come to you at that pace, but it just takes you a bit by surprise. But I do believe he's put in a lot of effort in this test match. Like, he's tried to give it every last ounce of his energy.
Mohammad Abbas continues outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. If you think back to your days as a young lad when you were first watching international cricket for the first time on TV, are there any, you know, there were obvious heroes, you know, the big names, the legends, the cricketers that we had posters all on our walls. There were always some that we slightly obscure ones that just, for some reason, we just thought they were wonderful. And, you know, we all have, so not necessarily big names, or, you know, not the stars of the show, outside the off stump from Muhammad Abbas. And I was absolutely not obsessed, but fascinated by and really just loved Madassa Nazar.
Man with the golden arm and resolute defense. Been told he's really intelligent, great person to be around,
and could do any role, fulfill any role.
I reckon, and Gary can check this, Mudassir Nazar has never lost a home test.
Oh, and Muhammad Abbas in outside the off stump, very wide actually. Emilio Gay just twitched because he wanted really badly to square cut it, and then decided at the last moment to leave it alone. He opened the batting and bowling.
Yeah, he's definitely done that.
And I think that was the first time he did that. This concept was so alien to me that I watched him and it, you know, like medium pace. Like, nobody pretended he was anything more than that. Like,
Dibbly-dobbly.
Yeah. But, you know, great skill. Bold wicket to it. That's edged and it falls short of the keeper. Emilio Gay's in a spot of bother here. He's got stuck once again. Manoj Prabhakar did the same thing for India, didn't he? Opened the batting and the bowling.
I think Manoj Prabhakar was more of a frontline bowler than Mudassir Nazar. But do you know, Manners, that Mudassir Nazar's father was also a test cricketer? Nazar Mohammed? There's a really fun story over there, but I can't disclose it on here.
Oh. Can't you give us the censored version?
Ask Jarrod in your free time or read his book.
What's Mudassir Nazar doing now?
He was working with the ICC in Dubai, wasn't he?
Driven by Emilio Gay, and there's a man on the cover boundary now. That's interesting. Ali Usman keeps him down to a single. It's gone straight to him. England moved to 69 for 3, lead of 249.
I'll give you a fun one. When I was growing up, obviously there were lots of Pakistan stars, right? I got the tail end of Wasim and Waqar, watched a lot of Inzi, Mohammad Yusuf, of course Shoaib Akhtar, Shahid Afridi, all of these guys were around. But someone who I really enjoyed watching bowl, and I just, you know, completely was in love with this cricketer, was Rana Naveedul Hasan.
Do you recall what it was about him? That
banana swing, and eventually he gets the greatest hair transplant in the history of cricket. And you know, that hair just flying around, slow ones, reverse swing, could also whack it. Just loved watching him play cricket.
3 slips in a gully now as Muhammad Abbas was into Harry Brook, and he's down the wicket using his feet, flicking this one away over the onside. He hasn't timed it at all. I mean, he's chipped it out towards deep mid wicket, and there was so little pace on the ball that it's actually come to a stop before the fielder can get there. Khurram Shahzad doing the chasing out there. Anyway, Brooks picked up 3, Emilio Gay has 6, and England pushed their lead up to above 250. They're 251 ahead at 71 for 3.
Yeah.
I think it is Jon Norman on now. I don't know whether John's been listening to us, but we're talking about our favourite cricketers who are not mainstream heroes. Do you want to come on and commentate, Sam? Sam Allard wants to do some ball by ball. I'm not sure that the world has reached that stage, Sam. Another word from Baram Kazi, and then it'll be John.
Yeah, I think they just were checking the light. We're good to go for now. Floodlights on. Here comes Muhammad Ali for one more over. Nice. Played that quite comfortably to the backward point fielder, Emilio Gay. Just not happy with himself. He's constantly been, agitated, quite critical of his own batting. Comes across as a very self-aware lad, Emilio Gay. And I think he's aware of how important these few next innings are.
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Players that you grew up enjoying watching play that maybe didn't have the careers. Bob Taylor had a terrific career for England. I think he was probably my first favourite cricketer, the former England and Derbyshire wicketkeeper. I used to pretend to be him in the back garden. This is angled in and clipped away to square leg. I didn't have back in the day, didn't have all the kit, so I used to borrow my dad's gardening gloves and throw the ball against the wall and dive around in the backyard.
How do we feel about Ronnie Irani? I quite enjoyed him.
Well, I worked with Ronnie Irani, and Ronnie Irani and Dominic Cork kind of came through around the same time, and they were the kind of players that you would, and I know Dominic Cork as well. I worked with him at talkSPORT. Around the wicket, and this is firmly pushed in front of square leg, who gets a bit on the ball but not enough to prevent the ball heading over to the boundary. So 4 more runs to Emilio Gay's score. He moves from 26 to 30, and the score moves along to 79 for 3. Emilio Gay's brother is at Lord's, who was here yesterday. Here today. He's an artist of renown. How stressful must it be watching your family member play for their careers, essentially, in the short term?
I think as a painter, you probably just zone out and focus on the art. There's no other way to go about it. And I say this as someone who really is terrible at art.
This is wide, left alone by Emilio Gay. I don't know if he's painting a picture now. I think he's probably just grinding his teeth watching his brother inch towards the score of respectability. That is really... when Manners was on with you, did the umpires look at the light meter?
Just as you guys were switching, right? The umpire did take a look at the light meter, and I mean, it is getting darker. Floodlights have been on for quite a while. Curious to see when they deem it, dark enough to call stumps.
Wow, that's very full and wide. Rizwan dives to his left. There's quite a gap between the keeper and first slip, and the ball has reached the boundary. So 5 wides indicated by the umpire. Pakistan can ill afford many more of those. To lead now 260, 80 for 3. And it does look dark. Looks like there's some rain on the horizon. Is there a threat of rain? Is there any rain coming, Scott?
It was supposed to come a while back, no? Like there was some forecast for like 5:30 p.m. UK time.
Yeah, I don't know. We had a 20-minute disruption, didn't we? But that was some time ago. That was before the tea break. He's left alone again by Gay. So what other players? What ones did you say to Manners?
Well, Rana Naveedul Hassan was someone I really enjoyed. That's one. Imran Nazir. Loved Imran Nazir.
Tell me more. Why? What is it about
it was the flair, it was the brash arrogance with which he attacked a cricket ball as if it had offended him. And he just was one of those players who would have thrived in, the modern T20 era. You could say he's born too early, perhaps.
Continuing around the wicket is Ali, and that is it's hit powerfully to the fielder at cover point. Catches it on the bounce. Amelia Gay looks a touch frustrated there and feels like he should have reached the boundary. I'm just trying to think back. I mean, I remember when Mark Ramprakash and Graham Hick came into the England team, you just so desperately wanted them to do well. They had so much talent, and there were periods actually that Graham Hick especially, he played in some good winning teams for England for a while. Ramprakash was in and out, such a stylish, elegant batter, technically nigh on perfect, but that story has been well told. Just trying to think of some bowlers. Graham Dilley, there was one. Norman Cowans.
I enjoyed that brief period where John Lewis did really well for England.
Yeah, it was. Oh, I tell you what, actually, one that does come to mind. Oh, what's happened there?
That's a drop.
Is that a drop behind the stumps? Rizwan's up behind the stumps. It's Mohammad Abbas bowling to Harry Brook. Is that an inside edge? I mean, it's a very tough chance there, isn't it? If it is a drop.
That would have stung, but maybe we can check some replays.
He's hit Rizwan quite high up on the chest, maybe even the neck. He nips in. No, I think that's taking the pad rather than the inside edge of the bat, isn't it? And that's why it's lifted up. It's hit the top of the pad and gone up, and it's hit Rizwan on the top of the gloves, and it's rebounded up onto just below the grill.
Collarbone.
Yeah. Oh, yes, buddy. Rizwan up behind the stumps again. This time Brook does manage to lay bat on ball. Jonathan Lewis, yeah, I suppose move it forward. Yeah, Adam Hollyoake. Adam Hollyoake, that's with my Surrey hat on. Brilliant skipper for Surrey. All-rounder, and played some Test cricket for England, but really had his greatest successes in 50-over cricket for England. He must have captained Surrey to their only T20 title, the very first one back in 2003. He was always somebody I loved watching. But Ronnie Irani, yeah, Ronnie Irani was one of those players that you'd love to have in your side. Pushed out to cover, and that is a comfortable single. Hated facing him. Would love to be. He was one of those that really get under the opposition's skin. He was terrifically talented, but probably just operated in that level just below true international class. Played quite a bit of white ball cricket for England, but didn't quite ever make the consistent breakthrough. But certainly with ball and bat, he was a terrific all-rounder in his day, and a good captain and leader as well.
I mean, Freddie was the prodigy back then, right? And he came on the scene not too long after, and then kind of just made that role his own. And of course, like, Freddie's the more mainstream answer. Ashes Jesus.
When Freddie became Jesus. Have you read that book by Jarrod? Left Alone by Gay, no run. 261 now the lead, 81 for 3 England in second innings. Pakistan bowled out for 110. England bowled out for 290. Both teams bowled out today. So first inning leads of 180. And despite the struggles from the England batters today, and the Pakistani ones, they have a lead now where if they were to declare, you'd still back them to go on and win the match, right?
Oh yeah, easily. I was making this point earlier in jest with Manners that I miss Ben Stokes, the captain, because he would have declared not too far from now.
No, declaring in second innings on day 2, that would have been peak Bazball, wouldn't it? This is too wide and left alone by Amelia Gaze. Yeah, Freddie was king for a couple of years. Have you read the book When Freddie became Jesus? I don't know if that's Jarrod's first book. I think that's his first book.
Might be his second, but no, I haven't read that one. But yeah, look, I was completely hooked to the 05 Ashes, and Freddie is the obvious answer, but a lot of people would have fond memories of Simon Jones reverse swinging the ball. He was another really fun cricketer to follow.
Abbas again. Thickish edge from Emilio Gay. Tries to get behind the line of the ball. Fielded at gully. End of the over. 1 run coming from it, and England are 81 for 3. I'm just trying to think of some of the more obscure players who've dazzled, whose flame has shone brightly for just a year or two.
Nathan Astle was quite fun for a bit in between there, although he might still be a bit too mainstream.
He had a decent career, didn't he? Scored that, the fastest double ton, wasn't it, at Christchurch.
Did you hear Rizwan over there?
Something along the lines of "the light's okay for me," is that right?
Yep.
So it looks like the light might be okay for Rizwan, but it's not good enough for the umpires. They set the standard yesterday, about 20 minutes before they've done so, or continued the standard today. It was just after 6 o'clock when the players went off yesterday. Here we are on day 2. Oh, okay, 20, coming up to just past, approaching 6:45 in the UK, and the players are trooping off. That may well be it. I'm not sure. We'll find out very shortly. But yeah, bad luck has brought an end to play, with Emilio Gay walking off. 30 not out from 69 deliveries, and Harry Brook, who's given out at first ball, only for Chris Gaffney, who's been pretty busy in this test match, the TV umpire, to pick up on a pretty clear inside edge.
I'd be surprised if there's any more play today, because it has gotten quite dark over here at Lord's. A lot of cloud cover. In fact, the right side of our window is almost like, it's night time, whereas there is some light on the left. But yeah, England's day, out and out. They've completely demolished both Pakistan and any sort of hopes that they might have had of wrestling their way back into this test series. It's just made for really poor and mediocre viewing if you were a Pakistan fan. However, if you're an English fan, Ollie Robinson, economical, incisive, and Jofra Archer, just express, so rapid, reverse swing on offer, some bumpers from hell, and yeah, Pakistan have just completely been made to look like amateurs today.
Well, Ian Ward and Nasser Hussain are striding out onto the field of play, so seems like they've given up the game for the day. So we're going to gamble for the second day in a row. We're going to go early with following on, so don't go anywhere, folks. Steve Harmison's just getting into position. We will be back for following on at the end of day 2, we think, here at Lord's.
Against confirmed that we would have him back on the field by 7:00. That is our scheduled play time here this evening.
Hello and welcome to Following On from talkSPORT. I'm Jon Norman alongside Bayram Kazi and also Steve Harmison, looking back at day 2 here at Lord's, where England continue to march on towards a series win. We're gambling for the second time in 2 days. Yesterday we went early with Following On, even though stumps hadn't been called. We gambled and won, and we're going to try and do it again today. Although that did mean that we got to the tube at the same point as every other. Has it been called? Oh, okay, that's been cool. Well, that takes out the jeopardy, which I'd hoped would have lasted for the next 14 minutes. Harmy and added a little bit of a frisson of excitement, because let's be honest, guys, there hasn't been much excitement to this test match. The jeopardy has just not been there pretty much since Azan Awais was bowled or was dismissed first ball of the test series. Pakistan started the day with a really good opportunity. Get one wicket relatively quickly and then get through to lunch. One, maybe two down, within maybe 150 of England's first innings score. Maybe, just maybe, we would have had a game. What actually happened was England batted pretty easily for an hour, and that was it.
I mean, just when we thought at the end of day one that we might be getting a bit of a contest in this test series, well, all of those hopes were quashed on day two. I think Pakistan weren't completely out of it when England were 9 down for 248. In fact, we even said that they might be marginally ahead at the end of day one. But 47-run last wicket partnership between Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue. Atkinson, of course, no stranger to scoring runs at Lords. Scored 45 of them. And Josh Tongue unbeaten on 30. Highest test score for him ever. And Pakistan were on the back foot there on. England ended up with 290. Then Pakistan lost Imamul Haq to injury, low-grade calf strain, and he couldn't come out to bat. Pakistan rolled over for 110, and their best batter, Azan Awais, who scores 46 runs, well, Manners was telling me that he had a fall shot percentage of 42.5%, Harmy.
Yeah, he did, and I think England bowler, there's something in their surface. I think the most excited I've been from a Pakistan's point of view was that little bit passage tonight where I think Muhammad Ali had it on a bit of string bowling, and he got Joe Root with an absolute beauty. But it's not been a contest at all. I think you try and be respectful to the Pakistan team, and there's a lot said in between the test matches on whether this is a good Pakistan side, what type of Pakistan side this is. But at the end of the day, when you look at it in a cricketing terms, they haven't thrown any punches back at England. They really haven't. England have been able to stay in second, third gear when they've batted, and when England have bowled, both at Leeds and here, they've basically challenged the top of off stump and said to the Pakistan batters, have you got the technique, which hasn't been answered in the positive, and have you got the heart and the cricketing nous to overcome bowlers like Ollie Robinson, Gus Atkinson, bowling at the top of the sticks, and have you got the ticker, and the heart and the bravery to withstand a fiery spell from Jofra Archer? In international cricket, these are basic questions you need to not survive in test match cricket, but I think to have some sort of ability to throw a punch back at a team in a test match game, where over 5 days the to and fro of what bat versus ball and then ball versus bat comes throughout a 5-day contest just hasn't been there for Pakistan. So it's easy for Pakistan, the hardened Pakistan fans, to sort of have a go back at English pundits who have said that this is not a great Pakistan side. It's got to be very, very hard for Pakistan hardened fans to say that this has been good enough from a Pakistan team coming to English shores with what we've seen, which is basic errors, not being good enough, not technically being good enough, or from a game plan and a game awareness, nowhere near being good enough to come up against a team like England, who have had their own issues in the last 24 months.
What did you think of Emilio Gay's innings today, Harmy?
I don't care, he's in. That's it. For me, if I'm Emilio Gay, as much as whatever you think of that innings, whether you think it was scratchy, whether it didn't look international, whether you see there's technical faults, he's still batting. And that's something that's going to encourage Emilio Gay. I sit here saying that I don't care what it looked like. It comes with the result, and the result is he's still there. He's 30 not out of 69 balls, and he's given England a chance and a platform to go and win a game. Now, individually, he has got to be feeling a little bit under pressure because he hasn't got 100 yet in Test match cricket. He's playing against the Pakistan side, who I think are better with the ball than they are with the bat. And I think there has been times over the course of the last two, however many innings, 5 innings that he's batted, that he has looked quite vulnerable. But I thought today, on a challenging surface, with the ball doing a bit in the air, from a lateral movement point of view, and off the pitch, he sometimes looked all at sea. But the fighting quality and the determination to be there at the end of the day for your team, I think that it's finding a way. How many times have I said about this England cricket team finding a way to win? Zach Crawley can smash it, look good. Ben Duckett, go out there, smash it, look good. You find a way to win and give your team a solid base. Now, he's found a way to still be in there at the end of the day. Tomorrow's a new day, might not swing as much. Sun could shine, and he could get a couple away early, get his confidence going. Then you see the Durham version of Emilio Gay, and all of a sudden he gets to 50, gets to 70, gets to 100. And that, I think, is when you answer that question properly, is when he gets out and what sort of innings we've just seen from Emilio Gay.
I don't care what he looks like either. I'm just delighted he's still there at stumps. 30 from 69. Here's the follow-up question. If Brendan McCullum was still coach and Ben Stokes still captain, do you think Emilio Gay would have played that innings any differently?
Yes, I think he would. But I also think Harry Brook would have played his innings a bit differently. And I think at Headingley we would have seen some of the innings as played a little bit differently as well.
Forget the others.
Yeah.
I'm just interested in Emilio Gay.
I think he probably would then. Yeah, I really do.
And he might have been out.
And I don't think he might have been out. I think he probably would have been out. I think he would have been
He's been allowed to play in his way.
Yeah, I get that. I think that's a valid point, and I think this is what we want. This is what I've been calling for a long time with that end of the Bazball era. Is it's fine having a team game plan, but just let players play. Pick a player on his skill set and let him go and play his own game the way he sees it. Like I said with Emilio, England, the biggest thing that they haven't been able to do recently is find a way of winning. So find a way of surviving and performing and then putting pressure on the bowler. How many times have we said about getting bowlers into their second and third spell? We had a little bit of disagreement a bit earlier about England being challenged and this bowling unit being challenged. All that comes to head. And Emilio Gay, do you know what? Allowing players to play their own way is much more important, I think, than having a team game plan, which sometimes might not suit certain individuals, but it also puts the team under pressure if certain individuals can't play that way, i.e. Emilio Gay probably can't play the way Zach Crawley plays.
Well, I also think that Test cricket is about weathering the storm. It's about showing resistance. And England were quite one-dimensional in the way they played in the Bazball era.
England haven't been playing Test cricket properly.
Exactly. So I would take this 30 not-out knock by Emilio Gay as a big win, because look at what we saw from Pakistan as well. Now, obviously England bowled terrifically well. Ollie Robinson has been on a roll in this entire series, bowled an economical and incisive spell today. 4 for 11 and 13 overs is ridiculous. Had the ball on a string, wobble seam masterclass, and of course, you expect him to do really well in these conditions, but then I thought Jofra was rapid, very, very fiery. We saw some reverse swing later on. We saw a lot of, threatening rip snorters, really, really tough bumpers. I don't think he bowled many deliveries under 90 miles per hour today, Harmy, but Pakistan couldn't dig in. It was a very easy, sort of task for them, at least in theory. Of course, not in actuality because they couldn't survive, but all they really needed to look to do was to survive the day and then come back tomorrow or day after, given that there's a lot of rain tomorrow, but whatever. They just had to show some resistance, wait for the ball to get soft, and then maybe go for their runs. And I understand that they'd lost Imam to injury, but look at some of those dismissals. Shan Masood goes out to a very poor delivery. That should not be, a wicket ball. Babar Azam is pushing at it. Even though he survives just one delivery earlier, he still pushes at it and goes out. Ollie Robinson gets the better of South Shakil once again, the nip backer. And who else? Rizwan, poor dismissal from him as well. Azan Awais is the only kid, or cricketer in this team, batter in this team, who showed a bit of resistance, and he was dropped on 8 by Harry Brook in the slip cordon. Abdullah Shafiq, you've just seen Harry Brook drop Azan Awais, in the slip cordon, and we are seconds away from the lunch break. Dig in. Don't go out driving. Just show some application.
I actually thought that dismissal, Shafiq's dismissal, sums where Pakistan are at this moment in time. Because you know what? That ball should have went for 4. So he gets out just before lunch, and an indecision, a little bit of indecision in the footwork, a little bit of indecision in execution, and that's where Pakistan are at this moment in time. England bowled very, very well, and England put Pakistan under the extreme pressure, but they put them under pressure in more than one way. They put them under pressure in more than one way from either end, and that Shakil dismissal, the Shafiq dismissal just before lunch, that ball should have went for 4. International batters should have hit that ball for 4, but where Pakistan are at this moment in time, in a shell, probably frightened of their own shadow at this moment in time, not knowing sort of whether to be positive, whether to be negative. So it's easy to say, sit in and try and dig in and get the ball soft, get the bowlers in their second and third spell and see in for the rest of the day. At this moment in time, emotionally, I think physically and mentally, Pakistan are really, really struggling with confidence. And that dismissal sums it up, because it was a half volley, wide outside off stump. It should have been banged for 4, and they should have walked off, and he should have been enjoying his lunch that way.
Can we talk about Joe Root? Because Bayram and I talked about Joe Root for about 20 minutes. We were trying to work out the maths to when he can or will go past Sachin Tendulkar's run-scoring record. But if he keeps getting out leg before wicket, it may not even happen, Harmy, dare I say it. He has now been dismissed, LBW, 6 times out of the last 7 innings, and the 7th time was a run-out. And in total, he's been dismissed 9 times out of the last 13. And we know about the keeper behind the stump situation. When's he going to work it out?
When's he going to work it out? I mean, we're talking about somebody who's got 14,000 test match runs. I think, I'm not going to say this is in isolation, because that was an unbelievable delivery. I mean, that delivery is bowling many international batters. I looked at that ball. You watch it again, the build up again. If you watch the last 10 balls Joe's faced from Muhammad Ali, everything's going sort of towards off stump and away from off stump, comfortably. Joe's got it covered. In that delivery, he's got the away swinger covered, no problem at all. And the ball's nipped back up the hill, and it's missed him on the inside edge, and he's got himself LBW. Now, there is a problem. There is an issue there for Joe in and around that front pad, which he's had, whether the ball's nipping back, going onto off stump, nipping back, going into obviously the pad, or even in that channel where when he's weight transfer, possibly with a wicketkeeper standing up and he's nicking it, there is a vulnerability in and around that area. I still think he goes past Sachin. I agree there is an area where Joe has his struggles, but today I'm not having that LBW with the rest of them to say Joe Root's got a problem, and that was just a fantastic bit of set-up bowling by a bowler who executed it perfectly for me.
Yeah, I think the one positive that Pakistan can take to Birmingham is that apart from Abbas, maybe Muhammad Ali is another wicket-taking option with those nip backers, but there's really not much to write home about. I have a question from both of you. This was a test series in which all eyes were locked on Jofra Archer, right? Coming back from the 100, is his body good enough or strong enough to play test cricket? He's taken back-to-back 3-fers. I think it was, 3 for 26 in this innings. And, I mean, the pace that we saw on offer reminded me of that 2019 Ashes series, right? The ball kissing off, or shooting off the deck. And that spell, literally, we saw him clock 95 miles per hour. I think there was an over in which he didn't drop below 92 miles per hour. And Pakistan had no answers. They almost seemed terrified of Jofra in that spell, right? So where are we now on Jofra Archer, the test cricketer? How sparingly should he be used, and how important or imperative is he to England's plans in the longest format?
Well, of course he's important, because he's the match winner. He's the guy that makes a difference. I think sometimes it depends on how Joff starts. His knees were pumping today. He got himself in a good bit of rhythm, and he started well. I look at the speed. Whenever you look at the speed gun, you see Joffre bowling at 90 mile an hour. The majority of the time of that is because his legs are. He's in good rhythm. Everything's working perfectly, and you just let him go and you let him flow, and you bowl as much as you possibly can in that. So when you see the 85 mile an hour Joffre, then you use that one sparingly. You take him out the attack after 3 or 4 overs, and he's a rhythm bowler. He's not a bowler. He gets a lot of bad press, does Joffre sometimes. You know, is he moody? Is he trying? All that stuff. That's nonsense. For me, he is trying. And just sometimes, speaking from experience, when you're in a rhythm and it's coming out lovely and you start well, just let me go. And we've seen that over the course of this Test match. Joffre has been in good rhythm. He's been in a good headspace. You know, his action's been, perfect. And his energy through the crease into the surface has been at 90 odd mile an hour. Doesn't always happen, but it doesn't always happen for Shoaib Akhtar. It didn't always happen for Brett Lee. Alan Donald, Dale Steyn, all these fast bowlers. It didn't always happen. You can't just turn it on. And I think how you manage Joffre is going to be key. But I think anybody who writes Joffre off and says he should go off and play one-day cricket or white ball cricket is nonsense. The kid has got a huge future for me at winning Test matches for England, but sometimes when he's not in rhythm, that's where you use that Joffre sparingly. When he's like he is at this moment in time, just hang on his shirt tails and let him go.
You have to go back 13 months with Joffre. He played here at Lord's against India in a Test match, and it was his first Test match in 4 years. 13 months on, we're seeing a Joffre Archer where we're not talking about his body and his elbow and whether he's still got the snap and whether he's got what it takes to bowl in Test cricket. And there were question marks about just the physicality of the sense of him bowling in Test cricket outside of marquee series, because we didn't want him to go through that all over again. So I think what we're seeing from a Joffre now is a bowler that has rediscovered the joys of playing the game, is one that's probably, you would have come back from injury, there would be a fear factor.
It's a confidence factor,
right?
So
he's got through that. He's played Ashes cricket, he's played pink ball cricket, he's played red ball cricket, he's played white ball cricket, he's played 100 cricket, he's played IPL cricket, and now we're seeing a Joffre Archer that is there for England, and it's great to see.
And you're also got to put that into the melting pot, and the fact that everybody wants the Ear 1 Joffre. Nobody wants the B1 Joffre. Everybody wants the Ear 1 Joffre. The Joffre that wins games, the one that bowls at 90 miles an hour. His IPL, like John said, the IPL teams want him. The white ball teams want him. Everybody wants. He's not a robot. He's a human being. And I think that's the most important thing with Joffre, and that's where you manage him. If you feel as though he's not in rhythm, then you take him out. You take him out of it.
Look at that guy now,
Stuart
walking
Broad.
out on the field of play.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
There is no other country in the world, Australia apart maybe, who could have afforded financially and had the power to say to their two best bowlers, guys, I know you want to play white ball cricket for England, but you're not going to. Right? And it meant Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson could concentrate on Test cricket for the best part of, 10 years?
Yep, 10 years.
They didn't play. And it meant that their bodies had a break, their minds had a break, and England benefited from that decision throughout. Now, that isn't going to happen with Joffre. Nobody wants that to happen with Joffre. But you've got a situation now where this is a guy that you do have to still be quite careful and mindful of. I'll be interested to see whether he goes to Pakistan for the Tri-Series. There's a World Cup next year in South Africa, which England will be desperate to win. Australia as well. Or do we send him back to Barbados for 3 months and say, you've had a fantastic summer, Joff. Go and chill out. Rest up. We'll see you in Durban.
Can you imagine the pelters of that? Can you imagine?
I don't think there'd be pelters.
But I think there would be. I think people, because I don't think people see the big picture. The picture that you've just painted, I don't think people outside see that.
Well,
I think it would
there's-
take some strong management and leadership to do what you've just done. But I would manage him by sending him away to get him in a position to come back ready for that South Africa Test series.
Let's wrap things up here, but before we do, let's cast our minds to day 3, Bayram. What can we hope for realistically, apart from no rain? What can we hope for from Pakistan and England on day 3? Another full house tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, sold out crowd, and that's always good to see. Hopefully, the weather is kind and we get some play, if not a full day's play. I think from a Pakistan perspective, all the fans would like to see at this moment is just some fight. This test match's gone, the series is gone, but at least show the world that you are here to battle it out and you're not going to give it away that easily. From an England perspective, you just want to completely crush Pakistan's hopes and dreams and damage them to the extent where they can't even pick themselves back up at Edgbaston.
I think from a Pakistan management point of view, I'd single out. Shahzad hasn't got the wickets, and he probably hasn't bowled as well as he would like. But he's still young. But I'd single out Mohammad Ali, Mohammad Abbas, and Shahzad, and sit the rest of them down and say, look, the way these guys have fought and worked hard to get, 20 wickets, the wickets in the game, let's look at what the fight that they've given this team. We've got to back them up, because at the minute, there's not many of them backing them up. A young lad opening the bat in the waist today. But there's not many standing up and fighting the way Mohammad Abbas did at Leeds, and Muhammad Ali and Mohammad Abbas have done here. And Shahzad is being a young lad who will get better for the experience. Their batters have got to look at their bowlers and say, come on, we've let you down here.
I mean, the most inexperienced batter was the one who gets to 46. And sure, he gets bounced out by Ollie Robinson, which takes some effort on its own. And there are a lot of false shots. But at least the 21-year-old tried to, stick it out. And you did not see that from the senior pros. And there was a lot of talk about how Babar Azam is coming back into the playing 11 and that might change Pakistan's fortunes. That didn't. 2 boundaries and gone. And it's just the sorry state of affairs where Pakistan find themselves lacking quality in all 3 facets of the game. And they've been completely outclassed by an English team, which, like Harmy said, had problems of its own, was also in tatters.
Personally, I'd love to see Emilio Gase go past 50.
Me too.
Obviously, 100 would be great on this pitch. Do you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see an innings like, I suppose, Jamie Smith is the only batter to really look at ease with these conditions. It's been good bowling, right? And the pitch has helped the bowlers, the overheads has helped the bowlers, everything's been helping the bowlers. I think the fans would love to see a Harry Brook innings, a Jamie Smith innings, and then an Emilio Gay setting the game up or continuing the game. So, half century from him. And then, I'm not sure Pakistan will bat tomorrow. I just want to see them maybe just playing a few shots now. I think you don't want to get them out, see them getting out slogging, but you do want to see them trying to just do something different. And I think, we were watching the pitch map for Ollie Robinson. When Scott Boland was over here in 2023, England tried to disrupt his lines and lengths, right? And it worked. It's easier said than done, right? I get that. I think Pakistan need to try something a little bit different. I understand why you duck out the way of a Jofra Archer 94 mile an hour. You're not running down the track to Jofra. Just try something different. See how it works. So that would be good to see. Hopefully we get a good day's play in as well. Bayram, Harmy, thank you so much for your time. We're going to wrap things up here at Lord's. Thanks for joining us on the following on podcast. And we will be back on air just before 11 o'clock, hopefully, at day 3 at Lord's. But for now, thanks for joining us.